Okay, gang, we're going to call this meeting to order. This is the second day of our Marvin Village Council retreat, January 15th. The time is 9:30, and we will begin.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. We're going to change things up just a hair. I wanted to get you guys into the capital improvement plan, where you guys can really start making some real discussion and decisions. Again, on this capital improvement plan, you're not making any decisions today in terms of we're not asking you to approve it. We're just kind of asking for direction. So this is where we're going to have dialogue and exchange throughout. If you guys don't like where we've prioritized something, or maybe you want to see something come back to something later, maybe we put a little ticker on here to consider other projects after today. So just let me know. This is kind of an open dialogue here. We're going to start with this front page. It looks like this. So basically, this is our projections at a staff level for the next 5 to 10 years, essentially. It starts in next year's budget. This is not a budget document. This is just a planning tool for us at staff to figure out how we want to itemize and put things into the budget. It's also a guiding document for us to, if there's grant funding that we see that's out there that will help pay for some of these projects that are more long-term, we can prioritize those. So looking at fiscal year 26-27, there's a total of $1.1 million in requests. And I can assure you, we don't have half of that, probably not even 1/4 of that. So we will have to start some conversations today on how to fund these things or either move them off to different years. Last year, just for reference, will you pass this out to them? Please, thank you. This is, I don't know that I printed enough for everybody, so just give it to Cancel, please, Hunter. The front half is the event dollars, so we'll talk about the events later. But just look at the middle to the bottom of the sheet. Those are the numbers that we put into the CIP last year. So you had $50,000 in park projects, and that was primarily for the Greenway Master Plan. And then we put a transfer of $25,000 for greenways into a capital project fund or capital reserve. And then we had $35,000 for park and village related projects. That was primarily for that Marvin Eford Park emergency exit. And then you had in planning another $50,000. So that's basically what you've got to work with if we're carrying over the same amounts from this year, from the year that we're at now. It would be 50 plus 25 plus 35 plus 50. So what's that? 100 and 160-ish? Yeah. Unless you look at other ways to cut, like, for example, on the top of this, and I know we'll have this conversation at a later time today, but those events that are listed there, the cost of those are, if you cut any of those events, that would be potentially money you could pull from that. So like for Marvin Day, for example, that's another 20,000. But essentially that's what we're working with, unless we start talking about cutting restructuring services or the ugly word of a tax increase. And I know no one wants that, but it's just the sheer reality.
Shouldn't the comp plan be on a reduction here too?
On a what?
Like you said, these park projects and stuff.
Your comp plan was a $50,000 capital project. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we amended yours with the fund balance appropriation. So this was the numbers at the beginning of the operating budget. Are there any questions on that? Okay. So moving it, and I'll tell you, it's not uncommon for us to have these CIP projects and be completely off base. So when you see that $1.1 million, don't fret. I mean, there's things on here that you guys will probably cut, push back, or have some discussions on and figure out how we're going to move forward. Mm-hmm.
The trails, what is this? The Saddle Avenue and Waxhaw Marvin, Newtown, what is that?
I'm going to go into all these. We're going to spend probably the next hour diving into this. So are there any questions just off the surface overall? We'll dive down into each individual one. Okay, so then we've also divided them amongst departments. You'll see that they're segmented there. And then if you flip over to the next page, we'll start with Public Works. And this is an area where in years past, council has had a lot of conversation and discussion. to figure out justifications, and the justifications are in your documents here, but we will have, again, some dialogue. So in next year, I did put that emergency exit, if that's something you guys decide you want to do, and we'll have that conversation here shortly, but this is for the construction. We've discussed briefly before the need for a bucket truck as we're getting into the road business. At some point, we're going to need to be able to cut down trees. Councilman Markleese can vouch that we've had trees fall down in his subdivision. And when we have some of these older subdivisions that have older trees, like, you know, a couple of you sitting on the dais, it's going to happen. We have to mobilize to be able to cut down trees. It's not something I think we need today, but it is something we need to really start aggressively planning for at some point. And that's what that bucket truck is for, to be able to, you know, get falling leaves, not falling leaves, falling branches. If there's trees that need to be cut off of areas that we can't get to, that's what that's for. The long arm mower, that's primarily associated with Newtown Road. That's kind of a bigger lawn mower to cut right of way. We don't really have that need if we don't have Newtown Road. Tree maintenance. This is again, tree maintenance that we see in some of our right of ways. As we increase in roads, we do have to increase our level of care for those trees so they're not falling in right of ways and being more proactive about that. And you kind of slowly see that increase over the years.
Does that also include tree maintenance at like the park and so forth?
It would, yes.
Trails?
Yeah.
Okay.
Property building assessment. I have to look back at it's been a little while since I've done these. Let me look back at what that was. And if you turn the page over to the next one, it goes into all the details of each particular one. And we'll go back in just a second to see if you guys have questions on any of these, and we can dive into the detail. Okay, so the building and property assessment, as a part, and I'm just going to read the justification. As a part of the Village Council strategic planning adopted in 2025, the assessment shall be performed on all Marvin-owned properties and buildings to determine potential uses and expansion for staffing purposes. So this was basically the previous council wanting us to look at how we can expand our services or staffing levels if that increases, because we're out of office space here. So that was what that was. And then the Marvin Eford Park electric update. I don't think this one's going to be $100,000. We have not actually gotten quotes, but essentially what is going on here is, and Councilman Barisic, maybe you can help me on this one. When we have events, and I'm not an electrician, so I don't know the terminology here, but we're on one circuit. And so when we had when we have events where we have a DJ, we have Keurigs plugged in, we have different types of electric usage, the power trips constantly. So I don't think it's equipped for what it needs to be electronically. Additionally, we're also on the bay that we added, and the building itself is on the same electric panel. So we're basically pulling electric from the maintenance shed to the main building, and they want to separate it into two different meters. And then there's also no electric down there. I mean, no heat down there either in the maintenance shed. So that's what that's for. But that $100,000 is just an estimate. We would have to get actual bids.
Why don't you do that?
What?
Why don't you get some bids and see?
We haven't had time to.
Okay.
I mean, we're strapped right now, just getting what we can done. And that pretty much summarizes the public works for next year. Now, there's other things that are in for subsequent years, like we have the roundabout landscaping, and then we have a park maintenance storage unit for here, but that's next year. So we don't have to spend a whole lot of time talking about next year, but just so you know, some of the things that are coming down the line are the roundabout landscaping for the Bonds Grove, Waxhaw, Marvin, when that time comes. Village Hall maintenance storage. We don't have anywhere for the guys now to store any equipment here, so they're constantly having to run back to the park for any type of, weed eater, ant spray, or ant aggregate, lawn mowers, rakes, leaf blowers. So we would like for them to have somewhere to store the equipment here so they're not constantly running back and forth. That's planned for the engineering in 27, 28, and then the actual installation in 28, 29. In 28, 29, you'll also see Marvin Eford Park capital needs. And that's probably just some improvements as things come up, just so we're starting to plan. We just did the roof last year or I'm sorry, this year. So we're just kind of putting some earmarks in there to start saving for capital needs, whether it's roofing, parking, any type of major capital needs. At some point, the guys would like to have a skid steer for some of the projects. We're renting those right now. Again, this is not slated until 3 years from now, but that's something that the guys think would be beneficial for them as we're increasing maintenance responsibilities. And then we just put a place marker in here. If there was any discussion at all about solid waste in-house, we don't know that it's even feasible. We just wanted to let you guys know that that is an option. We put $150,000 in here to do some studies and to figure out how that would work. But again, that wouldn't happen until multiple years from now. Our current contract runs out in 2028. And so we've got time to talk about it, but just putting that as a placeholder.
Does 2028 include the extension that we
It
worked
does.
out?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And we've got in our calendars at a staff level to start planning next year so we can start having actual conversations if y'all want to dive into that. Because the RFP process will be about a year. So-
Yeah. And I will say one thing to this council, we do need to be prepared. Our current contract and previous up until we just reworked an extension was in regards to the market, very, very low. We were really one of the first large municipalities that Active brought in. So they were very aggressive with our bid. What we saw with subsequent ones, as they kind of used us as a reference, is that those numbers, even in addition to inflation, are significantly increasing. So that's why when they came back to us with, asking us to pay a bit more because they had underestimated some of their costs, we kind of said, well, we'd consider that, but with an extension of, so that's what we kind of did to kind of keep us, on the lower side for a couple of years, but we might need to be prepared for a little sticker shock once we get there.
And again, I'm not asking for any direction in terms of what you like, don't like, but if you see things that are definitely not you guys, so we'll chat now about Public Works before we move on to a different department and just kind of hash out some of your biggest complaints or concerns that we can restructure some things, go back to the drawing board.
I have a bunch of things.
Okay.
So numbers don't include payroll, right, or any of those associated costs, nor maintenance on any of the vehicles or equipment, breakdown, replacement of blades, things like that. So I think these numbers are substantially higher, in total of what we're expending on Public Works, which brings up a conversation I had that, it might make a lot more sense. This is a twofold thing, to either farm this out to a private company to do this, or to try and do an intergovernmental agreement with like Weddington or something else, where this kind of scale does make sense, because it doesn't make sense in a micro, right? Like these things break down and there isn't enough volume of work to do it, right? But if you can scale it bigger, it does make sense. So that's one concern. Also, I think if we get out of the road business, this cuts a lot of this out of here, like the bucket truck, the long arm mower, which I think is kind of substantial.
So just for clarity purposes, the capital improvement plan would not include any operational costs. So it's not going to include any payroll, any maintenance. That would be in the operating budget itself. So we would just know when, like, for example, if we, appropriated the $90,000 for the bucket truck this year, we at a staff level would have to increase that maintenance cost on the operating side.
I get
So-
it. I get that they're in different buckets, no pun intended, but it's still an overall expenditure out of the
Yeah,
budget.
you're right.
That's my point.
Yeah. Yeah. We tried to itemize that, making that note. I don't know that we've done it on every single one, but we try to make reference to if it's going to increase maintenance that you guys are aware. But I mean, it's common sense. So, but good points.
And just one thing I would add is that as Marvin has kind of grown, in most cases, we originally started out by contracting with outside third party for many of these types of things, maintenance, things of that nature. It only kind of got to the point where we made the decision to, staff and kind of bring those things in-house. it was only when it made financial sense kind of going the other way. Now, that could have changed maybe over the last couple of years, but that's kind of how those decisions were made in the first place, where it was getting too much to use third parties for them.
I
Well-
get that. I think there's just a lot of hidden in there, right? And so I've had this conversation kind of separately, but so like I used to manage manufactured housing communities throughout the Southeast and spent a ton of money, right, on landscaping. And the thought comes up, well, we could bring this in-house. We'll save a lot of money. And you do, but it's kind of like with the sheriff's department where we're paying like 146 per officer, but their starting salary is 62, right? Because there's other things that come with each employee that you kind of don't get hit with all at once. So you hire your employees, you get some zero turns. We need a place to store the zero turns. We didn't know we had to change the oil so much. We had a breakdown with this motor. We should have gotten a tractor. We got the wrong kind of tractor. We should get the thing that the highway uses to mow this. And you end up buying all these things, like manufactured housing communities oftentimes have a lot of trees if they aren't taken care of, which is primarily what we buy and then fix up. And I've never seen someone use a bucket truck, and I'm sure they do all the time. I just, you know, when you hire someone and that's all they do, right? They typically come with different tools and right, that this is all they do. They cut down trees that are touching a house. And I think when you get some guys who maybe haven't done it as much, but we're going to try and save some money and do it ourselves, like you don't get the same work product,
So
but you
there's,
spend more sometimes.
and I'll just piggyback too off one thing. Not only at that point in time was it not cost effective, and we can obviously explore that again and see if we're in the same boat. But we also had kind of a lack of control over the standard, and we were having issues where the standard of the maintenance wasn't at our standard of what we wanted. So that was one of the things that we would have more control over what our product is essentially. I think there's opportunities where we can look at what we can privatize, and then we need to figure out what's more cost effective to do in-house too. So I don't, maybe there's a hybrid approach to
Yeah.
this.
I think some of these things can also be contractual, right? And what the standard is that has to be met,
Yeah.
right? And timing of those things to happen.
So if we're all on the same page, can we, I guess, have some conversations about like what that privatization looks like for what services and how that kind of plays into some of these things that we're potentially going to cross off?
I'll just throw out, kind of along what Fred was saying. I don't know if it's necessarily privatizing it, but what I'd like to see is like a greater exploration of like having some kind of partnership with Waxhaw or Weddington, where basically we pay them to cut our trees, with their, either we do it or, and we use their equipment, or they do it for us. I don't know if we've tried to do that before, but it seems like that might be kind of a way to pull resources.
Yeah, we can look into that. I've already started having conversations with Waxhaw about sidewalk and roads. And then Mayor Barbara and I had some very brief conversation about potentially looking into Weddington and maybe providing some services for them. So I think we'll kind of explore a couple of different angles, but so I'm hearing tree.
It might be like a
Sidewalk.
revenue stream for them too. I mean,
Yeah.
not to sell it, but I mean,
So
get the
maybe,
rent.
maybe take off the bucket truck for now.
Okay. And do y'all want me to take it off completely, or do you just want me to push it down a few years?
Just push it down a
Okay.
few years, because we may have a need in a couple of years, but just not today.
Okay.
And then
I got it.
Could we
I
move
took
the
care of it.
building assessment to maybe 27, 28?
Yep. So just for clarity, I'm going to tell you what I'm doing, so I'm on the same page. For the bucket truck, I'm moving it to 28, 29. So we'll have this conversation again briefly next year, but not in depth. For the building assessment, we'll talk about it again next year, so I'm moving it to next year's.
And my question is, what are they doing now without a long arm mower?
We don't have the need right now because we don't have Newtown.
Okay, so then we can just take that off.
Yeah, yep,
Okay.
Where do they currently store their equipment?
at the shop and at the park.
And I would also think that when you have time, get some bids on the electric so we have a legitimate number
Yeah,
to work
we can do
with.
that. The intent was to try to get that done here soon. I know the guys have reached out to Union Power to ask about the metering, and it was just a couple $1,000s. So it wasn't that awful. So we'll get some numbers on that. Marvin Eford Park emergency exit. Do you guys want to talk about that now again, or?
I think we should scrap it.
I would recommend you, if anything, you put it out a couple of years, not necessarily scrap it, because I think as we determine and continue to refine what events we don't have, we reassess it at that point.
100% agree. Could we amend it to be emergency exit / maybe widening
Yeah.
the entrance?
Yeah.
You want me to move it 2 years to 28, 29?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get the bids. And then I think I answered your question on where they're storing it now. Roundabout landscaping, we'll keep that there. Village Hall Park maintenance shed, we obviously aren't going to talk about that for next year, so we'll keep it where it's at unless y'all object to it.
Why is it 25, 75?
25 is for the engineering and then 75 is for the construction. Yeah. Probably be 40 in engineering by the time we get there.
Yeah, and just one thing to explain about that, the original one was built in a way that it was designed to accommodate kind of adding another section to it pretty easily. So, that should help with some of those costs and so forth, but,
So out of curiosity, are we talking about like a steel building shed type thing to put that you could like drive equipment in with like a roll-up door on each side?
Ideally, it would have the same architectural elements as the building we're in now, but essentially, yes.
oh wait, I'm sorry, my comment was more, is it somewhere else on the capital plan where there was discussion about expanding that maintenance shed?
We did that last year.
Okay,
Yeah.
Why we're talking about potentially bringing solid waste in-house?
It's been a discussion that we've had for years, and again, you may not even remotely want to be in considering that. And if y'all are, we can cross that all together. It is just an idea.
You know
Okay.
how much a garbage truck costs?
Well, and there's, and you could do different components. Like you could only do bulk leaf collection and that's it. Or only bulk items, and that's all we do in-house. So there is the option to do certain things in-house, but not all of it. And that's just an idea. Yeah, we can totally,
yeah,
And we-
I
and we
think that
can-
conversation kind of came up as part of the concern of what our next contract, when we bid it out, may look like. Yeah, so.
and we'll
it was more
have
just
plenty of
putting it on the
opportunity to have
radar.
this conversation. So y'all want to just scratch that all together? Okay.
I've got a quick question on the Public Works. So there's no true director of Public Works right now?
Correct.
Correct?
I mean, I'm serving as the interim, but yeah.
Understood, but someone coming in that has a real competency about running a Public Works department, and we could save in some engineering cost if we brought in someone that has the acumen with contracting and hiring a contractor where we're not paying these ridiculous engineering fees as a pay-to-play. I mean,
I would not encourage that at all. Just to cover our own bases to make sure we're doing proper engineering
well,
and
you hire a GC that's licensed that basically executes it, but
I mean, I've had a couple of these built. I mean, it wouldn't match, but like steel buildings with electric and 2 roll-up doors that we park tractors in and 0 turns, and there's shelving and we keep equipment in there and tons of stuff. And there's even a legit office with a desk, and it was like 40 grand with the concrete pad.
yeah, this is unsophisticated. These are unsophisticated constructs. I mean, they don't require, a lot of engineering. And I mean, we need to permit and follow the law and everything and make sure it's safe and it meets code. But if we find someone that I think has a real good acumen towards this as part of the interview process, I think we can save some money. And we're also throwing a lot of money at stuff in Public Works, and we need to find someone that's truly capable of running that department besides you. You've already got your hands full with other stuff, but
so I guess I'll just need some direction as to what you're looking for in that position so we can make sure we advertise accordingly.
yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, we had the idea in years past to have someone that was an engineer / Public Works, so we could get rid of like our engineering, not really get rid of it, but supplement our engineering contracts. That didn't prove to be successful. Engineers are making a lot of money. And I think it's just gonna be hard to compete. That's just my opinion, but we can definitely try whatever you guys want to try. I just would want to make sure that we're doing things the right way when we have like building, and as you guys do too. So we would still need to have some level of engineering involved in whatever it is that we do. And I just don't want to be, I want to be forthcoming on that for sure, but we can make some adjustments on what that looks like in terms of that position.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we can tailor that position. We can talk about what the roles are, what the responsibilities are based on the basic needs that need to be met as a public works department, and then the visionary piece of what we're aspiring to have that whole department cover, whether it's a limited scope or whether it's whether it's a wider scope.
Okay, I can get that, I'll get that job description printed for you guys and then y'all can go through it. Any other, I mean, well, obviously, we don't need to spend a whole lot of time talking about next year and the next year, but is there anything that's just glaringly you absolutely don't want, or anything glaringly we don't have on here that you want to talk about?
I just want to convey Fred's comments earlier about how, there's an upfront cost. Sometimes you don't always see what happens on the back end. I mean, all these projects are kind of like stepping into the ocean. You don't know you're in the riptide until you're in it. You
Yeah.
didn't see it from the sand. And I don't want some of these expenses to become a riptide. I think they would. I think there's a lot of add-on costs that we would have to basically account for that
Okay.
we're not accounting for upfront.
How do you want us to, I guess, document that so y'all can see it? And how do you want us to, I guess, ascertain that estimate? Or do you just want to like conceptually discuss it when we get to it?
We need to do a deeper dive into the total cost from beginning to end and maybe over multi-year. But I mean, if we're going to buy, yeah, I mean, there's I think an expense in there for a $50,000 skid steer. We would need to analyze how many times a year are we using this? Does it really make sense to purchase one, maintain it, buy parts for it, all this stuff? I mean, there's all these back end things that many of us don't really think about because we don't work in construction but common sense will tell you if it's a piece of machinery, it'll break sometime in the future and you've got to maintain it. So it's basically the back end of all of these expenses of what we weren't really expecting.
Do y'all want us to document that in the actual years moving forward? We typically don't do that. I mean, we can start so you can see that, or we could just put it in the justification of the notes and you guys can see what's been projected. How do you guys want to handle that one? Well, that's what we would do during that point. So let's go through an example so we can see a real.
See, and I might have a suggestion. We could potentially add a box to the CIP pages that just says operational impact, where it's not part of the calculation for the actual capital purchase, but at least when we are having these discussions, we've got, maintenance, replacement, repairs, staff, training, certifications, what have you. We can try to be sort of putting a number on them.
That's a lot for us to come up with when we're doing these, but we can try.
I know.
Typically, how it works is when we do the items like the bucket truck, if you guys approve that today and you said, yeah, we want to go through with it, what would happen is we would put that bucket truck in the budget. When you guys had your work sessions, you'd see it there and we'd talk about it. We'd say, hey, this is the bucket truck. And then we would show you the reflective operational costs that we actually dived more deeper at that point. And then you can say, yeah, no, it's just not worth it. We need to talk about pushing that down the road. So that's typically how we do it. We can do that way, but it's going to take a lot more time and effort on us to put these things together. So I'm just being upfront.
I don't want to give you guys like an impossible job to do, but I think what would be really helpful to see is to get an idea of what is the total expenditure for public works? What might this cost to have it privatized? And what might be the upside if we start providing services to Weddington? Right? Because that could be a very, very different thing where a bucket truck totally makes sense, But I think it's hard to make an informed decision from that.
Okay. I think I have my marching orders. I'm going to push some things down and we can have some conversations about the bucket truck because it's not slated until 3 years from now. So we can explore those questions. Number of uses, purchase versus rental, discussion of, maintenance. And the interlocal agreement would obviously be a secondary conversation if we were able to do that. And then we can kind of take that back out if that's what y'all, if we decide to do that and Weddington decides to do that as well.
What's our turnover in Public Works?
I mean, we've had the same core for several years now. So
That's
we're,
awesome. I mean, my fear with like a bucket truck and some of these like heavy machinery type things is, if you have someone new in that doesn't know you don't drive a bucket truck with the bucket up, or like, gross OSHA violation kind of things that.
well, we have a safety training that we do with all of them, and they have these annual requirements, and we do monthly trainings as well. So they would obviously be, and we do have an OSHA certified guy here. So we would make sure we go through all that.
Which has a cost too, as well, I imagine.
What's that? The
Doing all
OSHA?
these trainings.
No, we actually do them in-house. Or Matt has some level of OSHA certification, and he's able to do some of those trainings, so.
Yeah, just one other thing to keep in mind as far as the bucket truck goes, and I know we think about what the cost is to do it versus rent. I think part of it was also in response to, and you might have talked about that specifically when we had a storm. So we actually have an obligation to clear the roads when there's a storm. If there's a storm going out trying to rent a bucket truck, that was kind of part of the reasoning that at least Davey was trying to use. We may not be able to get one for, 1, 2, 3 days because all of the bucket trucks are already gone. So I just wanted to make sure that we understood that it's not just kind of looking at that, do we have the ability to go rent one at a cheaper amount? It's the immediacy of the need that they were kind of pitching to us.
Yeah, I would agree because I'm just on boots on the ground watching it happen. At Heritage Oak Lane, where it's just one way in, one way out, these Heritage trees would come down, and those guys were out there at 7 o'clock in the morning getting it done. So before, in fact, they almost roamed the area right that morning about 6:30, watching and seeing if trees were down. So yeah, to your point, the immediacy, if it had been, when I saw the big trees coming down, some of the neighbors were out there with chainsaws, and these guys actually, when I say these guys, the Davey that we had here and Matt, they were out there and they were clearing the road like right away. And we were talking about trees that were literally 3 feet, thick, 4 feet thick. So yeah, it's that immediacy, putting that into play in the thought.
Yeah, and just a secondary thing, and I've got this written here, is also, they were proposing that too for any type of pole banners that anyone would decide at some point. And that would be like the little banners that you see, like when you're going into, like Waxhaw, for example, it says, "Welcome to Waxhaw," and they're on the utility poles. You know what I'm talking about? At some point, there was conversation about doing that for that, sense of place. And we would need one of those for that as well. So that's just a secondary, if that is something you guys are even interested in. So we can talk about that next year. We'll have some more information on it. Is there anything that you guys don't see here that you think is a definite need that we need to look into? Or that you want? Okay. So again, you can take this home, dive deeper into it, and we'll come back to you at a later date and kind of have this same discussion, but more, detailed, and give you guys time to research. And if you have questions as you're looking through them, if you can email them to me so I can make sure we're fully prepared for when we do ask you for adoption. Because if you've got questions, we want to make sure we get them addressed before, and then we'll ask you to adopt this. And what'll happen is this is just a planning tool. We're not putting any money to anything. So what'll happen is, again, we'll take whatever you guys adopt and we'll try to fit it into the budget. Doesn't always work. And then that's where you guys have to make some decisions as to what you're going to keep and cut.
Just
Go ahead, Joe.
Just one quick question. In the last couple of years, we've made some investments in the vehicles that the village owns.
Yes.
So they're not on here anymore, but eventually, as we look down the road for any older ones to be replaced, and I'm sure that we put some sort of depreciation schedule on it. Will things like that, when something needs to be replaced, kind of automatically roll into this capital improvement plan?
Usually we would put it in when we see that there's a closer need, but we can start adding one in for future years, just to make sure we're tracking it.
I have a question about the truck replacement, on a 5 to 8 year replacement cycle.
Oh, I do have it in there. Sorry, already had it.
How many miles a year do the trucks see?
I honestly can't answer that. I'd have to go back and,
Right, but I mean, like, assuming I'm going from Eford Park here. 100
I'll find
times a
that. Yeah,
day
I'll find that answer.
Because I had to get ant spray and, whatever else and ping pong around to the different parks. I mean, it can't be a lot,
No, it's not. It's not. And they do go
Sure.
to,
but
they do go, when we have,
rent things and.
yeah, they'll go rent things. And then when they constantly are driving around looking for issues. And I mean, so they do drive a lot, but it's not that much.
Yeah, it just.
I'll find the
seems-
answer though.
It seems like a quick replacement cycle.
Well, we purchased, how many
That's a
miles?
different, I think that's one of the old.
We have
trucks versus-
three vehicles in the fleet.
Yeah, and we purchased our first one in 21, so it's 10 years at that point, the first one.
And it's really just on there so that it doesn't fall off the radar. Like we would want to see what is best practice. Is there a schedule that other municipalities follow? Do they go by wear and tear? Do they go by mileage? When do they replace? What's the useful life of this asset? We oftentimes will go well past what somebody might categorize as the useful life of an asset. If it's still working and it's not broke, we're not rushing out to replace it. We're not going to do it, but.
Yeah, and those things that are in future years, we'll come back and, if it needs to be replaced in 31, then we will, but if not, it's just, we'll kick it down the road.
Makes sense.
But I'll find the answer, so you'll know.
And maintenance costs of whether it's a truck or a bucket truck or whatever, that's captured on a different line item somewhere else.
It's in your operating budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't need to get me the miles. I was just.
That's a good question. I'll find out.
But-
I want to know. Is there anything else?
Before we flip, one thing I would personally find helpful, and I think the council would too, is what staff is like highest on your list is like, you probably were going to tell us anyway, but I think I would benefit from you saying, this is the thing that I want the most on this.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. We-
Don't be shy.
We try to, and if it's something important to us, we try to put it in next year so that you guys will know. And then if it's something that you guys want to cut, like if I'm really want this bucket truck, then, or I think there's a need, I'm going to tell you, like, when we start having budget discussions, I don't think you should do this. Like, I think we need it. So we will have that conversation for sure, but we can try to start itemizing it out for you.
Okay.
I mean, the number one thing that I would have in this year, if you were asking me, was the electric upgrade. And again, I don't think it's going to be 100, but we'll get some more quotes on that.
Just on that note, is there any events that whole thing where you're realizing, you're borrowing electric and things are shorting out? Is it like Marvin Day? Is it like the trick or treat? Is that where the stress is?
We have not had the problem lately. We had it a lot when we had Keurigs, when we were doing tree lighting and we had multiple Keurigs. I have no idea why the Keurigs would trip it. But you may can provide more.
Yeah, so when we first, started using things, there were different circuits. So if you have 10 different circuits around the barn, they weren't initially labeled per se. So it was kind of by trial and error that we were finding, oh my gosh, if you use that one and that one, it wasn't even that they were grouped together, but if you used certain ones, then you'd be tripping circuits. What our staff has done, which I think has helped alleviated the problem, is that we've done a better job of identifying which outlets are on the same circuits. So we intentionally try to spread the loads better now. So we have done that, and the issue hasn't been what it was before. I think what she's talking about more is the fact that the maintenance shed now is still on the same circuit as the other main one. There is no heat or anything down there. They use some propane type stuff, but that essentially, it might make sense to kind of give that its own meter and service at some point. So I think the inter barn things are a little bit less than they used to be through better identification and understanding, but that but that maintenance shed might be a separate issue we want to address.
And I'll get some quotes before we actually come to you for approval on this, so you'll have that. If there's no other questions on Public Works, we'll move over to Parks and Rec. Which I'm sorry, these pages aren't numbered, but just flip through all the justification pages and you'll find another cover sheet that's kind of, looks like this. It's kind of the shorter one.
First thing I see is the athletic field assessment.
Yeah, it goes right.
Okay. You want to just completely wipe that off?
Yes.
Okay. Park amenities, and these are just numbers I threw in there for purposes of throwing them in there because we didn't know what the survey was going to come back with. We knew that people might want something, but what that something is, we can have conversations about what that something is, you know, in the budget discussions when we dive more into the survey. But that's what that is what any parks, whether it be Gaga courts, pickleball, whatever it is. And the 25,000 is just engineering of if it's something like pickleball. So unless we do something like Gaga courts that are pretty low hanging fruit. I mean, depends on what the thing is that we're going to do. So if y'all want to keep that for now and we can go through the survey some more and then you can decide if you want to take it out, that's probably what I would do, but it's totally up to y'all.
Good idea.
It wasn't high on the list. It was, that would be a nice thing, but it was down toward the bottom.
Yeah, one of the things that we have gotten a lot of requests for is access to pickleball courts. And I think part of that has been even for folks that may have tennis courts and stuff within their neighborhoods, there tends to be conflict between the pickleball courts and the tennis courts. We have been looking at uses for some of the areas that we have or better uses. And one of the things that we considered and looked into was the use of the Publix Pocket Park as potentially being able to put some pickleball courts there that Village of Marvin residents would have access to.
What does that cost?
That's some of the estimates. I think like that 150 might be around there.
Well, whenever we,
And it
Got-
might be somewhere
was-
else in this.
no, it's
No.
not, because when we did high level estimates for pickleball, it was like 200,000. Now, there's a lot of people that'll disagree with that number, but I don't remember where that number came
Yeah.
from. But that's the number that
All right.
we obtained. The questions you're looking for on page 18 and 20, 18 and 20 of the survey, and the question was,
58, page 58, question 3, what amenities would you like to see in Marvin Parks?
well, this says, would you like to see more open space or recreational amenities in Marvin? And 35% said yes, 65%-ish said no. And then the next question is, what amenities would you like to see in Marvin Parks? And then majority said none. Second was playgrounds, picnic tables, so forth and so on. So, I mean, we can take that out altogether. I will say, we obviously need to have a conversation about the park next door, Houston Ross, and what that's gonna cost too.
Well, I think we should have benches and maybe a couple picnic tables and stuff like that, but I mean, I don't know. And we have money left over, right? We haven't spent all of that there, so.
We have,
correct?
yes, we can purchase benches with the money that we have for sure, yes. But I don't know if we can get signage. I'd have to do a scope amendment because that wasn't in the original scope. So if you want to keep some in for next year, just for purposes of what that might entail,
Yeah,
I would at least keep the 25 for now.
okay.
I mean, we can get rid of the 100 and the 150. That's what you guys want to do, but I would at least put something in for next year.
Okay.
Is everyone on the same page with that? You want to keep the 25 and then get rid of the 100 and 150?
Yeah.
Any objections? Okay. Again, I briefed on this yesterday, the recreation software. I don't think we're at a place where we need this, so we can keep it where it's at or push it down the road another year. If you guys are okay with that. Any objections? Keep it, move it? Move it. We'll move it down one more year. The Heritage Pocket Park, we have about a 2-acre parcel that's right in the front of Meadowlark. It's a part, it was a space that was donated to us from the developer. At some point, you may want to consider developing it. You may want to just leave it alone for now, but that's what that is. And there's really no ideas for that. We haven't done any like planning on it. It's just a number that we've thrown just to have some conversation on.
We do have concept images though.
Yeah, we do. As a part of the comprehensive park plan, but there's nothing like solid. Okay, you want to keep it where it's at?
I'd like to know how council viewed it from this past year. What were your thoughts in terms of how that property might be used?
There were a couple of different things. I think I mentioned some of them yesterday. Somebody had mentioned whether we might use it as like an athletic training circuit where we might have some stations that you see that people could go and utilize, you know, for that purpose. Some folks talked about it because it's not that large in size as really just being kind of part of a walking path, kind of more of a passive type thing, and either leaving it mostly just native, you know, type of things. Other conversations were just leaving it as open space, you know, so that we continue to try to attract birds, you know, things of that nature, you know, and you know, some level of things. So it was really a kind of broad different things of conversation. But over the past couple of years, you know, just like this year, there's not a lot of extra money laying around. So, you know, they were all kind of discussions that were conceptual in nature. And I think that'll be left for us as we kind of develop things over the coming years.
And if I can just add on that, Pocket Park, was intended to be passive. It's not really planned to have like a parking element or anything. So obviously walkability and stuff to it. Obviously, it's still up to your guys' discretion on how or the amenities that are there, but it's 2 1/4 acres, 2 1/4. But it wasn't intended to have parking because it's just due to where it's at and where it's accessed at. But it's always something that could be futurely kind of discussed with the surrounding properties and so
I
on.
was just curious from the perspective of accessibility by Marvin. It seems like it'd be very difficult for many people to use, especially if there's no parking. So, you know, when I keep thinking about that and, you know, the natural element and protecting the natural element of Marvin, I think is important. And if,
Yeah, I
don't think-
told Christina Culp to plant some milkweed out there.
yeah.
So, although I would caution that even when you keep areas natural, there's still going to be some sort of built-in maintenance, whether it's done by your staff or done by volunteers or things like that.
Well, for
So,
me, it's more of, is it a problem in search of a solution or vice versa? And, you know, as we look at budgets and activities and labor issues, I lean on that particular issue, keeping it natural that way. That's just me.
I would also say that, you know, one of the discussions that has been made is that as the Heritage District does kind of build up and develop to whatever extent it does, there's been some discussions about, you know, making a special tax district, you know, and at the point that might occur, then it would be contributions coming from the people within that commercial part of the Heritage District that would go to that tax piece that then might create some sources of funding that you might want to do something, you know, along those lines.
But that could be addressed
Down the road, correct. I didn't know if a lot of the newer folks had ever heard of that, you know, as an option.
No,
So-
things change and, you know, obviously we need to be open to it.
While we're on this vein, what's the deal with the bamboo at Marvin Efrit, talking about native and natural?
So it slowly took over, and then the guys tried to get rid of it and they did what they could and it's a wait and see. But yeah, I mean, PRG wanted it out because it's obviously not native and, we're trying and we're still trying. But that's about all we can really say.
We got most of it back on the other side of the path, you know, although you still see all the sprouts still coming up. So they're doing their best to just keep it as low as possible and eventually die out. But it's a hardy sucker.
Christina, maybe now and maybe not, but when would be the appropriate time to discuss, I have a concern, a safety concern out in the park,
Okay.
and that's lighting for, events that last beyond, sunset.
Yeah.
Judy and I have been out there and we'll leave an event and we'll be walking to the parking lot toward Newtown Road. And it's pretty doggone dark.
So we, when we have events and we host events, we do rent light trailers to have for events. I don't know. So most of the events that you've attended should have had a light tower unless it was tree lighting. But what,
Some of the events are speaking engagements,
like your events?
like Habitat Builders will
Okay.
have an event and then, it starts at 6:30 and wraps up at 8 o'clock. And by the time we leave, it's pretty doggone dark out there.
Yeah.
And, I'd like us to consider just from a safety perspective of, what would it cost to put in lighting?
Okay.
And, I don't know how anybody else feels. I just noticed that when I'm out there, there are comments made about it and,
So I guess
and the
the
park gets a lot of usage, as you know.
the solution's really going to be tied to what type of lights you're looking for. We could probably just simply get a utility pole like you see on the streets from
Right.
Union Power and a couple $1,000s, if that, a year. So we can look into that if that's something that you guys,
I would appreciate it. I don't know
Okay.
how anyone else feels.
Just to add some context as well, technically the park is supposed to be closing at sundown. So if we're having speaker series or events that are happening post that, then yeah, lighting has to be taken into account. But also the guys did 2 fiscal years ago, I believe, did a massive lighting project at at Marvin Eford Park. We did it in-house because it was way cheaper. They ran the lines, they installed all of similar to the lighting that you see that surrounds the parking lot here. And they did attempt to light a lot of the pathways and walkways that lead to the parking lots. So it's vastly improved over what it was a couple of years ago where it was literally pitch black. But if there's opportunity to look for more places to install more of those lantern lights, then I think maybe the Public Works crew could go out and assess that after dark. But
well, and that's just ambient lighting. That's the pedestrian lighting. So I think you're looking for more of a safety type of lighting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll get with Union Power to get a quote. But to her point, we have increased the lighting, but it is ambient lighting.
yeah, I didn't know if you were just talking about safety walking to your car or if you're talking about lighting it up for,
Well, I just noticed that when I'm out there after dark and, our park stays open until 8 p.m. And I'd just like us to take a look at it and as we
Mhm.
build our budget,
Mhm.
Yeah.
if it's something that we think is important to do, that we put it into the budget. And if
I got
not,
it.
we
Yep.
don't do it.
I'll take care of it.
Okay.
That one's easy. Village Hall Park Phase 2. So obviously, we've got the Village Hall Park over here that we're doing now. The concept has been to potentially have a multi-use space over there, whether it be an amphitheater, whether it be a farmer's market space. The idea is there. You guys we can remove it completely. I don't remember what the survey said
No,
on,
it was a no.
okay. Do you guys want me to remove that completely?
I would.
I was gonna say, the farmer's market was a component of that second phase, I think.
Yes, it is,
Yeah,
unless
well-
you do pop-up markets.
Which is a lot more affordable.
I mean, you could start with a pop-up market, see where it goes. And then at some point, if you want to keep the I'm just giving you this suggestion. We've got the amphitheater in there for future years, so it's only listed until after 31. If there's any grant funding opportunities that would come about to help fund that, at least it would be in our purview and it would be in our planning documents. That is something that, just so you all are aware, this document is used by granting agencies. If there is something that pops up, they want to see something on your CIP for this particular project. So not saying you have to keep it on there. I'm just saying if you want that to stay just for that purpose, maybe something to consider, but we'll do whatever you guys want to do.
I just don't think we have $4.3 million. So I don't know how we would fund it.
I think part of what Christine is saying, number one, the CIP isn't about what you have budgeted money for right now. That's really for future budget years. And I think the fact that it's out in future years, even beyond 2031, and whether you agree with an amphitheater or a farmer's market or whatever, I think having something in there for the second development. Now, you may say that that number's too big or too small, and we can talk about that. But it's just, trying to plan better use of the, village's assets over time. So keep in mind that we're not budgeting for those years out. Most of these are really kind of a wish list. And I don't know if it's happened the same way this year because Christine is carrying many hats. But for instance, last year, Davey was the one kind of giving the presentation. And to your point before, he was the one saying, I think we need this one. So he was putting needs out there, and he was giving his advice on what he thinks are the most important ones. So the importance kind of comes down to the, where you place it in this CIP plan. And again, it's not a budget, but it's just saying we want to keep these things in mind for the future. So to have something in future years, we can discuss the number, but I still think these things are important, whether it's this council or the next council, to kind of still see and think about.
I think it's been voted down a couple times. I mean, the GO bonds were voted down, and in the most recent survey, I think it was the amphitheater was voted down. So I think we can just take it off.
Okay, any objections? Okay, I'll go ahead and remove that. That is all for Parks and Rec. Is there anything that you guys don't see that you think is needed?
Well, I do think that we need to revisit a farmer's market because there seems to be an interest in that, but I have no idea, about costs or anything. I mean, I think maybe we look into doing pop-ups and cost of that and then talk about it when we get into budgeting.
So if we did pop-ups, would we be the one providing the pop-ups or would we make the vendors do that? So then probably wouldn't be any true capital cost for a farmer's market if that material is borne to the vendor. I mean, really it would be an operational cost, but not necessarily
Well, but if it's something that we're going to continually do,
you would want a hard space or something?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. I think it's hard to build it if it's a pop-up, but I
Mhm.
think if it's the same time every week or however often.
every other week or whatever.
Yeah, I think Marvin,
I
you
think we should at least look at it
spot.
Okay.
and just get some costs. We may not be able to do it, but let's just at least get some information.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have chance. I know we spoke about this yesterday. I didn't have a chance last night to go through my 10-year-old file. But
I've got those. I've got them.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there is some information that we do have that we collected. We had an expert that came to a number of our PRG meetings. This is a guy that's been involved in ones in Waxhaw and Matthews. They thought it was a great idea for Marvin. They did have a discussion about where, because of course we have Village of Marvin Eford Park. But then the real interest came about it being at a site like this, because one thing that's very important to any farmer's market is visibility, especially to kind of build the regular clientele. And it's also oftentimes kind of an impulse thing. People see it and they pull over and they want to do it. So I think there's some of that information that we can kind of revive and perhaps get some of the stakeholders that we originally had re-engaged in it.
We'll explore some on that too.
I had an idea for a potential revenue stream on the Publix Pocket Park. As I understand it, that land had no value because Weddington Chase would not give a water easement and they couldn't get water to that parcel. So rather than pay tax on it, they just gave it over to Marvin.
I can pull up the GIS maps and look at the water and sewer infrastructure and tell you that for sure, but I don't know.
Okay. If that is true, right?
That was actually donated by Publix.
Right.
Yeah.
Smart. Right. So if what I had heard is true, Weddington Chase would give or sell a water easement to the town of Marvin, right? Now the land has value. And then perhaps Marvin could lease that out for 99 years to a company that might put one of those little tiny like coffee shack type things there because there's plenty of access there and it would be a really good spot for something like that. And it wouldn't run into any of the compete things with Publix because it's not Publix land. So the fact that it would compete with Dunkin' Donuts wouldn't apply. And maybe none of this is possible, but there's an idea.
I think water is, we have access to water there.
Yeah, I think just being off Providence Road, there should be access
I would
to
assume,
water.
but-
Yeah. But I think the question is also, Publix did donate that land to us. He'd have to check the agreements to see if there's any,
Restrictions.
yeah, do you know if there's any restrictions that we have on that? Yeah,
Where? Makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed the question, but there are deed restrictions. I don't know what they are off the top of my head, but do y'all want us to explore that? Do you know what they are? I think it was for civic use.
I think it was civic and recreation. There might have been some random language in there that, yes, said something like along the lines that it couldn't compete with Publix or the uses, but because I want to say that came up in prior discussion of a farmer's market, would that technically compete or not? But we can get that pulled just so you guys have record of it just in case. All right.
I was gonna say that could be a decent spot for a startup farmer's market until,
That's a good
or unless we outgrow that spot.
Yeah,
Maybe that's a good spot.
that's a really good idea.
although you might, for those deed restrictions, wonder if a farmer's market is directly competing with their fresh produce, you know?
Yeah, I think we looked into that before and it wasn't an option because pretty sure.
We can also reach out to Publix and see if it's not if it's not clear in the deed, we just reach out to Publix and say, so because they're a partner with us in a lot of different things, so we can at least just maybe run it by them. I'm happy to try to reach out and see.
Okay. Are there any other things you guys want to see in Parks and Rec that we didn't show you? No, Greenways and Trails will be another conversation, but anything else? And again, if we want to go back through and dive in the survey and add stuff, we have time to do that. So you don't have to, I'm not asking for everything today, but if there's anything just you know off the top of your head. Okay, well, unless y'all have anything else on Parks and Rec, we will move over to Austin. I'll give it to you. So Austin's going to go through basically a lot of his requests that are related to records retention and then wayfinding. And that's honestly, that's pretty much it in that one. So I'll give you my presentation. I'm gonna turn it over to you.
I apologize. I'm normally more prepared than this. Let me flip through here. All right, first up is the software that I talked to you all about during my presentation yesterday, which is called Laserfiche. This is the digital repository for records. As new records are generated, they're entered into the system where they're automatically categorized, assigned retention periods. We could then move to digitize existing records. The software in itself is $27,000. That includes like the project cost, like the install, like the setup and configuration, and our first year of subscription, our first annual subscription, which would then be $10,000 a year. You also have the option of bringing in the Laserfiche company or their I guess subcontractor is probably not the right word, but their the installation, the people that be doing the installation to come in and digitize our records for us, and that had a not to exceed $100,000 option. Obviously, that's very high number. That's a not to exceed, not a formal quote. We would be charged for whatever we actually digitize. But that's the first project. Laserfiche in itself for $27,000. 10 of that is the subscription. And then an additional option for them to do the digitization of all of our records for us. That's the first project. Any questions, any thoughts?
Yeah, would the software maintenance fall under a separate operational line? Because typically, software like that you would purchase does have an ongoing support agreement, generally about 25% of the initial cost.
To my understanding, that is built into the subscription cost of $10,000 a year. That's what.
Okay, so it's a subscription. It's not, we're not buying an enterprise license or anything.
We're not buying a product where we had to maintain it. And this would be a subscription. And Waxhaw uses the software.
And have we kind of thought about that analysis of whether we just do day forward versus having them come in and digitize everything for us?
That's an option. We definitely could do that and move with starting fresh, starting new, and then we move to digitize when we have time.
And I think you mentioned maybe interns and stuff.
Yes.
The question would be, is training them up well enough in the system to make sure that it's done properly?
So that's first project. You got options here. Give me your thoughts. Right now we have the software itself in 2627 and to consider the one-time digitization in 2728.
Austin, I have a question. Last year, I remember you being quite convincing and passionate about this, and, we decided to put that to the side. It's now been a year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where do you put it as in terms of a sense of urgency?
I
Right
mean, I
now.
wouldn't come at it as from a place of urgency. I think it's from a place of responsibility. Because going forward, I know what things are. I'm a very organized person. I tend to confine things quickly. That's not everybody. Some people are just not as organized. This would at least set up a system to essentially, I'm not going to say force everyone to be organized, but it would set up a system to organize records as they're created. So we're not relying on person to person's preferences, organizational skills. It's more focusing on the maintenance of our records and really the effectiveness of our organization at maintaining your own records.
I would also say that one of the challenges that Marvin's had over the years with the size of our staff and kind of growing is that when we have transition from one clerk to a next, like you said, he's very organized, but when the next clerk comes in, they kind of have their own way of doing things that may or may not, really match. I think what a system like this can do for an organization is provide it with some guardrails, that can help those transitions out. And again, some companies decide, I'm never going to go back and do all the old stuff. We just want to do day forward, and we'd have to look at our retention, requirements and all of that. But, as far as the software itself, I think that is just part of the natural progression of where all organizations are really going. And when you say this is a service, though, is this a cloud-based service or is this a server-based? Okay, so this would be in the cloud and.
Which that's what everything is shifting to.
And specifically, there's probably requirements for cloud for municipalities that, from a security standpoint, all of that has already been vetted.
That would be part of our electronic records policy, where if we wanted to implement that, we would need to implement that policy. There's a standard template from the North Carolina Department of Cultural and Natural Resources. We would go through, work with our IT firm to get those processes set up. And part of that is for our IT to do, I don't know if audit is the right word, but for them to continually just check on records to make sure things are accessible, the system is working right, nothing's working wrong. To make sure everything's functioning properly.
And the other thing in terms of thinking of how we service our residents and the public, I'd assume that there's different levels of access that can be provided so that, we may even at some point be able to make it so that, residents can actually access. No, okay.
That would be a security breach. This software has multiple add-ons you can add on over time. They have a form-based add-on where we could use this and move into permitting for planning and zoning or for rentals. That also has an add-on for record requests. It's called Just FOIA. It's a partner software that pairs into the system. It's a workflow system, kind of like what we see for our agendas and meeting management software, eScribe, but it would be focused on record requests. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I was just wondering though, like, if, when you say you could get the permit add-on, to help Hunter and his organization of things, and again, keep things consistent, from time to time. The residents would not be able to have access to those permits that are online.
It would turn our permits into onto online forms. They'd go onto our website, it'd take them into, I haven't seen what this looks like in a couple of years, because I haven't done a demo recently, but it would take them into a form. They could just fill it out, hit submit, it's done. They don't have to worry about, opening a PDF, trying to fill in all the fields, printing it or scanning it, or sending it back to us.
Got it.
It has multiple add-ons. I had the record request software add-on as another item in here last year. We took it out because it was a much smaller cost and not really appropriate for a CIP. It was only $7,000 to add that on. Yeah, if there's any other questions, let me know. Otherwise, I just ask for your all's opinion on where you want to, if this is something you want to pursue in the future, if this is some in the near term and the long term.
I just had a couple of questions, Austin. This is a subscription-based service,
This is a subscription cloud-based service.
and are most of them falling under that now? They're all doing subscription-based?
moving to the
Is that the
cloud.
industry?
Yeah.
Is there a gold standard that the state has of, best, better, and good when it comes to keeping records? Are all of these municipalities held to the exact same standard, or is there a gold standard that we could try to basically achieve of keeping our records and making them easy for you to basically pull whenever you do get a FOIA?
I mean, not really.
No?
More than anything, that electronic records policy is what would govern this. This is a widely used software. It's used by Waxhaw. It's used by a lot of municipalities across the state. I'm not sure if Charlotte uses it. It wouldn't shock me if they did, just because I'm pretty sure it's probably the leading software out there. There are a couple others. We did, just for a point here, I know I have on here the 100,000 for the one-time digitization as a not to exceed. Oops. But we did go through all our physical records a couple years ago. We shrunk it significantly. There was a lot that was just kept from decades that frankly just didn't need to be kept. So that number wouldn't even be that high. We had one additional company come in and give us a quote, and it came in around, I think, 85. So just the work that we did shaved off a lot of that, quite a significant portion. But no, there's no. I'm trying to think of the best way to address your question, but no, every government agency is responsible for their own records. The electronic records policy just makes sure that if you do go to a not even necessarily cloud-based, but if you go to an electronic solution for maintaining those records digitally, that those methods are sound, that they're safe and secure.
Yep. I have personally evolved on this issue, and I think making getting records easier is very important. I mean, all of us remember the card catalog. You had to, find a book at the library. You had to use the card and then walk. You guys are probably too young for this.
Yeah.
It all went to computer. You need a book, you go and punch in the ISDN or the name of the book, and it tells you where to go in the library. It's 10 times better than it used to be. So thanks, Austin.
Just one question, we're talking about a specific solution, Laserfish here, and in the interest in full disclosure to everyone here, I work with a company that does implement these type of solutions. I don't personally, so I have no stake in that, but is this ask specifically for Laserfish? Would you go out with an RFQ specifically for Laserfish software and different providers of that? Or would it be you have to go out I'm just not sure how the RFP process would work and if it would be,
There wouldn't be one. This individual software subscriptions generally don't require that unless it was something, unless it was sort of an very expansive software that touched on everything where it had a very, very high cost. This is below any sort of bidding threshold. I'm
Point of clarification, statutorily, but your policy says differently. So just so you're aware.
So yeah, we could try to find more companies to get more quotes. The reason that I've recommended Laserfish is because it is widely used. It does have a lot of different add-ons to consider in the future that could help improve our internal operations. I can go back and try to get more quotes. It'll just take time.
Austin, can I ask you a question? The digitizing, just so council is aware, would that help mean that we could drastically reduce some of our physical records that we are struggling to find storage for? Or would we still have to keep physical?
Somewhat minutes need to be kept physically in perpetuity. There are certain planning records that have, I don't know if you would say permanently, but basically permanent retention. Finance, not really. There's definitely some area in finance where physical records could be destroyed if properly digitized. There are some areas of planning where you could say the same. Every other department would be for the most part, would be able to be digitized. It's just those permanent records when it comes to anything meeting, annexation, development related, those typically do have permanent retention. Permanent retention on site, if not documented somewhere else.
So why don't we approve, or why don't we say leave the 27,000 and then we can revisit the digitizing the 100 the next year?
Okay, so you want to keep the 27 in 26, 27 and just revisit the
Yeah.
digitization next year?
I think so.
Okay.
Everybody
Keep that
okay
as
with
is?
that?
Yeah, I mean, do what you want, but I think the Dewey Decimal System worked really well. It's a whole lot cheaper. I bet you that some
I was
people don't
trying
even
not
know
to
what
be
that
offended
is.
By Austin's comment about not knowing anything about the card catalog.
Decimal system. I just never had to go through the physical cards.
I'm curious how many records a year we generate that would be Laserfish? Because it doesn't include email, right?
I mean, no, it's not gonna touch email. Email's a whole nother ballgame because nothing gets fed in. Emails don't get fed into the system.
So if you had to put a number, a ballpark on how many records a year we would Laserfish into our software.
I'm not prepared to answer that. I don't know what records are generated by each person every day. There's no way for me to know that. So if we're gonna keep this one the same as it's currently written, and I'll move on to the next one if that's okay with everyone.
One quick question for Jill. Jill, you said we're struggling to find space to store our physical records here. Is it getting tight?
I mean, we've had those conversations as we continue to produce volumes and volumes of minutes. We have to keep adding storage cabinets. Yeah, we're not quite tight yet, but I think Austin could answer that better than me.
I think that'll be discussed in some of the ones further down.
Well,
And some
there
of
is
the other
there is
requests.
another item to talk about storage space, but just in the general sense, we're fine for right now. For minutes specifically, we just buy another fireproof cabinet. I've got one in the hall closet, two in another closet. I just bought one for $6,000, was it somewhere on there?
4.
Four, okay. And so that'll do me for another couple years, but eventually, you add a fireproof cabinet every few years, you're gonna run out of spaces for fireproof cabinets.
And I think you said this, but by statute, they have to be stored on site, so we can't use like an Iron Mountain or anything?
I'm
Well-
saying that I'm not entirely clear on. We could look into storing some records offsite. The only issue you're going to have there is accessibility if you need to pull a physical, which I have to pull physical minutes pretty regularly. Just because something's obscure or something wasn't properly digitized 15 years ago and now I got to go pull the bug.
Yeah, and well, I guess it's twofold. I'm thinking is one, we would have the space, but two, probably is safer Iron Mountain than they are here, even if they're in a fireproof safe, because I've seen those problems before. So anyway, I think it would be helpful to take a look into, what our options are. I mean, we don't need to do it right now, but, whether or not there are any legally permissible options for storing that stuff offsite. And if we're okay for the next 2 years, that's fine. But and I don't want to pay Iron Mountain fees for the 2 years if we don't have to. But
So I'll make a note to look into that. I'll I'll message some of my clerk
Okay.
colleagues and see what they do for offsite. And that we can just go, let me see if there's anything else I wanted to say for that item, because that was something we had in here in previous years. We also talked about, would we want to consider a storage unit? Obviously, that would have concerns with how those records are maintained, if it's climate controlled, because we don't want records to degrade. If someone's not opening a box for 10 years, who's to say what the box is going to look like in 10 years? But we did put some quotes on the Village Hall record storage page. That's just a few pages later on what a storage unit would cost. And I have in here the note about fireproof cabinet. And there's a rough estimate for if we wanted to eventually expand this building.
And I'll just
Yeah.
make note real fast too. You've had 2 commercial developments that'll happen in the next couple of years, I would assume. They will have office space too. So if we ever had the, emergent need to rent out an office space, hopefully we could work out something. That's just an option, just so you are aware. In close proximity.
For the record storage one, we have, we threw $60,000 in here for 28-29, couple years down the road, not urgent. Just here for your information, but this is something we can just revisit kind of year to year and see where we're at. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to wayfinding, if that's okay. Okay, first one is wayfinding engineering. This is what I was talking about yesterday. We put $10,000 in our budget this past year. Sent a couple bid. We requested quotes from, I want to say 4 or 5 different firms. We got 2 back. One being on the low end, 37.5. One being 50,000. That's everything from turning those concept images into formal construction drawings, and then it would take us all the way through DOT's permitting and encroachment process. That is something that we have slated for 26-27. Is that something you guys want to keep in this year, or do you want to push it back a year?
The one thing that I would say about these monuments is I actually talked to a company that does this, and these numbers are outrageous. They were telling me that they could build a monument like a 5 foot by 6 foot for 25 to 30,000 per monument.
And that's worth noting. And generally, when you get these sort of signs quoted, they quote on the high end because inflation and everything always comes back more expensive than you think it's going to be.
Right. But
we're-
that's crazy.
Yeah, this is just on the engineering though right now. We'll do the actual signs next. Would you guys want to keep the engineering in the next year just to get us through the improvement, get us the construction drawings, go through have that guidance through the encroachment and permitting process? And this would be both the engineering would cover all the signs, that's your directional and your monuments.
I mean, I don't think it's a necessity, but I would like to do it.
Maybe they'll feel better answering after we talk about costs of the actual signs themselves.
We'll come back to, let's go ahead and go to the signs. First is okay, separated them. First is monuments. There's a couple concepts right there, one specific to the Heritage District and one for the village as a whole. We estimated at $50,000 each, 6 formal welcome Village of Marvin signs, State Line, Marvin Road, Marvin School, Bonds Grove, Waxhaw, Marvin, and retrofitting the one at Publix in a future year. So those are the locations for those. The engineering would cover the construction drawings for this because it has to meet certain DOT regulations. We've not sought formal quotes on this just because we don't have the engineering done. We have estimates. I stuck in here 500,000 to cover everything. I definitely think it's more than enough. You don't have to do all the monuments at once. You can break them up like here. I just stuck 2 in each year, for example, if that was something that was important. Any thoughts on the monuments before we talk about directional?
I mean, I like the idea of like, welcome to Marvin. I like that because the green signs with the bullet holes are not that nice.
It doesn't make us look classy.
It really doesn't. I don't know about the Heritage District at this time. I don't know if we can afford it at the moment. But
is
The
another thing.
Heritage District, again, might be something that we consider
later.
As it develops more, but also when we start to talk about whether or not there might be a special tax
A
district or
quick
something
note
like
on
that.
this. This is something that, this is a cost that can be shared with a developer, for example.
Right.
In the agreement for the ROMS property, there is a clause in there, and Hunter can speak to this, about at least cost sharing on a sign.
Okay.
The plan itself, the wayfinding master plan notes all the locations. So for example, if Mr. Fincher's property comes forward in a future year, there's a sign proposed for his property. Our plan shows it there. That's something that we can take when we're in those discussions with him. He can put in the sign, we can cost share on a sign. It's another, the master plan is a tool for us to go forward to plan for any future development too. So some of these costs can be borne onto developers. If one of the Welcome to Marvin signs, one of the general signs for the village is proposed on a property that comes under development, another example, that cost could be borne to the developer, at least cost shared.
Like Scott Lett. That
There
property.
actually might be one on his property. I need to go pull the master plan.
Yeah.
If the example, the corner of Bonds Grove and Providence.
Mhm.
That one, the sign that's proposed there, that property's been talked about being developed for years. If proposal ever comes forward, that's a perfect opportunity to knock a sign out.
Yeah.
And to very little, to at least a much lower cost to the village.
Yeah, the short end of what Austin's saying is that it's an adopted plan of the Village of Marvin. Any land use decisions you have to weigh in consistency with every adopted plan. So it is kind of, I don't want to say strong arm, but it is something that they have to at least kind of, once again, either provide the easement, access, potential cost share. They have to agree to it, but we do have that weight with having the adopted plan in place for sure.
So just for now, we have two signs, two of these monuments in the next year. If we go ahead and do the engineering, we can go ahead and do the engineering in the next year and just kick all the signs down a year, all the monuments down a year if you want to do that, spread the costs out. What do you guys think?
Yeah, and keep in mind again, we're not setting the budget right now. We're putting this on the capital improvement plan. When we get down to the nitty gritty of, the actual budget items, you may have to kick one or two to the side. But, certainly I think we want to be prepared to be able to have these conversations with developers and things like that. And at least doing the engineering costs and having those plans in place kind of allows us to do that from a stronger position of knowing what we need to know.
It's hard to ask a developer to do it if we don't know what it
Right.
costs and we don't have plans.
I think we should do it, but I do think these numbers are high.
And again, when we go for actual
Yeah.
quotes for it, maybe we can come back lower if we write the signs we would do a bidding process for. So
Okay.
we would work out a scope and hopefully we can keep it under a certain threshold.
Okay.
So keeping engineering in the next year, kicking monuments 1 year. Sound good?
Yes.
Okay. On to the directional signs. That's the next page. I broke these up into phases. Again, stuck phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 in subsequent years. I got this just under 200,000. Signs depending on the size, because you do have different sizes depending on the roadways, the number of destinations on there, and the speed at which cars are traveling. Faster, higher speed roads need larger signs. Lower speed roads, smaller signs. Phase 3 is only a few signs. It's going to be more around the Bonds Grove, Waxhaw Marvin intersection area, just because you would want to do those signs after the roundabout goes in, for example. $3,500 to $7,000 each, budgeted $7,000, the upper range, just to be safe. Again, conceptual, not a budget. It would need to go out for bidding after we would do engineering. Thoughts?
I like it, but I mean, if we are worried about affordability, this would be something that I would table. I would love to do it, but if we can't afford it,
How about we kick it a year or two?
So we did hear you say already, though, that the engineering for these signs is already included in the engineering
Yes.
piece that we're doing. So this is really just for the signs and,
This would be fabrication and installation.
yeah. I would say that probably, these signs are going to be more dependent on us, I think, than any developer will be. So I think we have to keep in mind we'll be bearing more of the cost of these signs. But we've already said we intend to do the engineering, which will at least cover that part. I'd say that's going to take a year anyway. So I don't mind pushing this whole thing out another year, because it gives us that year to understand the engineering, other things. And then when we come back and revisit it next year, we'll have a better idea post-engineering of where we want to go with
And
it.
if you were to consider an MSD in the future for the Heritage District, that would be another source of revenue for some of these signs, the ones that specifically are within the boundaries of the Heritage District. So we'll kick this a year. Sound good?
Yep.
Okay. That is everything from me. There's, I think, one more item here in GenGov, multi-department software.
Yeah, so this is an ongoing sort of Achilles heel for us, where we're trying to balance efficiency with cost. And you guys would be surprised and shocked if I told you how much finance software costs. And I tend to be extremely frugal when it comes to software. So does Hunter. That's kind of why I ask questions like how many records a year? Because I'm like let's amortize this cost and see if it's worth it per record, right? Things like that. So one thing that keeps coming up is, there's got to be some software out there that smaller municipalities can use that's multi-departmental, that's cohesive, that links together, that can have a finance piece, a planning piece, a code enforcement piece, a this piece, of that piece. And surely there's got to be something affordable. That is like a unicorn that I continue to search for. So it's on here every single year. It's in my work plan personally to find this unicorn. And I do many, many demos and I get many, many quotes. And the reality is it's just not out there that I have found. And I've networked and I've asked and I've asked and I've asked. So eventually, when this becomes a pain point that we feel like we can no longer get by without having it, then we may have to potentially bite the bullet and get an expensive software that does link us and is interdepartmental. So for now, we continue to have it on the CIP. You'll see I do not have this for next year because I haven't found it yet. I'm still searching. And I am reaching out to groups like Centralina and CLM and asking them, do you have any recommendations? Last year, I think BlackRock was a heavily pushed software through NCLM, the North Carolina League of Municipalities, and that was because they got a huge COVID grant through ARPA funds where they could gift that software to smaller municipalities that had a budget that was under a certain amount. We didn't qualify, but they sort of said, well, you're small, but your budget's big, but maybe we'll see if we can make an exception for you. Unfortunately, the ARPA money ran out before they could get to us and a lot of other people. So we tried to privately go through BlackRock, but their quote was pretty much double what I'm currently paying for what I'm currently using. I don't have a huge pain point here. So to me, it's just not really worth it to propose really expensive software. Even if it's going to make my job 10% easier, it's just not worth the cost for me. So you'll see this from year to year continue to be on here. I'll continue to search for my unicorn, but it's probably going to keep getting pushed, which is why you don't see it for 26 to 27. But certainly so you'll hear more about this in my finance presentation, but I also do network with WUMA and the other finance folks within Union County and even Monroe and elsewhere. What are you using? How much are you paying? Or do you like it? These conversations are happening left and right, but I just still haven't found something that's worth it. So do you have any questions on that?
What are some of the prices you're hearing? Just curious.
Anywhere from $35,000 to $50,000 annually. And that doesn't include, $100,000 plus for that first year because you've got implementation and configuration. And it's a massive undertaking. It takes about, 2 years from start to finish. And, if we had an in-house IT team that would sort of help with that implementation and configuration, it'd be cheaper. We don't. And with Tyler Technologies, which is our current software, I don't want to say we made a mistake, but we probably didn't think that through very well because we chose to do a manual configuration of on our own. I would never do that again, basically, because we just don't have the capacity in-house to take on something like that and stay on top of your current workload. Nor does everybody who might be in my role have the technical capacity to do it. So it makes it a pretty expensive process, but it's worth it for that one-time configuration and implementation. While it's painful, if it's worth it, short-term pain for the long-term gain of everything being cohesive and connected, and permits are automatically floating into my general ledger as payments are made. Like, yeah, that's the stuff I dream about at night, but it's just not painful. We don't do that many permits and we don't receive that many payments that I'm not so bottlenecked and bogged down that I need this to be automated. You know, if I ever get to that point, I'll push this harder, basically.
I think that is an excellent assessment, Jill. I've worked with a couple companies during the time where they have been rolling out a new ERP. It is extremely involved. You need an in-house IT. It's very expensive. But I think you touched on it without saying it. You got to have scale for it to make sense. If you're doing a ton of transactions as like a company or as a municipality, it makes sense. But if
Right.
you're not, you're using QuickBooks or, something like that, which are we using anything like that now for our accounting?
So
what
we're
do you
actually-
generally use?
We're actually using something that's a step above QuickBooks, well above. We use Tyler Technologies ERP Pro 10, which is a pretty good software. But, I sort of make this joke amongst the staff, I can buy a Ferrari, but if I'm going to park it in front of, it's sort of like, do I need to buy the Ferrari? Probably not for what we're doing here and the size that we are. So would it be great and come with a lot of bells and whistles? Would I love driving it? Of course, but do I really need it? Probably not.
One other thing, and I get that the acquisition process for a government agency is totally different than it is for a private entity. But what I have seen is those software contracts are highly negotiable. Now, I don't know if you guys have tried to do that, but I have seen where you can go back and say, we're not paying anything near that, and they come down. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah,
You probably have already done that.
The more I tell them no, the more they're like, well, we might have a little bit of room to move if you guys are willing to sign like today. And so there's definitely room to negotiate. The thing that I find highly frustrating, slightly unethical and immoral is these companies. I don't know how this is legal, to be fair, but it seems to be because they're all doing it. And I'm just going to tell you how this works. Let's say I sign a contract for implementation and configuration on a multi-departmental ERP software. You cannot start implementing permitting, code enforcement, any administrative stuff until you get the finance piece first. That's got to be up and running, fully configured, greenlit, tested, turned on, and working before you can even add the other departments. The problem is, you have to start paying for all of the departments the day you sign the contract on the finance piece or on the contract as a whole. So for Tyler Technologies, we paid for permitting, code enforcement, and some other Parks and Rec software for 2 years while we implemented finance. And that is non-negotiable. I mean, I've gone back to them and said, how is that even legal? You're making me pay for permitting software that we're not even going to use until year 3 because we got to spend 1.5 years, 2 years getting finance up and running and then spend 6 months to a year actually getting permitting done. But we're paying for it every year that we're not even touching it. And that seems to be legal, but I don't quite know how yet, but it is. And so that's something I keep in mind as well. So I think that's pretty much it for general government. I think that was all of the pieces on there. So Austin, you have a CIP again?
I got
Have
it.
yours
I'll take
back?
it from here. So we'll move it. Do y'all have any questions on that at all? Okay, we'll move into planning and zoning. This one will be pretty short and quick. I'm going to turn it over to Hunter in just a second, but I just want to briefly mention the Placer AI and the Stormwater Master Plan. You see those as the second and third items. Placer AI, I think one of you had asked a question yesterday about, can we tell who's attending events? Is it Marvin people? Is it, Waxhaw people? This is a software system that will tell us that. I mean, it's kind of Big Brother-esque, but essentially it will tell us where people are coming from when they come to our events and where people are going. Now, it's not going to give us an exact pinpoint address, but it'll say, 54% are going somewhere back into Weddington or back in Marvin. So essentially, that's what that is. It'll give us some analytical data on our events. That's really essentially what that is. It's not a requirement. It's just something that we would have if you guys wanted to see that. And I don't know if you have any comments.
Yeah, so we would use it for events, but we could use it for a lot of different things. Like we could even use it just for daily traffic at the park. I mean, just all kinds of things for data points for you guys. I did reach out to the company today, and he even actually just emailed me back and said he would be happy to do a demo for you guys if you're interested. But a lot of municipalities use this, and it's kind of once again kind of seeing get a estimate of how many people are attending their event. There's a formula that goes into it. It's basically tracked off of cell phone pings that gets into it. But then you can also see like where they're coming from. Like, are they coming from within inside our municipal limits or within like, a 1 square mile, or are they driving from, Charlotte to come to the park? But it's a great software just from the data that you get from it. We can also use it from a lot of different things from, if we're advertising, where's our, the most intersect, it kind of gives you traffic data too. And it's also something that we can use for planning and zoning and just using those base points and looking at future developments and weighing that. So.
Yeah, I sat in on that demo, and one of what I thought was a really kind of cool and fascinating component of it is you can actually capture data on where are Marvin residents going shopping? Where are they dining? Where are they doing their shopping? And what type of places tend to attract their business? So that's also interesting data. I think counteract me if I'm wrong, but I think that's interesting when you're looking at what type of businesses do you want to attract to Marvin. It's like if Marvin residents seem to be constantly leaving here and going to Stonecrest and Blakeney and here and there because they want, this particular type of things. If there's a way to attract those businesses to Marvin and keep people here, or just obviously it's something that they seem to be interested in, that they are frequenting a lot, and we have an open commercial space here, maybe that's an opportunity. So it was just kind of cool to sort of realize how much data you can actually get that can help you make some decisions. It was neat.
Yeah, and to clarify, so it's 12,000 with a 12-month commitment, and then that would be an annual subscription fee. So that's why it's outlined as just 12,000, but that I'm not putting 12,000 all the way down unless that's something that the council wants to move forward on and adding that in the next year's budget. And if so, like I said, we can start getting everything, the implementation phase going and go from there.
It'd be 12,000 a year, basically, if you wanted to use it, so all the way out, right?
Correct.
And
You could also try it for 1 year, see what kind of data you get, see how useful that data is, and then decide not to continue.
yeah, and that's actually my question really is like, what actionable decisions do you think would come out of getting the data? I mean, it'd be cool to get the data, but you also don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. People go stop shopping in Waverly and Stonecrest and Blakeney because there's no shopping in Marvin. So I don't know if we need a $12,000 a year software to tell us that.
No, and the way this started was actually with Tyler and looking at, once again, because the question we always get, how many residents from Marvin are attending our events or going or using our park versus, once again, non-Marvin residents. And so that's kind of how this started, but then there's a lot of other data and stuff that can be pulled from it. So it would be kind of a multi-departmental shared software, but it's mainly, once again, kind of using it from a Parks and Rec and event standpoint on trying to get that information. So then hopefully the goal would be then to then weigh what decisions are made on then future events or how we advertise and so on to, if that's something that the council wants to continue doing.
It can also help get data on the usage of our trails and green spaces. So, there's this whole question of does anybody actually use these trails, or, do people want them? Do people use them? We can't tell you how many people are on these trails every single day. We don't know, but this software could help you start getting some actual data to tell you which trails are being used the most, how much traffic, and are they Marvin residents using the trails or not? So to his point, there's some data sets that are available if you think it's worth having the data. And you don't have to commit to a multi-year contract. You could do it 1 year, collect some data, see what it gives you, and then make a decision not to continue if it's not data that you find valuable.
I would say that I think it might be useful to do and to pay $12,000 for some information like that at some point is something that you might pay somebody to do just to do a survey or something like that anyway. I just don't know that it's a priority right now. I think we kind of look through and kind of prioritize some of these other capabilities, but with that understanding, when we see a true need or a point in time that we're willing to just try this out to even see what good data it can give us for $12,000 in a year, that we take a look at it then. But this being a new council and everything like that, I think we prioritize some other things, kick this back, another year as we kind of get our feet under some of the other issues that we need to work on, and revisit it next year. And we might say, okay, 12 grand now makes sense, because as we've gone through this year, there are these things that we really want to know that this can help us with.
So just push it 1 year, or
I think it's
potentially
worth, I would like to see a demo. And I think it would be beneficial to see a demo, because I feel like we're kind of telephone gaming, right? What this can do. And I appreciate but I imagine their demo was longer than the couple minutes you guys had to relay all the stuff that was in the demo to us. And I think it's hard to come up with a negative, right? We're having more data. And it just might be worth watching the demo and experiencing it. I think it's one of those things like a tool, right? Where it's like, you don't know the things you might use it for, and it might inform a lot of the decisions we make. And it's only a 1-year commitment. I think it's just worth seeing the demo and maybe deciding after that.
I agree with that. I'd like to see a demo.
Well, then if it's okay with council, then I will reach back out to our contact and just see potential maybe at your February work session in the morning. It'll be like a 15 to 30 minute demo. Or if whoever's interested in it, I can do something not at a council meeting. I mean, it depends on how you guys want to do it. If you all want to see it, we can just do it at, an upcoming meeting, or I can schedule it with just a few of you.
Well, one thing, I think it needs to be noted, there may be some privacy concerns with this, for one thing. And if I'm a resident of the village and I have my village tracking me where I'm going, I don't know if that's going to sit well with our residents. I mean, when we sign up for Circle K gas to get at a lower price, and we give them our cell phone number, and we get geo-fenced, and we're going down Ray Road, and we get hit up for saving gas because Circle K knows we're next to one of their stations, or Best Buy, that's one thing. But I just don't know if residents are going to be comfortable with being tracked and geo-fenced when they're at the park or at the village hall or wherever they are in our village. I just think it raises a privacy concern, and we'll have some backlash.
I think it's creepy.
So the data is being tracked whether you want it to be or not, and this company strips any personal identifying markers. So it's not telling me where you're going, where Angel's going. It's sheer volume and numbers based, and we don't get identifying information on residents. I hear you. It is creepy. Every time you drive, your license plate is being tagged somewhere and a photo is being taken of it. We're all being tracked everywhere we go, unfortunately. So it's a matter of, we're being tracked whether we like it or not. Can that data help us make decisions that could help our quality of life or the residents' quality of life here or not? But just to give you some, a little bit of comfort, the personal identifying information is stripped. So we don't get it and they don't store it. It's numbers based.
Yeah, I can't go select like a single property and like look at that tracking. Like, for example, when we looked at the demo, there was the traffic of people like coming in and out of Marvin during a workday. And there's one data point that goes all the way to Huntersville. Probably me. But you can't, obviously, it doesn't show you exactly where it goes in Huntersville. And it's just showing like basically I said the routes traveled for the most part. So you can't pull any like personal data from it.
And to be fair, in 2026, I mean, all of us are going to start seeing ads for Tyler software now in our feed, right?
Yeah, I just don't know if we need to be the catalyst for it. And everything's great until Placer AA gets hacked. I mean, the road to hell is paved with really good intentions, and I'm just not into it, but that's just my personal opinion.
Okay, well, we'll schedule a demo either at the next meeting or a subsequent meeting, whatever works in the calendar. I don't really know what's on y'all's agenda for that particular work session, but we try to balance it so it's not so much, but we'll get it scheduled. Does anyone have any questions on any of those? Did you go?
I think you might be able to schedule just a one-off, because because I'm not sure that
Okay.
we'll have a quorum of folks that want to sit through the.
And the stormwater master plan, I'm sorry, did you go over that? No. Okay, so I'll go over this real quick. So we've had a lot of discussion about stormwater in the last 2 years, more particularly the last couple of months. We do not have a stormwater program that we manage per se. We are not at that point of population density where the state requires us to be what's considered an MS4 permit holder. There are other places that are required to do so, or that kind of do an interlocal agreement for someone else like Charlotte Meck to do that service. I don't know that we will ever be at that place. I think Lily Kay has mentioned that we're close, but it's all based on population density, but there's no true hardcore discussions that have been had on that. This proposal here is to, if you all or anyone in the future is ever interested in getting into a stormwater program, we would know what infrastructure we have, what we would need to manage that stormwater, and then what types of fees would be associated with the implementation of said program. Stormwater programs are basically based on impervious surface. And so basically how they are structured, and I'm just going to give an example. A vendor identifies $2 million worth of needed infrastructure to maintain a stormwater program. We would have to assess how we're going to capitalize that with the population size that we have per household, and we would come up with some type of fee, $10 a month, however that's structured. Commercial properties are usually based upon their impervious surface, it's linear footage, square footage, and it would be a fee calculated on what that impervious surface is. This is not something we have to do. It's just something that's there. If you guys want to explore this at a later date, we would need a vendor to come in to say, this is what you got, this is what you're going to have to implement, and this is how much it's going to cost. So essentially, that's what it boils down to. We haven't spent a lot of time exploring this at all. There is a regional stormwater association that Hunter and I have had conversations to start, joining and going to those meetings. Time is of the essence here. So at some point in the next year or two, we will probably start attending those just to be in the know with kind of trends. But that's the gist. That's basically what it is. We're not asking for any money next year. It's just something that we've got listed so you can continue to have conversations on it.
What exactly would this do for residents? This program?
So a couple different things. So like one, like, yes, like still the individual storm infrastructure, like the ponds and the swells and pipes that are on private property or an HOA property would still be maintained by those entities. Essentially where those current organizations or developments hold post-construction permits with the state, they would hold that post-construction permit with the village. So it's more like we would go out, do the annual inspections and random stuff like that. We'd have to report that to the state. It also gives us a chance to, like she was saying, potentially look at a stormwater fee, which also would help with potential curb, gutter, any of our infrastructure within the right-of-way repairs. So it's, like I said, it's something that if we hit a certain population density, we're kind of have to do it, but it's, it's something too that we can go ahead and start planning and do if it's a desire by the council and the residents.
It provides a funding mechanism for us to allow us to address stormwater issues. Now, obviously, some of those things, like he is mentioning, the ponds, we would have the obligation to inspect, make sure they're properly maintaining. We would handle those stormwater complaints as opposed to the state. It would increase staff. So there is a operational impact that it would definitely increase.
I'd really like to know the numbers on where we are, the specific numbers from the density requirement. Yeah, because if we can project that density changing over the next couple of years, where we project we might hit that density in 3 years or 5 years. But I know there's all sorts of discussion with us right now regarding the roads, and that sounds kind of a similar thing where once we take that over, we own it, So I think we have to be a little bit careful with that. But like you also said, if we see that we're going to hit that density requirement in 2 years, well, then that might change my mind versus 5 years. Because if it's going to fall in our lap, I want to be planning for it. So I
We'll
think
have
those
some
numbers
assessment,
are
yeah.
important.
We'll look at that and we'll bring that back before next year and you guys look at this. Personally, I don't think we're going to be there. I think we're fine, but we will look into it and make sure. Are there any other questions on stormwater? No? I did want to go back around to the comprehensive plan because I know one of the notes we had had is to explore every 3 years instead of 5. Do you guys want us to start putting this in here for every 4 years? I just want to make sure we got direction on that one.
I'd stick with 5.
Is everybody good with 5? Okay. I did put a note up there, so just when we get back to the actionable steps, we'll just have to amend that, just so you're aware. Yeah, yeah. It actually probably is going to have to increase a little bit. We'll talk about that. Are there any other questions in planning? Is there anything that you guys don't see that you've been thinking of? Okay. We will move over to, I think it's going to be Greenways and Trails. Yeah. Greenways and Trails. So as everything that you've just heard up to this point is all being funded through your, what's called general fund, your operating budget. Everything to this point, you will see that every single year. We will have the same conversation every single year of all those things that we just heard. This capital project proposal is listed into another ordinance that is called a capital project ordinance. It is a budget in and of itself. It is a multi-year budget. So you'll still hear this conversation, but these dollars are put into multi-year opportunities for us to pull from that fund however long it takes for that project to get accomplished. I'll give you an example. The Marvin Creek Connector we had encumbered some money on it last year, and that money is still sitting there. So that number is an encumbrance that we're holding on to, and if it takes 3 or 4 years to accomplish that goal, then that's what it takes. And I'm just using that as an example. That's the only one that I can remember off the top of my head. Tell them more. So if you want to make some changes to this and you want us to unencumber what has already been existing, I'll need some direction on that. I'll also have to assess the possibility of getting out of those contracts that we're already committed to, because I don't know those as well. But so all that to say, this is a capital project ordinance. We're pretty much out of money. Up to this point, we did have funding, up to last year, actually, we did kind of have funding to fund Greenways and Trails, and it was mostly in fee of lieu money that was obtained through developers. But as of the last couple of years, we've been running low, and last year we were pretty much to the point of, we had maybe 100, 150 left. And that is, don't quote me on these numbers, but majority of that is all encumbered. We have approximately, do you know how much we have left?
Are you talking about in the Capitals, Greenways and Trails? Let me pull the audited number.
Well, the audited number is not going to include the encumbrance because we did that this year, I think.
Okay, I'll pull my manual.
So while she's looking that up, I'll just go ahead and start. And we usually will pull this through PRG. We did that this year. We presented it to PRG, said, what are your recommendations based on what's been in the CIP, what you see? And this is kind of what they blessed. The only thing that we have in here is the loop project the CRTPO loop that Hunter's presented to you guys multiple times. And that's the engineer.
It's S1A.
Christine, I have 110,000 encumbered.
110 encumbered. And what was the audited amount?
Right now we have left in there 228,000.
So 228 minus 110. Okay, so there's what's left. And is that being taken with Hunter's project? Were we proposing that with Hunter's? I can't remember. I don't think so, because I think that was Powell.
Give me a minute to look. I'd have to go and look.
Just pull that capital project, pull Hunter's capital project. Pretty sure it was Powell. So basically we have 100,000-ish left. And so we kind of need some direction as to where you guys want to go. Hunter, you can chime in on S1 too.
Okay, so
Engineering.
Angel, I know you had a question. What is that S1A saddle? So that's the Marvin Loop project. That reference S1A Saddle Avenue to Newtown, that's basically how it's referenced in our master plan. However, obviously these numbers with for example, the miscellaneous where it says construction overruns, oversight, the 2.3 million, as directed yesterday, we're going to reduce the scope so we can revise these numbers to kind of then match up the original funding. Right, because that will basically then take away that overrun number, right? 2.3. Since we're reducing the scope.
Sorry, I was working on another task.
I was letting them know with the Saddle Avenue, so that's the Marvin Loop project. These numbers will be revised to reflect the change reduction of scope and everything, so that
Yes.
overage for 2.3 million will be reduced.
There, essentially, I know we're talking a lot and we're probably confusing you even more. There's nothing you need to really make some distinctions on next year. We will take care of that and bring it back to y'all. There's nothing really we're going to take out other than the modifications to the S1A. S12 is one, we do need some direction. We don't have, well, we potentially have money for that one, but we need some direction if you want that to stay.
Is that a trail? A green?
That is a sidewalk, if I'm not mistaken. Waxhaw Marvin to Newtown. Stacy, how, I'm pretty sure that's,
It'd be similar to the Loop project, but down Waxhaw Marvin Road to Broadmoor.
yeah. It's a DOT side path, so yeah, it's exactly the same thing.
So that would be the one that would connect to where they've already created it in the front of Broadmoor. So it would essentially go from where the roundabout is to connect Broadmoor. That's that section.
And that 125, that's just for the engineering, right? And then another 500,000 or so for the construction over from 27 to 29. Is that, am I
Correct.
reading that right?
Yeah, that's, and these are estimates based off of our current, and it says like the, yeah, well, it says the master plan from the inflated cost estimates, which obviously probably aren't as inflated now with the actual inflation that have occurred, but those also are kind of similar in alignment of the cost of the Loop project that we've incurred so far.
My thoughts on this particular piece is that you also have the Fincher property that's kind of a part of that. I think it does make sense. And let me say, you know, I've been on Parks and Greenways for a long time. And I think there's, you know, distinguishing the different types of trails and what I call sidewalks in many cases, and what the relevancy is for those in different areas of our town. So I'm not always a big proponent of the sidewalk that we do in DOT right-of-ways. I often find them extremely expensive because of all the engineering and other things that come into play with that. Now, given that Broadmoor already has created, you know, that particular portion, and there is a decent amount of homes there, to see them connected to this central part of Marvin, to me, makes more sense. But I don't know that we do it now or as quickly as this says. I'd prefer to wait to see what happens with the Fincher property, because what you could have there is they could end up developing a large amount of that as part of their developer agreement.
Similarly, the engineering could change too, right? I mean, so if we did our engineering analysis, that could change depending on how they develop those properties. So,
Yeah, the short end of it, and that's why we do kind of have it back to back to back, is that if we do engineering and then sit on those plans, we potentially then have to come back 5 years later and let's say DOT changes a certain standard or something like that. And so then you're spending more money to, you know, fix certain things that you've already accomplished. So that's why we try to get it all done as quickly as possible.
yeah, and
But-
that actually, sorry to interrupt you, Hunter, but that's a concern I have, is that if we're going to spend 125, if we want to do it quick, is what I hear you saying, is we do 125,000, spend the $125,000 on the engineering, get the engineering done, then immediately move into construction of the sidewalks or trails or whatever we want to call it for another $500,000, $250,000 a year. Am I getting that right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
that would be the intent.
And we don't have any of that money other than the $110,000 we have now. So, and I don't mean this to sound snarky, but what's the point of spending $125,000 on the engineering when we don't have the money to build whatever it is we decide that we're going to do?
And the only option is grants like the CRTPO. So if you, good, valid point, if you want to push it back another year, we can at least keep it there in the placeholder. And if things come up, we can let you know. But it'll be there in case we do have grant funding that comes.
Yeah, I think it's a worthy project. I don't think we're ready for it yet. I think it's important to keep on here if we do see, number one, the development of any grant opportunities, but also, like I said, the further development of that other property and what that might mean to, a large portion of what we're talking about there.
So is everybody okay with moving it back 1 year and we'll have this conversation next year? Is there a consensus there? Okay. Aside from that, we don't need any action on anything else for next year. I mean, we're going to roll with the STIP grant as Hunter's presented. We'll make those changes. So you'll see this revised in your next CIP.
The only one I wanted to ask is, and I mentioned it yesterday, was it would be C4A.
Well, we're getting into future years right now.
Okay, well, this is one asking if we wanted to move it up just because we have had a residents request,
Oh,
but
I'm sorry. Okay.
that's once again, it's up to council. I'm just trying to, but sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. If you're going line by line, we can
Yeah,
talk
I'm
about it
going
when we get
line
there.
by line.
Okay.
Okay, so Tullamore Phase 4, this is the project that connects Amber Meadows, last portion. It's been a while since I did these, so let's scroll over to the justification page called Tullamore Phase 2. This is the final component of Tullamore. It's to complete a full loop. The project underwent archaeological study last year, and due to an unknown burial in the general area of the project scope, additional studies were needed in the amount of $50,000 plus before any construction can begin. And I tried to make a note of this in our trail feasibility study. This is a note that this particular project does have potential floodplain hazards and needs for wetland delineation. So, we just need to keep that in mind for engineering costs. But this 50,000 is only for the additional archaeological radar probing sonar to identify the human remains.
And that's not this year, that's the next year anyway.
Yes. Yeah.
So we can revisit that potentially.
Unless y'all have other strategies. I don't know how y'all want to move through trails and greenways, but if y'all want to keep it here for now, we'll have this conversation later. We're more than glad to do that, but I wanted to let you know that that's.
I don't think people want to pay for them. Seriously. I don't.
I think as we look through each of these, you look at a couple of different things. Number one, and we've made a couple of comments, already about what the survey says or doesn't say. But if we're going to do that, what I did see in the survey yesterday is 51% of the folks did say that they do enjoy trails and connectivity. So, and I know that's, kind of different than what some of the folks ran on from a board, but we have seen that consistently over the years too. And, I think while we're looking at here prioritizing different parts of spending and balancing that with the other needs like roads and things like that, we're going to be prioritizing the things that need to be prioritized. And if you look at even previous council, I know there's been a perception that we've been willy-nilly spending money on trails and greenways that people don't want. Well, the survey says, well, they may still want them, number one, or at least a majority of folks do. But if you look at the actual reality of what we've been spending, it really hasn't been all that much. I do think that over the last 4 or 5 years, I do think that as we look at each of these projects, because there's other ones that we'll talk about at other times on the Greenway conceptual map, and there's a bunch of them, on there that I don't necessarily think make sense. I think there's sidewalks, in other areas of Marvin that don't make sense. But when you talk about what we have developed already in the Tullamore, Amber Meadows area, it does increase connectivity. You're talking about natural trails, not in DOT right-of-ways, so you're getting better bang for your buck. So I want to tend to look at these, whether we want to spend the money or not, that's a budget item, and we weigh that against the other priorities. But when we look at the opportunity to get grants and things like that, that help to offset those costs, I think we just need to look at these different projects are are they worthy to keep on this CIP? And maybe it's not, we just kick them 1 year out. We might kick them 3 years out or, whatever. But, I do want to be careful because we can't put everything in a survey. We don't know sometimes the reasons why residents respond to a particular question in a different, in a particular way. But if we're going to say, okay, we just got this survey back yesterday, 51% did say that they do still enjoy our trails and connectivity.
Well, I'd like to, I concur with what John said. And if I were looking, and I sat on Park, Rec and Greenway for a number of years, and, if I were looking at trails, generally speaking, and where our residents would get the most benefit from trails, I think this connector trail between Amber Meadows and Tullamore is very worthwhile. It's an absolutely beautiful trail. And the Amber Meadows Trail, for those of you who don't know, it's basically a quarter of a mile, a little bit more, straight out, straight back. And there's actually not a whole lot to that trail. But if you have the connector between Tullamore and Amber Meadows, it becomes a very functional trail, and it's going to be an absolutely beautiful trail. So if I were looking at, and I understand everybody's points regarding costs and what people want and don't want. But if we're going to do trails and we're going to have connectivity, this would be one of the priorities for me, would be this connector trail.
Well, one of my concerns is money because
Understand?
roundabouts, we need them and they're expensive. I mean, the two that we haven't even talked about yet are over $3 million, right? That's a huge expense. So to me, looking at greenways and trails versus, safety needs, I just think we have to be, very judicious with the way that we spend the money.
And I don't disagree with you.
I have a different interpretation of the trails. I mean, the way I read it was 53% of people use the trails in the park and 53% of people said they were important to them. I took that to mean the Marvin Eford Park trails. And I think the Pacer AI might help clarify which trails do get the most use. I know in Weddington Chase, people do not want any connectivity to their trails. And we spend a good amount of money not having connectivity to the natural trails that would lead to other neighborhoods. So I kind of agree that I don't think our constituents want these trails or to spend money given the other upcoming expenditures that we also need.
Which they did say, question 32, roundabout intersection improvements was number 1, road maintenance was number 2. So I'm looking at it and going, these are nice and this is great, but that's a lot of money.
And I understand that. I'm just saying, maybe I didn't state it properly. I'm saying in terms of priority, if we're going to do a trail, and so this would be the one I would focus on. I think it'd be create the greatest value.
Couple of things. We can continue this conversation. You guys can make decisions, how you want to proceed with trails. We can come back with a more in-depth review of the survey, go over that and how that applies to greenways and trails. We could, Mayor Barbara had mentioned yesterday about getting the data points and cross-referencing kind of the responses per HOA and have a sit down with those HOAs and see what their wants are and prioritize from that. There's more options, I'm sure, if you guys can think of anything more, but giving you the option to continue this or throwing those out there for discussion.
Yeah, I really appreciate Bob clarifying his point that if we were going to invest in any trails, that would be one that he thinks is worth it. And to your point, if we knew where the folks stood living in the 2 neighborhoods impacted by the trail, what their thoughts are. But as Angel said, and everybody's right here, money's an issue, priorities to roundabouts and things like that. And that's where we're really going to have to put our nose to the grindstone as a team here.
And I think too, one of the questions, you ask yourself in these conversations too, is the community as a whole as well. So if we have those conversations with the HOAs and who they affect and touch, and also considering, what the community demands are in addition to that. So just food for thought. Totally turn it over to you to kind of where we go from here. I can keep going down these line items and you can have individual conversations about, so the next one would be the Marvin Creek connector. I can go over that if you want me to. Okay. Again, it's been a while since I've.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the 950 linear foot crushed stone trail from the end of the preserve, let's see, from the north end of the preserve connecting to the Painted Turtle. This would include a concrete culvert in the Marvin branch that's recommended by AMT Engineering. We did get a no-rise certificate. So we actually do have that in hand from our engineers for this particular area. This is obviously a trail project that is in contention. But these are the numbers. Don't know where you want to go with this.
I understand that this whole thing is up in the air, but if there was anything additional that you wanted to add to it, like, the no rise.
We do have a no rise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we kind of know it's a road to nowhere,
Okay.
correct? So, okay. So I think that's all we probably need to talk about. Okay.
And again, this is one of the projects that we do have an encumbered amount. So just so you guys are aware on that, meaning we've dedicated money to those engineering studies to be completed.
What are we talking about?
50-ish. She can tell you well, it's probably more like 80-ish if I can. How much do we have encumbered versus what's been spent? It might take her a second to pull that up. Are there any other questions while she's pulling that? Okay. I just want to make sure you guys knew that we did have that no rise package.
For the connector, we encumbered 115. That was a lot of this design, engineering, and conceptual stuff, and some of it was the actual trail itself.
How much has been spent of that 115? Do you know?
I can tell you how much is left, and then that'll get us to the answer.
It should be about 80 has been spent.
We have 85 left, so we spent about 30.
No, we spent more than 30. Because the first engineering study was.
Yeah, we spent 30 just on that conceptual AMT contract, but I haven't been billed for anything else for this project because it is put on hold.
Any other questions? Okay. Let's see, the next one is the one that Hunter wanted to talk about.
Yeah, so this one, as I mentioned yesterday, we have it in 27, 28, but this is another, in my opinion, kind of a low-hanging fruit one. Easement, it's all within the Estates of Marvin Branch subdivision. Easement's already been platted and secured. But this is one, once again, if we are looking to do any trail projects that we could potentially look at. This, I will say, so the estimated cost would be 167,560, but it would just basically be that wetland delineation, and then we can get a quote from our trail builder to do, it would be a natural service trail.
I expect you guys don't want to move it up until we have some more in-depth conversations, so, okay. And
Yeah.
then,
Yeah, just one thing that I'd add, and I think this, we all keep talking about, the small amount of money that we have to work with. But, one of the things that we may just look at from a budget responsibility standpoint is, as we talk about which ones of these are priorities and as we go through that process in other forums, we just kind of spread these out a little bit more. In terms of, because a lot of these things have kind of all gathered in 27, 28, because you kick the can down one road or you kick the can down 2 years, whereas I think from a budget responsibility standpoint, we might be better suited to look at those priorities and stagger some of them out more.
Okay, and I'm not gonna mention the other ones unless y'all want to talk about the Towns of Aldred Connector and the Tom Short Marvin School, because it's several years down the road. We'll have this conversation 4 times by then. So unless y'all want to talk about it, I think we're good to close out Greenways and Trails unless y'all have any direction for staff other than what's been mentioned.
So I think you just want to get like the number, the real number, you're going to use the number for the loop.
Yes, we'll update that.
So
Yeah,
we'll get that and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably good.
okay. And again, you'll see this again, so we'll come back to it later. So any other questions on Greenways and Trails before we move on? Okay, lunch is here. I feel like transportation is probably going to be a little more of an in-depth conversation. So if you guys want to, I'll leave it up to Mr. Mayor, but if you want to take a recess.
Yeah, I'm going to call for a recess. It is 10 minutes till noon. We reconvene in what, 30 minutes, Austin? Think 12:30? Oh, 10, all right, 10 or 15. See you guys in 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're going to regather and reconvene this meeting. It is 12:23 on January 15th.
Okay, so moving into the capital project capital improvement plan for roads and transportation. Powell bill, there is the kind of like your back 7 pages or so. It kind of, the beginning of it looks like this, one of the smaller portions. Total funding requested for fiscal year 26-27, which is next year, is approximately 320,000. 64 of that is for the Bonds Grove, Waxhaw, Marvin. There's probably some preliminary engineering. We can go to the justification sheet in just a second. Preservation, pavement preservation, pedestrian refuges, and then restorative maintenance. We'll get into a little bit more detail on this when we get into Public Works and then the road tracker sheet. So if we just want to take kind of a high-level overview of this and then some discussion, and then we'll get into more detail in just a little bit of more future projects. Bonds Grove, Waxhaw, Marvin, as you know, we entered a contract a couple of years ago. We've been saving money for that project. The detail sheet is listed inside of your agenda packets or your packets here. It looks like our total obligation is projected at $292,000, with 250 of that being estimated in cost overrun. So it goes back to that 590-ish number that I gave you yesterday of our total commitment, which we look to be pretty on set with having that plus more by the time it's needed. Are there any questions on that one? Okay. Moving on to the second one, pavement preservation. This is an area that we'll have a lot of conversations about in the next couple of months. We'll have more conversation about this particular one in the Public Works presentation. Essentially, for high level, the previous council decided to do a strategy where we would put in $150,000 a year, and it would flip-flop between preventative maintenance, and then the next year would be whatever the maintenance would be required to take over a section of new DOT roads. So I'm just going to use a hypothetical. Let's say there's portions of Marvin Creek that needed to do some profile mill and fill and crack seal and then do the overlay. We would take whatever $150,000 that made sense within a certain area, particularly the lowest rated PCS scoring, and then we would do that work, then take over the road from DOT or vice versa. Procedurally, it could be taking it over and then doing the work, but we would commit that dollar amount to whatever would slate $150,000. And then the next year we would do preventative maintenance based on the PCS index. So,
Has it been our experience in the past, though, that typically if we're planning to take over a state DOT road, that they actually do the improvements first and then we take them over?
yes.
Versus, so as you're explaining this, you're saying we would be doing some of those improvements and then take them over?
That's the philosophy that the previous council had decided we were going to do. Basically altering years of taking over, bringing certain DOT standards, DOT roads up to standard within that $150,000 bucket, whatever that entails. And then the next year would be the preventative. We had conversations, our engineers had conversations with DOT as to what roads made sense, and we try to lump them together with them doing some of the work and us doing some of the work. We would contribute up to 150,000.
Okay, I got you. So it
So-
would be cost share more than that.
It would be cost share, and or if DOT wasn't going to do anything, we would do it.
I got you.
Again, that philosophy may change with you all, and we'll have that conversation in a little bit, but that's been the philosophy of the previous council, which is why you'll see here pavement preservation is listed because we did not do that last year. We didn't do it in this year's budget. We did DOT roads. We did preventative maintenance, but it was for the existing DOT roads that we took over. Does that make sense? I probably confused you guys. I'll be able to pull it up in a minute on the presentations, but I do remember Marvin Creek, Innisbrook, seems like there was another one that we did this past year where they were existing DOT roads, and it wasn't all of Marvin Creek, it was just certain portions. They were DOT roads, we did the work, we put in the money to do the work, and then we took it over. or we took it over and then did the work. Either way, the money was there for the DOT roads. So again, we'll talk about that in a little bit, but that's why you see kind of year after year after year, approximately $150,000 in each bucket.
What causes those couple of little fluctuations of like a 165 and 180?
I don't know how I put this together was I pulled the PCS. And I can go ahead and give that to you now.
I think we were adding based on the notion that we would have more roads to potentially just sort of padding the numbers a little bit for cost increases, maybe.
Oh, yeah, just slowly increasing them. Yeah. Inflation.
Yeah.
But for the most part, over the next couple of years, you'll see about 150. Are there any high-level questions on that? Because I know this is probably going to change. Y'all want to have any conversations about this now, or do you want to wait until we go through? Okay. I know you have questions, but okay. So moving over to pedestrian refuge, these are crosswalks. We don't know where. We put in, I think we may have put a question in the survey about potential locations. May we have put one in about the priority forms for you guys that you fill out about potential locations. It doesn't really, we didn't earmark a particular location. This is just if you guys wanted to look in pedestrian crosswalks, this is where we're having some proposals to do so. Any questions on that? Okay, moving over to Joe Carr Marvin Road roundabout. This is one of the ones that was listed on the critical intersection list. Hunter, you can probably provide more guidance to this and how this entails. But basically, Union County did a critical intersection study. We contributed, I think, $25,000 to said study. Maybe it was a little less than that. Union County came in, transportation came in, presented it to the council, a couple of different options. Ultimately, we gave our blessing on what the council decided, which was these two locations for roundabout installation. I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, so and I mentioned this yesterday, so there's two intersections that were part of that, which is the intersections of Joe Carr and Marvin Road, as well as the intersection of Stacy Howie and Waxhaw Marvin. Out of that report, like I said, we got basically some preliminary design of two solutions of signaled interchange, as well as a roundabout solution, as well as cost estimates for both of those. So what this is being proposed is basically based off of those cost estimates. It is the cost breakdown, assuming that the project gets funded through CRTPO. So that's be our 20% match of the project. And staff currently has this one prioritized. However, in that critical intersection, they also did estimates for the next 10 years based off, I think, a 3% inflation kind of flat rate of what then they would cost. The intersection of Stacy Howe and Waxhaw Marvin may want to be prioritized over this one due to the total cost, because over time the inflation is going to be a whole lot heftier cost. Does that make sense? I guess the only reason why this one's currently being prioritized is because we do have some already secured right of way from the Sage at Marvin, so that would then potentially help. How do I say this? Expedite the kind of the design as well as right-of-way acquisition and all that, because a majority of it's already kind of been secured from that one property.
So the one at Stacy Howie and Waxhaw Marvin Road, there's also an entrance to Providence Downs, the south, that's gated there. Is that part of why that one is such a higher cost as well?
I would have to go back and look. I know when we were going through this process, we met with the HOA or a few representatives of the HOA there, and trying to figure out some type of solution. If I recall, kind of what we ended up
and keeping in mind that's a subdivision that's not in Marvin.
Correct. And so potentially any interference or playing with the gate, we could look at potentially trying to see if the HOA would chip in their portion of what we kind of thought about is kind of making that a exit only for that subdivision. Because I think part of the issue that intersection is bad is because you have landscape trucks and other vendors using that as the gate or as their access into that subdivision. The stacking from that gate to that intersection is very limited. And so that's typically where you see some of the problems is somebody's trying to get in, it backs up into the road, and that's when you create the issue. So we did have those preliminary conversations, but that is also kind of a hurdle in a sense of the timing and probably, yes, somewhat of the cost that's associated with it.
Are these roundabouts, I mean, are they the be all end all, or are, traffic lights, nice ones, also being thought about and considered?
So, but like I said, both had signaled interchanges as a design alternative. If you give me a sec, I'll get this pulled up and what I'm talking about. But as part of the funding process through CRTPO, there's a scoring component, and that's how they kind of prioritize or you get awarded. Part of that is the safety or longevity of that project, and both of the signaled interchanges were like, I think like a C or D grade, which is like a yellow, so potentially they may fail if the current growth rates or patterns that you're seeing in South Carolina or the traffic that's being used on those roads, they would potentially fail in future years, where the roundabout had, according to once again, this is from an engineer, not me, according to the current traffic model and the modeling for population growth and such, the roundabouts would not. So, but I'll give you that breakdown if you give me one sec.
Sure.
Yeah, and
sure.
I'll also note too, we asked for signalization at Bonds Grove, Waxhaw, Marvin, just as a temporary solution. And they have to go back, and they probably wouldn't do it with this one because they've already done the studies, or they haven't done the studies, but they would have had to go back and do more studies. And then they told us at the time that it doesn't really save any time. So the right-of-way acquisition was about the same amount. It was just really construction based. It would save construction, but in terms of time, just so you're aware, it doesn't really save anything.
One of my concerns was, and, I know Bob and myself, Tom use the Joe Kerr Marvin Road intersection all the time because we live down that way. And the gentleman that spoke Monday night, who lives in Firethorn, who said it's getting very difficult to get in and out of Firethorn, or to get out of Firethorn because of the traffic. I was thinking to myself, if a roundabout goes there at that intersection of Joe Kerr and Marvin Road, it doesn't stop or impede the flow as much, where people in Firethorn can still maybe get out safely. So is a full-fledged traffic light where traffic stops and creates a gap in time where people can basically get out of Firethorn, because it's Russian roulette getting out of Bridle Path Wyndham Hall on Marvin School. We have a much shorter line of sight. It's a curb. People speed on it. So I get exactly what I think it was Mr. Ott was saying. But have we asked the folks over at DOT, hey, listen, you're saying that a roundabout may work here. However, the people in Firethorn are saying it's very difficult, to basically get out. Does a traffic light help that over a roundabout? Not even looking at cost, just looking at the logistics of it.
Yeah.
But I know you ask for a traffic study.
Yeah. It's in your email. I just asked for one maybe a week ago, so they're working on it. So yeah, it's in the works.
I think one thing too, and he almost kind of said what at least I think really the solution for what he's looking to do is that at certain times of the day, it's almost like you have to come out of Firethorn thinking that it's a right turn only, and you go down to the roundabout and come back, I'm sure that's not the answer that people want to hear. Maybe 15 years ago, it was actually even worse. Even though the traffic wasn't as bad, there was a major dip in the road back then. They actually raised that road up, the dip, because cars would disappear down in the dip before you could see them again a couple of seconds later. And by then, they're right on top of you if you're pulling out. But, anybody that was coming to that intersection in front of Firethorn remembers the stacking at the stop sign went far beyond Firethorn's entrance. Now, at least it's moving in one direction. And, I think that's what I've seen from the roundabouts, between the two roundabouts, I mean, even that gets stopped now at the heaviest time. So I don't think you're ever gonna kind of alleviate that. You know, people just have to figure out the best way to navigate it, you know?
Did
Be
you get,
interesting to see the study. I mean, in Weddington Chase, you can only make a left at certain times of day because of the red light at Publix. Otherwise, you have to go all the way around. So that light helps us a lot.
So yeah, and for the cost breakdown, so for Joe Carr and Marvin Road, the projected cost, and this is a 2030, or I'm going to go ahead and just use the 2030 projected cost. For a signaled interchange would be 4.1 million. So then we would be on the hook for 20% of that. As the total cost for the roundabout is 7.3 million. The roundabouts, to an extent, like I said, you get more bang for your buck long term. But I could see a way with one already having some existing right of way there, your right of way and utility impacts of moving for a signaled interchange compared to a roundabout is less than, or is less impacted with the signaled interchange, as well as, like I said, the construction and maintenance costs of it. And I looked at the estimated 50-year, or it would be the 2050 kind of numbers, and it looks like I said, and I can get you guys a copy of this. I don't know how this would impact scoring, but if you do the roundabout, they're all green. If you do basically from the traffic kind of design, if you do the signaled interchange, they're Ds compared to the green Cs. So I don't think it's as much of a negative impact on that intersection. For Stacy Howie, the cost is at 2030 is 6 million for a signaled interchange, and 10.2 million for a roundabout. Yeah. And that's because for that intersection, you're limited on your right of way. You'd have to, I think the design has from Stacy Howie, you would have a dedicated left and right. You'd have to have a dedicated left from Waxhaw Marvin onto Stacy Howie. And I also think you would have a dedicated right taper to turn right from Waxhaw Marvin onto Stacy Howie, on top of then the impact of still dealing with the Providence down South Gate. So, and we discussed with DOT, because one bright note is that you do have common open space there at Broadmoor. I think some of the preliminary conversations, could we realign the roads slightly to where that would potentially give a little bit more stacking? That also may increase cost on that. But I mean, you do have a little bit of leeway there. So.
Are there any other questions on that one?
so are they more inclined to help fund a roundabout versus a traffic light? Is that what you're saying?
It would score better. I'm not saying that we wouldn't get funded if we did the signaled interchange. I just know like I said, there's certain components of scoring. And like I said, part of that's that 30-year, it's like a 30-year or 25-year. So it's the 2050 traffic kind of analysis of it. And we have that. And so they would look at around the longevity of the project. And so I don't think it would hurt. How much is this? I still think we would get awarded, but at the same time, I can't say for certain. Like I do think with the roundabout, you have a better chance just because you're going to score better on that end for sure.
I'm just thinking $4 million difference.
Oh, for
6
sure.
million and 10 million, that's a lot of money for our little village.
Well, and like I said, that's the total cost project. So it'd
I know,
be,
right.
and what's in the CIP
is-
is our 20% match for the roundabouts for both.
So this is 2.2 million for a roundabout is what our share looks like, almost 2.2 million versus maybe 1.2 for a traffic light.
If we did a traffic light, it'd be under $1 million. It'd be about 900 or 850 to 900,000.
I mean, is it worth looking at that? I'm just asking.
If we want to, like, for both, or you
Stacy Howie.
for Stacy Howie? Oh, for Stacy, let me rephrase that. For Stacy Howie, it would be,
Yeah, it was 6 million for the lights and 10 million for the roundabout. I'm throwing it out there because that's $1 million more.
What I would add though too is, I believe they did a survey, community survey for both those options, even putting out the different costs. And Hunter, correct me if I'm wrong, overwhelmingly from the public feedback, the roundabouts, even with higher costs, have kind of traditionally, been the ones that at least residents and stuff are asking about.
Yeah, I'll have to, I've got the report.
That
here.
might have been I may be confusing that with the Bonds Grove one.
No, they did do,
Okay.
we did have public input sessions for both of these intersections. I just don't know if I have those report, but I want to say, yes, the roundabout was the most preferred option for both intersections based off the comments and the feedback received. However, I do want to say potentially, because I think the option was alternative 1, 2, both, or none. And I want to say both was kind of probably mostly the most common answer to an extent. But let me confirm that. But I do know for a fact that the roundabout got more votes than,
Yeah.
but I still think it wasn't marginal, I think.
I'm just trying to figure out what we can do to avoid tax increases for as long as we can, if this is something that we may have to do at some point. And if we can knock $1 million off and do lights instead of a roundabout,
And so to clarify, so based off the 2030 projected cost for the signaled interchange at Stacy Howe and Waxhaw Marvin, at the 680 or 6,080,000, would be basically 1.2 million for our estimated cost. For Joe Carr and Marvin at the 4.1 million, it would be about 850,000.
which, I mean,
And they both accomplish the same thing.
yeah.
Safety, they control traffic, they throttle it, so it's safe to get out of neighborhoods. That's just my opinion. The other thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No, the only point was with the roundabout, you have an ongoing expense in terms of maintenance. So it's not just the upfront cost. So I understand what Angel's saying.
Would the DOT say, on the other hand, we have to maintain those lights, they go down, they blink, we have to get a team out there I'm just thinking like a DOT guy when these lights go down after a lightning strike or the power grid goes down during a storm, lights blink and they gotta be reprogrammed and.
Not unless there are roads. They would do the engineering and the maintenance of all the signalization.
They would not be our roads.
Yeah.
They are. Okay.
Are there any more questions on that one? Okay, we'll move over to the restorative maintenance. We have had conversations about this a couple of times. The previous council has been aware that we do not have a restoration maintenance plan. All of our road maintenance plans have been for preventative maintenance. We typically probably will not need restorative maintenance until around 2040, 2039, 2040. So now in the next year or two, we need to figure out how we're going to formulate that restorative maintenance plan.
Yeah, I definitely think we need to start saving.
Yeah, and so in your agenda packets, you'll see the plan to put aside $50,000 next year. I realize that's a drop in the bucket, but it's really to formulate the process of the capital reserve and start to save as we can. I will say the problem with restorative saving way ahead in advance is if we're using POW bill dollars, we can't really fund the restorative maintenance pot with that POW bill dollars. It would have to be a general fund appropriation or using that 1 cent tax that we've referred to fund this roundabout to start front loading that savings account or the vehicle tax tag fee of the $25, $30 that we are picking up per vehicle. We would start having to use that, not POW bill dollars. So I've got a couple meetings with you guys in the next week or two about this particular project. We've got the engineer to come back with some high-level numbers for engineering, engineered numbers for what we project to be savings, and their numbers are pretty high. I've sent back some questions to them to kind of massage some of these numbers out to be more realistic, and they acknowledge like we need to probably come down a little bit, but we also need to figure out how we're going to start funding the savings, or either waiting until funding some of it and then backloading the last 5 years to use PAL bill dollars. We've got a lot of projects right now that we're using PAL bill dollars. So when some of those projects are spent, we could start the backloading, but it would have to be closer to the 2030, 35 stage.
On the PAL bill, you said the PAL bill funds couldn't be used for the reserve. But I mean, are we at risk of not using up our PAL bill dollars?
No, not currently, no. But
So I mean, that.
we can use PAL bill dollars to save for the reserve of restorative, but you wouldn't want to do it until the last 5 years, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because you have to spend those PAL bill dollars in 10 allocations of receiving them, which equates to 5 years.
I guess my question is like, money's fungible, right? So we're either gonna be spending it on A, or we're gonna,
Yeah.
we'll use up that PAL bill
Yeah.
money regardless of how big a reserve we set. Or when-
Yeah, and that's why when we all meet and we come up with some type of plan, I think the plan should consist of, we save X dollars, whatever that X is, up until 2035, and then we save a lot more of X. Because then we'll be able to take some of those PAL bill dollars and put that in to build up that pot pretty heavily. We probably will have a little bit more in PAL bill dollars by 2035. I mean, I wouldn't say much, but let's just say 300,000 a year. Then we would be able to save that 300,000 for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, but aren't we just, if we take those PAL bill dollars and put it into the savings account, we're still gonna be paying for other maintenance stuff?
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
fun, right?
Yeah.
So it's.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll come up with a strategy. This is here to show you, we know we need something. We don't know what that something is yet until we finesse those numbers a little bit. So, again, we can take the $50,000 out for next year if we have to. It's just at some point, we need to start that mechanism in place.
No, I think we need it. I think we need to start saving. Is the pavement preservation, is that fixing like fog sealing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And we'll get to that in just a second too. Are there any other questions on this? Because if not, well, I'll jump right into Public Works. So any questions at all about the capital improvement plan overall? If you notice on your front page, the total between now and future years, which we don't know what the future years is defined at, is around $30 million. So just so you're aware of that. And again, we'll come back and finesse these numbers once we get some more detail, but just so you're aware of that. And for reiteration purposes, this is used, like I said, for planning for the budget, but it's also used for grant funding if they have it. If we have it in there, there's something that fits, they like to see it in there. All right, I'm going to move into Public Works. Oh, thank you. Perfect, thank you. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, we skipped over you. We did. I forgot. Sorry. Let me do this and then the road tracker and then finance. Okay, so what you see here is what's called a PAL bill map. We have to submit these every July, and Mayor, you'll have to sign this in July, so just make sure you're around and we can get your signature. In June, I should say. So this year, we took over, I think it was about 2 or 3 miles of roads. We have a total road mileage of around 23 miles. This one doesn't include some of the ones that we took over this past year because of the timing. And it's, like I said, it's updated every July. So that's where we stand right now. We have a total of 80 roads. Basically, where you see red is DOT, where you see blue is us, and where you see green is privately maintained. Do y'all have any questions on that at all? That's probably hard to see.
All right, my apologies. This is gonna be really ticky-tack, but I do see what appears to be like down in the lower right-hand corner, well, here, I'll just come over. You wanna?
Yeah.
Look at it? It's
That's Providence Estates where I live.
Yeah, and it looks like, oh, okay, because it looks like part of it is outside of outside of Marvin. Going
That looks
into-
like Redbud Trail, and there are a couple of residents on Redbud Trail that are not in Marvin.
Okay, I guess that's my question. So are
But
we?
that's a privately maintained road. It's green, that little.
Actually, I'm looking at. Is that, looks like.
That's Oak Brook, that's Oak Brook. That's the entry road for Oak Brook there.
So
And
we're maintaining some of the stuff that's outside of Marvin?
It's,
that right?
it's fully in, it's just so small, it doesn't show up on the map. The entrance does.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
All
Yes.
right.
Yeah, this map is a little bit weird.
Okay.
It's a perspective thing.
Okay.
Make sure I had bigger questions. Like,
Yeah.
if there any.
Yeah, there's,
that's their entrance road. So just the road there
That
is,
is a part of,
yes.
okay.
yeah, and there's, I mean, this map, like you'll notice on Tom Short, this is really wonky. And I can't even, I wish, does this thing have a pointer? Oh,
Even in our neighborhood, there's a couple of Indian.
where? I don't see it. Oh, I see it. Tom Short is, I'm,
So we must be.
yeah. Do you see where my little pointer is? That is Tom Short, and there's a little tiny section there of Tom Short that's Marvin. So there's little weird stuff like that you'll see. But I'll be more than glad to get this to you guys if you want to see it. Again, we submit this every July, so this number will, this 23 miles will change. This is kind of our growth of roads over the last several years. Really, we didn't start picking up until 2018, and it was really 21-ish that we really jumped up. So that's when I say we don't really have to start planning restoration until like 2035-ish. It's because we pretty much have a new car. We have a brand new product. We don't know what we don't know in terms of when things are going to start failing. It could be sooner, it could be later. It's all based on elements. It's all based on water penetration. So it could be sooner, but typically you would see roads last at least 20 to 30 years in our climate. So that's why we're kind of projecting 2035-ish.
Christine, what is the intent or direction of, I guess, the past council, and where are we headed on the PAL?
On where?
On the expansion of controlled roads through, or owning roads through the PAL bill. Is that something that we want to see expansion on?
So that's going to be a direction that you all take as a board. In terms of PAL bill dollars and as far as revenue, we're not going to see a whole lot more. Revenue is 75% based on population. So unless we grow massively in population, which I don't anticipate us doing, we're pretty much where we're going to be. I mean, we may see gradual increases, but it's not going to be anything that's noticeable. It'll probably take care of inflation, and that's probably it.
You
So-
mentioned the position of the previous council. What the position was that in order to create some more equality from a taxpayer standpoint, that we were willing to take over subdivision roads with the expectation that we got them in very good shape. So we would have cost share agreements that would accelerate in many cases. I know my neighborhood, Providence Estates, waited like 30 years, to have our roads redone. Marvin cost shared with them, but we stayed away from any of the primary roads, Newtown, Marvin, Waxhaw, Marvin, Providence Road, of course, Ray Road. There was no intent really to take over any of those, other than just recently we talked about that small section from the Heritage, really in the Heritage District, and that was for more control purposes to try to control traffic. But the overall position was that if you're living in a subdivision and you're paying Marvin taxes, we were trying to get the roads kind of equalized for everybody that's in that position. Yeah.
Any other questions on this chart? Okay. This is basically a summary of what you just saw, all the kind of roads that we've taken over the years. Like I said, the majority of it being 18, that was mostly Tullamore, Amber Meadows, Weddington Chase, Oak Brook. Then we move over to Firethorn, Heritage Oaks, Beechwood, Providence Estates. I won't read all these to you guys. You can see it. In 2025 and 2026, this year, we did take over Winmore for a second, and then it was subsequently turned back over. And the same thing with Newtown, unless that's reversed.
And I would say by and large, the progression of those was primarily dictated when we started to have engineering surveys done, so that we started to rate each of the roads in all of the different subdivisions. So, and yeah, do we continue to do that with our rate? We do continue to do that within our ratings and so forth so that we, work with DOT to address the worst ones first. And then we take those over.
Yeah, so that's the pavement condition survey that you guys have. That's what this is. We do have a road acceptance policy that goes into detail that essentially says we need to do our PCS index about every 5 years, very similar to master plans, which is, I kind of glanced over this in your CIP, but there was a update on those assessments and it was in 5 years. I think it's 2029 that I've got a slide on this, 2029 that the next PCS is slated for, but those numbers are all listed there as you see. I think it's around the middle of the page. It gives you the PCS score starting with 100 and then it goes down. So again, this is for preventative maintenance, not restorative maintenance. And this is kind of where we have our preventative maintenance, what roads we're going to do.
So just for point of clarification for me. So the intention of the past council, John, is for all neighborhood roads to fall under the POW bill at some point in time based on the quality of the road, the worst first. Because currently, as a taxpayer, we're funding the POW bill, right? And using Joe and I as an example, our neighborhoods are not part of this yet. And I'm trying to wrap my head around, are we going to stay static on the POW bill? Are we going to leave the neighborhoods that are in the POW bill, take care of those roads?
Yeah.
Are we going to expand the POW bill? Or are we going to try to get rid of the POW bill, period? Because it impacts the taxpayer.
Well, and
I'm
if,
just trying to better understand. And
Yeah.
This is my ignorance, by the way.
yeah, no, this
I'm
is a
just
great
trying to
question.
understand.
And when we get into the road tracker sheet, I don't think you guys have that, but it's a big document like this. Jill will pass it out soon. I think you guys can have some more discussions about that because the reality is if you get out of the road business, you're going to have to look at all these projects and how they're going to be funded. And that's kind of a one snapshot of all the things considering in roads. So if you want to hold on to that thought for 1 second, and we'll get to that after this presentation.
I appreciate it.
Mhm. All right, so the roads that are in progress, they've already been accepted, so there's really nothing to report on this one. Again, road strategy, like I said before, we do have approximately 200,000. I think it's actually more like 210. The next PCS is due in 2029, and this kind of summarizes, like I said before, the previous council was doing alternating years of allocating $150,000 in 1 year to complete required projects before assuming the responsibility of DOT roads, i.e. if Wyndham Hall or Bridle Path was one of those ones, we would take over that road and then do whatever the prescriptive maintenance calls for in the plan. So in your plans in front of you, you don't have the DOT. We have one of these that has DOT roads. So your road will be on this PCS, on the state one. And for example, if your road and your road actually only calls for crack sealing, I remember. If your road calls for profile mill and fill, then we would take whatever would be accomplished in that $150,000 and do whatever road that says, or have to do a fund balance appropriation for the rest of the road to cover what was needed and then take over your road. So essentially that's kind of the philosophy that the previous council had. So we can talk about that philosophy when we get to the road tracker sheet, because I know y'all probably have differing philosophies, but that's where we stand today.
Well, that's great.
This is just a quick snapshot of what's preventative versus what's restorative. Preventative is essentially your crack sealing, fog sealing, anything that will extend the life of the road. The restorative resurfacing is basically it needs a little bit of a new layer or some type of full depth reclamation where the whole road is dug up and then repaved. It could include things like profile mill and fill. It can include, like I said, digging the whole thing up and putting new road down. They even do these profile mill and then mill and fill. It just depends on the variation of depth of how far they dig it down. And then this just tells you that we need a restorative maintenance plan.
Yeah, that's what caught my attention was that last bullet there is like, we don't have any plan at all now on how to do restorative
We do not.
maintenance for any of the roads we have now or in the future.
No, we do not. The only thing that I can say that we have similar to that is in our PCS, we do assess the DOT roads. And a lot of those are going to be your restorative, your profile mill, and some full depth reclamation just because of the age of them. But our approach traditionally has been, we do not have an old product at this point. Now we know we need to establish that plan as our product is getting older, and we're getting to that point where we need to formulate what that looks like.
What do those plans typically look like? I mean, outside of Mark, I mean,
Like,
how much, and how do you go about executing? I'm just wondering if we're going to start, if we're going to need to spend a lot of money by 2040 to restore some of these roads, we're only 14 years out from that. And if we need to start reserving money for that,
Yeah.
we should probably.
well, absolutely. And that's kind of the whole strategy of our conversations next week, and then moving into, how we take away those conversations individually with you guys and put it into some type of actionable step. I can tell you what other places do, and it's probably not what you want to hear. But they set a dollar amount and they say, we're going to put 300,000 in restorative maintenance, and that's all we're doing. And then if it takes 50 years to do a complete recycling of those roads, and then it takes 50 years. That's the majority of what I've seen in my experience.
Yeah, it's worth commenting that roads aren't a set and forget, right? Like a stitch in time saves 9. So if you want something to last its full term, you have to prevent water intrusion. So you've really got to be on top of pothole filling,
Yeah.
Sealing it, and fog sealing is a really temporary thing. But if you defer the crack sealing and proper sealing on it, then you're going to seriously degrade the lifespan of it. And especially if you're, once you get into the restorative stuff, it's getting kind of critical now, and you really need to do something, or you're going to seriously degrade it. So it's just something to think about, that it's not like we don't have to do anything for 6 years. It's like we should be doing something annually, right? At a bare minimum every other year, right, would be a good practice. And if we're not doing that, we can't expect to get the full life.
And I will say, we do crack sealing now before we fog seal. So if we see water intrusion at any points, we do that before a fog seal application. We do potholes. So if we see that there's a pothole, we do go out and fix those. We just don't leave those open. So, I mean, if you want to call that restorative, because I guess technically it kind of is to some degree, then yes, we can say we do some of that. We just don't do larger projects.
Right. I mean, to that point, we were crack sealed and fog sealed 2 years ago, and our cracks are back.
Okay.
So either it has to get done again, or we can expect the road to degrade
Yeah.
further if it's not possible to get back until 6 years, 8 years. It's just something to plan into, that damage, right, gets kind of exponential.
So does it make sense that maybe we come up with a plan to do that kind of maintenance on roads?
Yeah, so the plan is for us to have the meetings next week with you all, one-on-two meetings. And just to tell you, what the engineers have came back with me. Don't quote me on these numbers because they were really high and I haven't had time to dig into it, but it was $6 million or something. It was saving $800,000 every year. And there's a lot of things on there that I think they had issues with that we need to go back and actually get some realistic numbers. And I've had some general conversations with them, but I want to have these conversations with you guys individually. And then we'll come back to the engineering firm, get them to redo those numbers, and then I'll present it to you all as a plan, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, that gave me a question too, because I've seen, I think, 3 of these from AMT, and each one is vastly different from each other. And it made me wonder, are we leading them in their report? Right.
I don't think we're leading them, but I think because there's things that they don't know. For example, the POW bill allocations have to be spent in 10 allocations or 5 years. There's things like that they don't know. So I think we're asking them questions that are relevant to formulating the numbers. But if you don't agree with like the philosophy, you guys have more power to change that than,
Like we had a meeting and their recommendations for DOT roads where I think it was anything under 90 was like a 1.5, right? Like mill and fill.
yeah.
But then on ours, they wouldn't recommend that until like it hit 70. And everything else was just
AMT
like
said that or
fuck.
DOT?
Yeah.
Which
I remember
one?
'cause I had called it out in the meeting and I was like, this doesn't make any sense because their recommendation for DOT like isn't great, but it makes sense. And the recommendation for us is just like, you told your contractor, I get what I should do, but like, what can you do for $50? You know what I mean? Like, it
Yeah.
just seemed like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked if we're leaving them. And then on this revision, I mean, it's not dated, but it's more in line with what they had recommended for us. And just seems like it's not really enough. Like, again, I think it was everything under 90 was like a 1.5 mill and fill. We had a whole conversation about the 2-inch topper and how that's really kind of not great. Whereas here we go all the way down to like under 70 to do a mill and fill, which just seems like. I
Well,
know.
we don't have any roads under 70, like in our.
DOT does.
Yeah.
Right. But I think their
Yeah.
previous recommendation was to mill and fill, like it was a lot of mill and fill. Because I
Oh,
remember calling
okay.
it out and
I
saying
see.
like, how come we're not if DOT should? And it's the same
So
PCS score.
Hunter's passing out the correspondence that I've had with our engineers about kind of some of their recommendations that show some of the questions that I had. Hang on, sorry. And also too, it's hard to compare what we do or what they recommend with us as opposed to DOT because DOT doesn't do fog sealing, so they don't do any type of preventative maintenance. So AMT actually does these PCS scoring for the state. So when they're comparing apples to apples, sometimes I wonder, like, are they comparing us to DOT? DOT doesn't do half the stuff that we do. And I'm not saying preventative maintenance for fog seal is going to extend it 50 years, but it will add some. So all that to say, there's a lot that still needs to be unpacked with this. I don't think we're going to answer all those questions today, maybe not even tomorrow, but I think we can have the conversations with you all individually when we meet next week to go over some of your concerns. And if you feel like, if you feel like we're leading them to answer certain ways, then we can have that conversation and make sure we're bringing back a package to you that makes sense.
You know what, Christina, I don't know that their numbers are that, I mean, they're talking about in 2045, we need to be prepared to spend $336,000 a year. And I think our thoughts were we need to be saving $350,000 a year just to maintain what we've got.
Hang on, so tell me where you're at.
On the second page, says the annual appropriation for year 2045 would be $336,550 based on 10 years. So I don't.
3 million.
Yeah, no, that's,
336,000.
that was after I had brought my questions to them. So that was after they changed. You don't have the correspondence prior to that, but they were projecting, God, this is so tiny. In year, they were projecting $795,000 in savings starting in year one. So I just proposed some questions to them, which you can look at and see, and see if it makes sense to you. But I'm in black and they're in red. So I think once I asked them some questions, they went back and kind of refigured some things. But again, this is not set in stone. This is not like I'm not right on this, they're not right, I'm not wrong, they're not wrong. It's discussion points that we need to consider. So if y'all want to read through this, like before we meet next week, I think it's actually in your calendar invites too. We'll have some greater conversation on this piece.
I've got a quick question on the AMT list that tells what the PCS scores are. It basically cuts off at, it jumps from 74.2 down to 65.9. I don't see my street on here or any streets in my neighborhood.
Because you're a DOT road. We have one on you,
Okay,
but I only printed ours.
okay. I think it's important for us to see yeah, so even more troubling, we're not even on the radar for Marvin, but we are for NCDOT.
Yeah, I can get that for you.
We need that. Thank you.
Just want to make.
Actually, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I'm reading this, as I was kind of surprised by the increase in the roads that we have taken over recently, because as I read the email, it looks like up through 2018, we had less than 2 miles of road. And then by 2025, we have more than 10 times that.
Yeah,
Is that right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I remember when I got here in 2018, we had like a mile. I mean, it was like nothing. And then we've gotten to where we were. But yeah, you're reading that right.
Okay.
Okay, so upcoming roads to be considered, DOT is projected, and this is in our plans. Now, obviously, they change things all the time. We can't hold them to this. This is just what was projected. It could be right, it could be wrong. 2025, 26, they did have Marvin Creek and Providence Glen done. It was approximate cost, so you can see kind of comparison. That one did consist of profile mill and fill and some full depth reclamation. So that number, I don't know the exact amounts per types of projects, but those 3 miles were approximately $350,000. Then 26, 27, Wyndham Hall is projected for about a mile at 205, and that's a profile mill.
Is that our cost or is that what DOT's paying?
So that's an engineer cost. If you were the previous council, the intent would be for you to fund that 205,000. There's nothing that says we have to. That was just the philosophy of the previous council, is they would take 150,000 and put towards Wyndham Hall. And then we would have to say, we need a little bit more, or we'll do a little bit less of the road, which that doesn't make sense. So we would just ask for, more money. Again, that's up for debate. If you guys want to change that philosophy and only accept roads that DOT does, and then we take them over, that's totally fine.
Does DOT, I mean, because I've heard that they want to get out of the subdivision business. Do they ever continually partner with smaller municipalities like us?
Yeah, I just noticed something. I need to, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I just want to I said that Providence Glen was done. It was not done. It is projected to be done, sorry. Yes, the answer is yes. We've done that before. Heritage Oak was a prime example.
Well, will they continue to do that? Even if we take over the roads, will they continue to help, given that we're such a small municipality with not a big budget?
So I think the answer is it depends on what their budget is from year to year. We've tried to have those conversations, and they only have so many dollars to go around per the whole division. So I think it's just going to be dependent on the year. We've tried to get an agreement with them in the past about doing something similar, and they just won't sign anything. So I think it's just going to be dependent on what their projections are for that given year. But it's a conversation we continuously have.
And just one important thing to consider, the constraints on state DOT and their budgets, is that they're not funded out of the general fund from the North Carolina legislature. All of their monies come from basically the gas taxes. And if you think about what's happening with gas taxes, as we have more economical cars that aren't putting as much gas, as more electric cars are coming online, those proceeds, which are their only source of funding. So, we had a conversation at a WUMA meeting that Dean Arp and David Willis were at and stuff, and where they really explain this. Throw in the fact that half the roads in Western North Carolina were wiped out, So, they're the ability for us to partner with them has been getting tighter and tighter for a number of reasons, but those are a couple of the primary ones.
Well, and they do, just because I have an electric vehicle, I know they do charge a special registration for electric vehicles. So they are getting something that's probably not as much as gas would be, but yeah, to your point, you're exactly right. We compete with storms, and whether it's this division or another division, if something catastrophic happens, they're going to rob Peter to pay Paul. And that's just the reality of what we're dealing with. So the short answer is we'll see. I mean, we can try, and that's all we can do.
I had a quick question about that last slide. Wyndham Hall, does that also imply that it's bridle path as well?
No.
we have a lower score than Wyndham does, and we have, and collectively, our neighborhoods, I believe, have a lower score than Providence Glen does, and we've been in the village longer. So I'm just curious how we get to this ranking.
Yeah.
For
I
a
don't,
sense of
yeah, I don't know.
fairness, do we know how we get to this ranking, or?
No, we totally rely on the engineers to come up with that ranking, and that's, I don't think we have any control over that because it's DOT road, and I think they rank their own. But I think it ultimately is our actual engineers that does the same work for DOT. We can have a conversation with them and propose that and let them know and see if they would be willing to change it. But it may have something to do with the total mileage, the total cost, even if, and I'm just speculating, if yours actually is less, because I looked at yours.
Yeah, we're at 61, I believe.
But yours didn't, I'll have to pull it up in a minute. But if, for example, yours called for a full depth reclamation, which is basically a dig it up, lay it back down, and it costs $600,000 for 1 mile. They know that they've got X, Y, and Z projects in the same year for other, areas. They're trying to match certain funds to make sure that they can use everything and all the projects make sense in a given year based on the funding. And that, I don't know that that's the case, but I'm just speculating. But yours, I'll pull it up in just a second and I'll tell you in a minute. So the pavement preservation for this current year was, like I said, that Ennisbrook and Marvin Creek roads. There were a couple of them. There was a little bit of restorative repair that was needed. I don't remember particularly. I know Ennisbrook entrance was one. There was some Woodcliff. Okay. There was some kind of rippling of the road in that entrance way, and we went ahead and took care of that before we fog sealed on both of those roads. And then next year, we're projected to do fog seal in some portions of Weddington Chase, Firethorn, Tullamore, Amber Meadows, Preserve, and Canterfield. So the process basically is that we, when we get a pothole complaint, if it's not something that's catastrophic, if it's something small, we do have a high expectation. Our residents keep us to a high expectation of standard in terms of what they consider a pothole and what actually is a pothole. So we try to lump some of those things that don't look like this. This is obviously a pothole. We try to lump some of the lower hanging fruit together so we can have economies of scale and have a vendor come out one time and address those. Now, obviously, if it looks like this, we're going to get it done pretty quickly. But that's essentially how it works. We do have our engineers come out when we have something to determine if it's something that can wait, or if it's going to cause issues if we do wait for water intrusion. Again, what's not addressed in here is any future subdivisions that will be taken over. They're obviously not in the PCS score because we don't have them yet. As those surveys are updated every 5 years, those new subdivisions that are taken in will be added in. And then again, restorative maintenance plans are not listed here. We also don't have major projects like roundabouts listed here. You'll see that in a different tracker. And then at some point, we need to have a discussion about the difference on philosophy of how we're going to do roads. Oh, I did this twice. Okay, so there's that. We also have other streets and right-of-way issues. Like, for example, this is a project that we had in, it wasn't Providence Estates, I think it was Oak Brook, where we had some water that was kind of spilling over the roadway. And basically what had happened, in my opinion, was one of these property owners had kind of filled in that ditch line to make it easier to mow. And over time, it was pushing the water back on to the road and causing some issues for transportation, essentially. So we went in and we regraded that ditch bank and added that riprap to make sure that proper water flow was there. That was all done with the coordination of our engineering firm and our contract agencies. This happens sometimes. We don't see this a lot, but this does happen. Any questions on that? As you all know, we recently have been out doing sidewalk repairs. Sorry, I wanted to pass around the sidewalk assessment that we just did. Take the top one. Yeah. there
Just
you
a
go.
quick note, we are beginning to fall behind schedule.
Yeah, I'm trying to hurry. Thank you. That's coming around is the sidewalk maintenance assessment. We actually had tried to do this with our contract agency, our engineering firm, to go out and do an assessment on all sidewalks. This was after we had taken the approach that we were going to be taking over sidewalk maintenance. So we really wanted to know what we had out there that we were working with that we needed to repair, because we were kind of basing our approach on a complaint basis. And now that we've done that, we actually conducted this in-house and we saved about $30,000 doing it in-house. We will go back out every year and kind of periodically update it. So between the years that we update the assessments, we really rely on the HOAs and the residents to tell us if there's any tripping hazards that are out there. Everything that you see here that I passed around is what we're doing in-house, or has been completed out with our contract vendor. So those are all the locations. Aside from that, you really won't see this again until a year from now. And hopefully we will be able to take care of these things throughout the year. I don't think it's going to be a huge expense throughout the year. Any questions on that? Here's our PAL bill revenue projections. This you can kind of see it's pretty stable. 2021, we were at 150. So we've increased a little bit over those years, about $50,000. It's pretty stable, and that's where we're at. Any questions on that? And here is the road tracker sheet. Hang on, I'm going to come back to that in just a second. This is a tool that we use throughout the year where we periodically update it, and we show this to you guys constantly to say, hey, here's where we're having deficits. Here's where here's where we're projecting deficits. How do you want to do to close that gap? We'll come back to this in just a second, but just so you know, that's a tool that we do use. Here's a couple of the projects that Public Works did this past year. In this first upper left-hand corner, you see silt traps. We had a couple of these that the guys had to remove. I don't know why, but the developers didn't take them out when they demobilized. So they're there, and we're continuing to monitor these in our newer subdivisions that haven't been released over to us yet. In Broadmoor, we have approximately 80 of them. So we're constantly, making sure that gets done before they pull out. The Marvin Loop was resurfaced. You've probably driven by there and seen it and probably walked on it. It looks great. We had some water intrusion issues that have hopefully been reconciled, primarily near the school where the playground is. We continuously monitor that. We had DOT come out and do some work to regrade the ditch lines. And so far, so good. The guys redid the bathroom floors. They resealed and painted them. We did have a concrete pad poured for some fuel cages at the shop, and you see that there. We did have Marvin Eford Park paved, and there's new striping. There was a new roof at the barn. We did stripe and fog seal Tom Short, and there's just an Innisbrook fog seal picture so you can see. This is obviously not all inclusive, but I just wanted you guys to see some of the things that the guys do in the field. Any questions on any of that? So this is something that I started tracking when we really formulated Public Works to kind of put some quantifying measures on them. 2024 was a kind of a robust year because we had a Public Works director in place that was able to manage these things a little more effectively than what we have this year. So the numbers are probably down this year because we haven't encapsulated every single thing. But just so you can kind of see how many work orders they're completing. And they have annual goals, primarily to enhance the quality of life for visitors, and they do that through all of the work to maintaining our properties and making sure that they are up to high standards. Safety is a big concern as well, and our team really focuses on OSHA training and making sure they're going through those proper safety measures in whatever they do. They continuously strive to exceed for the residents and you all, and to meeting those expectations as well. They're pretty efficient. They're pretty expedient. Whenever we have issues, they've pretty much got them wrapped down pretty quickly. Over the next 3 years, they do have some goals in getting pesticide license in horticulture, having more understanding of that so they can be more apt to address issues when we have, planting issues that we are just not familiar with. Pesticide application, we can save a little bit of money on that. We did have OSHA 30 competent person certified this year. So Matt is actually OSHA certified and first aid. He's been able to conduct a lot of the OSHA trainings for our staff and even do first aid certification for us here internally as well. They also work on emergency preparedness. Recently, we just adopted a multi-jurisdictional Union County hazard mitigation plan that was primarily done through Union County, but they're kind of inept to some of this emergency preparedness and post-storm, pre-storm kind of response. 3-year projections, again, you see the bucket truck there, and those are the pole banners that I was referencing earlier. Again, this may be something that you guys don't want to see, and we can pull that out. Christmas lights, we obviously have a plan for that now, and then potentially looking at stormwater if it comes to that point. Kind of the same things that I've just been saying, just kind of more glorified. And that pretty much summarizes everything on Public Works. Do y'all have any questions overall?
Just one thing I wanted to add, and probably under emergency preparedness, but I know that they have been critical a couple of different times when it's come to storms, both winter storms. Some of our neighborhoods have areas that are heavily shaded or down in dips, so have severe ice buildup. So they've also done some work with brining and salting in some of those emergency situations, because some of those areas without getting sun could be a couple of days and make things pretty unsafe. But also those guys, when we have other regular storms, major storms and flooding come through, they've come through a number of times, and we've gotten a lot of good feedback from residents on being able to have those folks available, and not just available. I mean, it was like they were in the middle of the night out, or crack of dawn getting things cleaned up and a road, Marvin roads cleared and things like that. So I didn't see that, but just wanted to make sure that that's been some things that they've been doing as well.
John and Christine, either one of you, what's our plan if like there's a big snowstorm? I mean, you talked about clearing roads, but I don't know if that means snow clearance.
Yeah, so we do not do snow clearing. We have only focused on the roads that would be hazardous for a emergency responder to get to. So we actually don't brine all the roads. We only brine those areas that may be heavily shaded or really hilly, where emergency responder would have an issue going up.
And we have the ability to do that for snow?
But we do have brine.
Okay, but
Yeah.
we don't have a snowplow. Right?
No, did we keep that attachment? I'll have to check into that. I can't remember because we had discussion about
I
having
think
a
we have a
snowplow.
salt spreader too.
We do have a salt spreader. I don't think we have a
I think-
snowplow.
I think Davey wanted to get a shovel that went on the front of the truck, and
I think it got voted down, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
when we got that last truck, we got it at a size so that it would be able to accommodate if we wanted to do that, but I don't think we exercised that option at that time.
I think the problem with that is like you don't know what you're going to hit. You might hit a pothole or you might hit a manhole cover and it might mess something up. So I don't think we wanted to get into that. So that's where we focused on brine application and salt. If it's an area that is pretty serious and then the event happens today, and the guys will go back out and salt the area to make sure that there's not going to be any issues, but we don't actually remove it.
And prior to us even having that capability, I believe at least once or twice we contracted with an outside agency
Yes.
to do some brine and salt. But then we, Davey figured, brought the justification about why that might be something we want to do. And that's been successful, at least so far.
And we keep a lot of salt on standby at the park in the maintenance shed. So if an event happens, we've got it covered. And we do salt over here. So if there's anyone that comes to Village Hall, it's there. But all right. Any other questions on Public Works? We have a quick solid waste presentation that I'll do after this, but I wanted to kind of dive into the Powell Road Tracker. And Jill, sorry, I gotta find mine. Did you pass them out? I gotta find mine, sorry. So I can't see that far. Yeah, let me have yours real quick. Sorry, you want to scoot over here? Okay, so it's hard to see on the screen, but the very top portion is the POW bill revenues. I think those are pretty solid and established. I can't find mine, Jill. I'm sorry. I don't. The additional revenues that are marked for streets and roads, that is going to be the 1 cent tax increase for the roundabout. And you can look through these piles if you want, but I don't.
It's on my computer.
The 1 cent tax increase for the roundabout. We also have some other funding in there for shortfall for the CRTPO. It's obviously not guaranteed, but it's listed there because it's what we've projected. The transfer, let's see, I'm going to just kind of touch.
It's a really confusing spreadsheet. It's basically, I'm trying to break down all potential revenue sources. We keep Powell bill separate because it has to be tracked separately, reported separately. But we recognize Powell bill money is not enough, so we need additional revenue. And depending on the year, we get it from different sources. So it consists of vehicle tag revenue. It consists sometimes of a transfer from unassigned fund balance, which is basically your leftover revenue that you didn't spend from a previous year that goes into savings. So sometimes we'll pull from that when we need it. Other times we'll have, you guys do have a capital reserve for streets. So occasionally something will come up and I'll do a fund balance transfer and actually dip into that savings account for streets and borrow from there. So that's what this is. This changes probably daily. I think I was up probably until 1 a.m. last night making changes to the one you have in front of you because things change that quickly around here. And I'm trying to show you guys in red where you have shortfalls. That is not something to sort of panic about yet. And that's because a lot of these numbers, they're just projections and they can all change. In addition to the fact that they can all change, you have money in unassigned fund balance that you can pull and allocate when needed in a year where you maybe don't have enough to cover. Powell bill's not enough to cover things and you needed some additional funds. But that's where I would go up above and I would add into the revenue that you all have decided or I've recommended that you pull some funds. And then if we get a grant, of course, that would go up above under revenue as well. Any new grant sources would be up there. This is all stuff that's going to be really part of your operating budget under your transportation. It does not include things like the Bonds Grove roundabout. You have a separate page for that because once you set up a capital and it becomes a capital project and it's not part of your annual general fund operating budget, I pull it off of here and I put it onto the page for grant projects and capital projects. So that's kind of why you have two spreadsheets. But a lot of this is just placeholders based on previous year's spending, current year's budget, and then Christina and I project out every single year. Let's say what we budgeted this year, we're going to spend all of this next year as well. We'll add a little increase for sometimes CIP, natural growth, and or inflation. So that's kind of why you'll see the numbers slowly ticking up as we go throughout the years.
Sorry, if we move into the expenses, that's really where you guys are going to have some real conversations. This expense is that blue column, starts with a blue column, and you'll have the preventative maintenance schedule. This is essentially what I told between the first and the second line that says preventative maintenance plus NCDOT acceptance and preventative treatment. That's essentially what I was saying before. You'll see kind of a 150 every other year in either column. So that being said, do you guys want to have some conversations now about those particular things and your philosophy there, or would you rather go through everything first? I'll go through everything and then we can come back to it. So we have estimated emergency repairs, and this is just anything that might come up, like the potholes that we've talked about. You'll see a slow, gradual increase in that, and there's no rhyme or reason to that. It's just as we grow in roads, we're going to grow in responsibilities and inflation as well. Engineering costs, the same kind of thing goes there. We do have engineering costs that are associated with any type of road maintenance. So we just kind of see a slow, gradual increase there as well. Pavement condition survey, you'll see that about $30,000 to $40,000 every 5 years, and you'll see a slow increase there just for inflation purposes, with the next one being in 28, 29. And at any point in time, if y'all have any questions on any of these line items, just stop me. Roundabout landscaping maintenance, it's not too much. Just wanted you to see that we are taking into account those things there. Staff expenditures related to PAL bill, we do itemize out certain staff costs that have any type of dealings with PAL bill administration, whether it be me, Jill,
Public Works.
Public Works essentially. So that's where you'll see that itemized out. Traffic calming, there's not really a whole lot there. Just know that we do have a particular line item for that. Same thing for drainage and sewer. You'll see a big increase this year because we're doing a lot of work right now, or we're getting ready to, and then you'll see pretty much nothing until the next 5 years, and you'll see a big one, and then some more additional smaller increases. Essentially, we'll do these assessments every 5 years and then address what those issues relate to. Since we've never done a drainage and stormwater study, we just did that. We're doing everything that we've identified in that drainage study as a failure. And so we feel like we'll have a pretty new product at that point, and then we'll slowly do, changes and repairs that are done until the next 5 years happens. Greenways, this is primarily maintenance of what we've got that's existing, and there's not a whole lot there, $20,000-ish. And that is pretty much going to have to remain for maintenance purposes. It doesn't include any construction purposes, just maintenance of what's existing. Sidewalk maintenance and possible expansion. We don't have any money dedicated for expansion, but it's just so you know that if y'all want to expand, we have a placeholder for it. The $84,000 that's being projected this year is all the assessment study repairs that we're doing now. And then you don't see anything for quite some time. We do have a little bit of amount there because when these things bust, they're kind of expensive to replace. So the $30,000 is not going to get us that far in terms of sidewalk if we're having to replace things. So we do have that listed there. It's probably a little inflated, but it's there for, planning purposes. Same thing with curb and gutter, snow and ice removal. It's pretty low hanging fruit there, $5,000 a year. Increased insurance premiums. We put this in here so that you guys knew and understood that as we took over more roads, we were accounting for what those in premiums would increase from our insurance standpoint. Rapid response, and this is mainly related to major roads like Newtown Road. We have been pretty successful and lucky in the events that we have had with the roads that we do have, like Bob's neighborhood. When there is an issue, luckily it's been in the morning when we can respond. But if we have an issue in the middle of the night and we need to call in a vendor, we're going to have a higher expectation of emergency response. We can't just sit around and wait for someone to come in 5 or 6 hours. We're going to have to be able to say, you've got a requirement to be there within, 2 hours.
What's the typical process when someone has an emergency that's non-911, but would require the village to respond? Who do they call? Who picks up the phone?
Yeah, good
Who makes
question.
that happen?
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Usually you guys will get a call. Then you'll call me.
They got our numbers. That is the way it actually ends up happening, right, Bob?
Bob called me at 5 o'clock one morning.
That's why you're the mayor.
Unless it's like a state of emergency has been called in UC, then Christina follows protocols. We have things on the voicemail when people call. There's a command center we submit to their authority, and it kind of trickles down from Union County. But in the absence of something that we are prepared for, it's just like a tree falls across the road. Yeah, it'll typically start with someone calling her or calling you guys, and then she'll dispatch people to fix it.
By the way, if it takes the weight off you, I'm the mayor of Heritage Oak.
Got it.
I'm actually moving up to Faro. I'm actually going.
Well, not to toot our own horn, but there was an event that happened maybe a year ago, and Bob called me. It was like 4 or 5 in the morning, but I had actually called the guys after that, and they were out there within an hour. So, I mean, they're pretty responsive.
Mhm.
And there is some conversations that we've had about how we should handle that fairly for them. Just so that if there is a storm coming or something like that, is there some sort of stipend we should be paying certain staff members to be on call or something like that? And that would be out of fairness to them.
Yeah.
And I think that's a conversation worthy of continuing to have.
Yeah, and we're prepared. You guys actually, one of your first items was to take action. It was actually your first meeting We did implement that, and we do have some changes that you had suggested, Councilman Elaraza. So we'll bring that back to you at your work session for additional consideration, but thank you for bringing that up. But the short end of the stick is, if we take over bigger, busier roads, we're going to have an expectation of a more quicker response than what we're able to produce. So that being said, we need to be ready to pull a contract. And with that time comes, a cost to being able to respond within 2 hours or whatever our standard is. So we want to make sure you knew that we were thinking about that. And that's in kind of the plans. Again, those sidewalk, curb and gutter, stormwater assessment studies, you'll see those every few years. You'll see kind of a bigger ticket item on those, 50,000 and 60,000. New equipment, that $90,000 is the bucket truck. Again, that may be kicked down the road, so we may delete that one, but that's what that's for. And then there's other equipment that are throughout years beyond. I don't know what that equipment is, but as you all know, as you increase in roads, you're going to have something, whatever that is. So that's listed there in years 30, 31, and 35. Marvin Loop, this is the project that Hunter's spoken to you guys about a couple of times, and the overruns. These numbers need to be changed based on this conversation that you had earlier, but that's what those numbers are. And you see the roundabout for Joe Carr and Marvin. Those numbers are projected there, as well as the roundabout at Stacey Howie, and then those overruns. So all of that to say, if you look at the very bottom, you're in the green for a couple of more years, and then you're projected to go into the red. But that may change when those new numbers are implemented based on the conversation on the STIP CRTPO grant. So then you can start to see the shortfall and where we have issues there. So the answer is, you have to consider addressing the shortfall, obviously before it happens. And again, we don't have the restorative maintenance plan in here as in-depth as we've discussed. We do have the restorative maintenance capital transfer starting at 50,000 next year, and then another 50,000 the next year, and then 200,000. So that we've got a kind of a slow pocket of money, but that number will have to be adjusted once we figure out what we're going to do on that. That being said, the answer basically lies to you've got to sit down and figure out either how you're going to fund some of these projects, or how and what we're going to cut, essentially. So
I'm just going to also add that it is extremely rare in a given year that we actually spend everything that you see listed here. So when you see $453,000 in expenses for fiscal year 25 to 26, we have to be prepared to spend it. But we may not have to salt and brine. We may not have a harsh winter. We're not having one yet. We probably likely won't. We might come in under budget on some things. We might not use as much engineering as we originally planned. So this does always match the budget at the beginning of the fiscal year, but as things change, numbers are adjusted, and our job is to plan for it and prepare for it, but it doesn't always happen. But we at least want to make sure that we have a plan in place to have the money either from ad valorem in our transportation budget, knowing that whatever we don't spend is going to roll into that unassigned fund balance, or that I'm prepared to do a fund balance allocation to pull some money out of your streets savings account and be prepared to spend it that fiscal year to cover any shortfall.
So that being said, thanks for bringing that point up. Great point. I don't want you guys going in with that mindset of we're probably not going to spend it, because you need to be prepared to spend it. So what you see is what you get. If it works out better than that, then that's great. We can spend it, in a subsequent year, reduce something the next year. But the reality is we've got to figure some things out for sure.
How battle ready are these estimates? Like, and it might not be that snowy a winter, but it might be the snowiest winter ever. Like, how conservative are the estimates? Are they really high, figuring we're going to have a worse winter than we
So
did?
the winter, and that's probably not a good argument one, because it costs.
In general, up and down the whole.
I mean, the winter, that one's $5,000. I mean, it cost us $1,000 roughly in brine per application. So basically, a storm event cost us $1,000. But as far as the other estimates, I mean, I think they're pretty spot on. They might be a little inflated on, like, sidewalks, for example. We probably won't spend that on sidewalks, but I can tell you this year we're spending $77,000. So whereas we may not spend 30 next year, we may have some type of, tree root issue that we've identified that's lifted 14 panels and we've got to go address those. So I think it's pretty solid. If I had to say, it's probably inflated just a hair.
We tend to inflate a little bit, just worst case, I want to be prepared. I'd rather come in under budget than, not have enough money.
So just in the past, some of these spreadsheets that you've had that we've worked with, we've been able to kind of run different scenarios. And in the budget priorities information that we filled out, it talked about, we all have to face the math, whether we want to raise taxes or not over time. But the numbers are the numbers. One of the things I had wrote in that budget priorities is like we're talking about building a reserve, but talking about, well, next year, let's plan for a 0.5-cent tax hike and then do that every couple of years until we get the tables in balance here. Would you be able to run something like that on here so that if my idea or anybody else's idea would then kind of flip this out and give us a better understanding? Could you make it more of kind of a working
Yes.
spreadsheet like that?
Yeah,
So
I can.
she has a line item in her revenues that says additional increase just for streets, so she can plug those numbers in. I will note, though, that these numbers also include the continuation of that 1 cent. You'll see it.
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what says to me even more that as you guys are going to continue to go through the budget, and I know there's some talk about roads in general, that is a conversation that Fred wants to have, but there are some realities we have to face and plan for. So just being able to look at those scenarios, I think, is very helpful if you see what that effect is on those numbers.
And I will say, to the previous council's kind of defense, they didn't see the numbers starting to be in the red until really Hunter came back with his cost estimates of these overruns. So Hunter messed up the sheet that's in front of you. So that's why we're seeing those red numbers sooner than we really had liked to see. So that's.
A lot of the numbers are really red as well because of the 2 roundabouts that are down there. And you guys have already had conversations about maybe not doing a roundabout and saving some money by switching to traffic lights. So based on, those conversations and decisions you're having, then those numbers are going to change and come down a bit. Should you guys decide to, officially approve kind of green lighting some improvements at those critical intersections, and you want to use the capital reserve that I've got set up for roundabouts and critical intersections, then those would kind of come off this spreadsheet and would move to the other one where either that 1 cent would continue to fund that, and you would agree to keep that 1 cent of your ad valorem going towards it. And so you would see these numbers shift again. So all of the decisions that you guys will make will constantly cause this to shift. That's one of the reasons why I don't like to put this on the website, is because sometimes I change it 6 times a day, depending on what decisions are being made and what costs are coming in. So.
Well, I was just having a side conversation with Hunter. If we take out that 2 million that we've got in there for the overruns,
The loop.
yeah, you'll see that red go away.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty
Yeah.
drastic.
So I think you're fine. You guys are going to be a lot finer than you think.
Not to beat a dead horse, but like Powell Bill is not charity, right? Presumably it costs them more to maintain the roads than to Powell Bill some money and you maintain the roads. But we don't even spend the Powell Bill funds on maintenance. Like, I feel like it's a deferred maintenance item for us that we don't work on it. And we save the Powell Bill funds, we put them towards other things, but like we don't even match the NCDOT expenditures.
You mean with our
I'm
general
saying-
fund dollars?
Yeah, like in our expenses, right? Like it looks great, but like our expenditure for maintenance is way low.
So keep in mind, maintenance also should encompass like sidewalks, unless you strictly want to relate to roads only. But Powell Bill does allow us to spend in greenways and trails, sidewalks, curb and gutter, anything to do with like a road or a right of way, you can spend PAL bill dollars. So even though it's not necessarily road maintenance, we consider those other things to be maintenance related.
That's part of my point.
Okay.
That is Powell bill dollars that are paying for all of that until we run out. So you'll see like, I started the year with 292,000 and some change. I added another 216. I had a total of 510 grand roughly in Powell bill funds. I'm going to spend 453. If I spend all Powell bill money on the 453, then I'll end the year with a surplus because I didn't spend it all, and that will roll into the next year. So Powell bill money goes towards as much of the expenses as we possibly can. When we run out, because we have a year where we have a lot more expenses than we do Powell bill revenue coming in and Powell bill reserves, that then and only then do I dip into your additional kind of savings bucket. Because we want to use the Powell bill money first, to Christina's point. You got to use it within 5 years. So I'm going to spend that first before we dip into our own savings for streets and roads. So the reason we have it segmented out VOM versus NCDOT is roads that we already own and have owned for a while versus new roads that we're taking on and bringing up to standards. We chose to have them as two separate rows just to kind of keep our minds straight, but it's all going to be our roads and all our preventative maintenance using Powell bill dollars. Does that make sense?
But let me make sure I'm understanding your point of saying that. Are you basically, saying that to say we should be at least spending 200,000 in that line item?
I'm saying that would be too low
Okay.
to spend 200,000, right? For the amount of roads that we have that we're trying to maintain,
Okay.
right? So I think DOT on their roads is spending more than that on their low years. And we're spending even less than that. But our complaint is DOT doesn't maintain their roads. So we'll take them over and spend less money. But
So-
we're
so
not doing
we-
a better job,
So we
right?
were thinking.
But we're taking the money and we're putting it towards other needs we have too. Like our roof's leaking and the insurance company gives us a check, but it has to be used for water intrusion. So we replace our windows because those need to be done too. And we put a tarp on our roof.
Well, and I think that just goes to maybe you guys changing the expectation of what we're using Powell bill funds for. But as far as what we're proposing, everything is legal in terms of what we're allowed to spend it on and how they define it. So if there's a difference of strategy and like y'all want to spend the total 210 on
I'm just
actual road
saying in terms
maintenance.
of like green and red, it's not a realistic number, these numbers for maintenance. I mean, we could spend that, right? But it's a deferred maintenance item. Like there's gonna be a surprise one of these years of a lot of money, if that's what we're gonna spend on maintenance. And we should
The
account for that.
150-ish.
Yeah.
Okay. So the only other options that I can propose to you is the second line that says NCDOT road acceptance and preventative treatment. That is not a requirement. That is something, like I said, the previous council decided to take that money and put it into this bucket to take over more roads from NCDOT, to have this kind of cohesion amongst the entire village of Marvin so that taxpayers are being treated, equally and fairly. So if you were going to put more money in, I'd say you need to pull money out of that pocket to put it into what we're doing for our roads. But then, the argument could be made that people like Valhalla Farms, for example, got really upset for several years because their roads were really bad and they were coming and, saying, we pay the same tax that you pay, but yet we do your roads and not, my roads. And so they had that argument that they weren't being treated fairly. So that's why the previous council decided to do it this way. But that second 150 is not a requirement. Does that make sense? So if you wanted to pull at least that portion, you could take that 150 on the second column and move it up to the first column.
Fred, when we were doing math on these roads, what were we thinking annually that we should be putting toward roads? Was it like 350?
I think it was in that range.
Okay. So, and that's to fog seal, that's to maintain, that's to get roads on a maintenance cycle. So, I mean, I think if we're gonna be maintaining roads, we're gonna need to put more money to it.
Okay. Well, and I think that's going to come at,
I'm just wondering though, have those numbers been shared with staff so they can kind of compare the spreadsheets and the underlying assumptions and stuff?
We had a meeting, we went through some of the AMT things, which again, I keep seeing like different numbers, although the PCS scores are the same. but the recommendations and the amounts, I feel like changed. Like I have an email in here where it was a little different, and I think it's just probably ordered differently. But if you take what NCDOT is doing for the PCS score and you put that onto us, like, it's explosive numbers, like it's huge.
Well, it
Like,
should be around
their
$2 million.
expenditure this year was $980,000 that they spent on their roads.
Well, and that, just so you know, that PCS is not what they did. It's what our engineers said should be done, but I don't know that's what they did.
Okay,
So,
but their
I-
projection was 980,000.
yeah, and
whatever they
I
did.
guarantee you they didn't do
Okay.
that. But,
That makes sense, I guess.
I mean, we can look into it, but majority of what DOT says they're going to do, it never actually gets done. If we go back to that slide that I had on what they were projecting. Shoot, am I going the wrong way? Sorry.
Christina, correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the NCDOT owned roads, are the bulk of them major roads that are like a new town and roads that this, like the smaller preventative maintenance and the cheaper
Yeah.
stuff that you would do would not be comparable to what NCDOT would do on a major road?
I'd have to
It
compare
would-
like what's
It
particular
would be more
ones.
frequent on a
Mhm.
major road than it would
Mhm.
be, but if you're, like, I need to repair a street with a 78 PCS score,
Mhm.
presumably the repair would be the same.
Just more frequent on a major road.
Yeah, and the maintenance would be probably annual on
Thought
a
I
major
heard,
road.
I thought I heard something like you really can't do kind of the, I think you sort of called it maybe like a Band-Aid approach or something to like the major roads, like those would have to have a complete resurfacing versus kind of like a fog seal or a crack seal, so, which is obviously way more expensive as well. So that's where my head was going, but I get it.
Okay, so that being said, if you guys have projected 350 or whatever the number is, I mean, I don't know what that encompasses. I don't know if it encompasses just roads, if it's sidewalks, I don't know if it's all of these things in addition to, I don't know where that number. Okay, just okay.
Well, maybe when we have our roads meeting, y'all can share that with us and show us where you're getting those numbers from. And then, I mean, at the end of the day, if you want me to restructure this tracker where 100% of Powell bill allocations are going towards road maintenance and another, 150,000 a year is going towards road maintenance, and we start with always prioritizing that. And then whatever else we fill in down below in these other categories is based on what's available from ad valorem and other sources, then, I mean, you all will dictate to us what you want us to prioritize in the budget when it comes to roads. So,
Well, but I will say, we can do that, but if the numbers off the cuff are $350,000 just for that one line item,
mhm.
we're essentially $200,000 short per year based on those projections, which equates to a 1 cent, roughly, a little less than 1 cent tax increase just for those roads. Or you cut, yeah.
Yeah.
So, we can have those conversations, but when we meet again for the road numbers, we can go over that in more detail.
And if you want to send me anything in advance and have me create an alternative to this that we can compare and discuss before that meeting, I think that meeting's on the 21st, so I don't know if I'll have time, but if you want to send me anything ahead of time, I can try to get ahead of it before our meeting.
Sorry, I'm trying to get your DOT roads. Are there any other questions? Powell bill tracker sheet? Okay, we'll continue this conversation next week when we have our individual meetings. Did you have any final comments? Okay.
I don't think so.
Moving over really quickly, this is going to be a short one. Solid waste. As you know, we implemented solid waste a couple years back, just for y'all's purposes of education. We actually tried to do this with a interlocal agreement with Weddington. We did RFQ for that project together. Ultimately, at the end of the day, they were not ready to pull the trigger when we were. So we did outside of them, and we had our own individual contracts. Our fees currently are $250 a year. We currently have around $159,000 in surplus for solid waste. So we do have options to consider a reduction in fee this year if you guys are interested in that. Or we could add services to spend that down. So we can project numbers on a $25 or $50 per year reduction, just something to consider. You guys can chat about that.
Have to go to solid waste?
It
or-
does.
Does.
Yes.
It's restricted.
How did we come up with the surplus? I figured when we were figuring out what we ought to charge residents, it'd be kind of a zero out.
So when we first started out, I mean, it was our first year doing it. We did have some reserves because we had some money built in for like attorney fees if we had to go through some level of litigation with the vendor. So we had built in some kind of pockets of surplus that we had projected we would need, and then staff time. And I don't remember what else we had projected
It
in
was
there.
staff time, it's fuel surcharges that vary with the CPI index and what diesel fuel costs. There's employee, same with Powell Bill, there are some staff salaries that can go towards that line item as well, a prorated portion of our salaries as well.
And we had,
There is not a limit to how much we can keep.
We
It's
just
just,
can't
it just has to stay reserved for solid waste. So it's good and it's helpful when you are, like, for instance, I've already run the numbers for this current budget cycle for next fiscal year, and $250 per household is not enough to cover the annual cost for each resident for this fiscal year. But because we have that money in surplus, my recommendation was not to increase the rates because I can absorb it using some reserves. But to Christina's point, I think I only needed about 18,000 out of that reserve to cover the shortfall. So she wants me to crunch some numbers on, well, what does it look like? And how much of that reserve are we going to eat up if we do a $25 or $50 reduction? So that's the numbers I'm crunching next, and we'll bring back to you to discuss.
the intent is we knew there was probably going to be some level of surplus, but we didn't know the exact dollar amount. And
And I will say that's 3 years of surplus. That's not like 1 year. That's 22, then we
the
rolled out,
intent-
and then the last couple.
the intent from the beginning has been it would be a rate stabilization. So if,
Mhm.
in year 4, it comes back at $325, we would be able to not go up that high.
When's our
I
contract
was-
run out? Sorry.
28,
Okay.
fiscal year 28.
So I mean, it's possible that we could end up looking
Yeah.
at a rate increase in 28.
Mhm.
And if we cut now, we're just going to have to jack it back up once we get the rate increase, right?
Or you let that surplus build, and then you can
Right,
ease them into a rate increase slowly. We might take a big bump, but they won't notice it right away.
So we'll look at these numbers. I mean, it's not something we'll decide today, and then we'll bring back what it's going to look like. I mean, you want to keep something for a rate stabilization, but you don't have to keep, a ton. So that's there. I will say there was a big disparity though when we got the bids from the vendor disparity. So I do feel like we will have an increase.
So getting back to this surplus, having those trucks on those neighborhood roads, cause wear and tear to those roads. So I'm just wondering why we couldn't use some of that surplus for roads, just saying.
I think it's the way the statutes are written because it
Mhm.
technically is supposed to be an enterprise fund. I mean, we can look into it, but I'm 90% sure it's not, but we can look into it.
Christina, you might have
And
just been on the edge of alluding to it, but I remember, what was it, a year and a half ago that the vendor came back to us?
The
and
transfer.
said
It
they
was
had
last
messed
year.
up,
Yeah.
right?
So when they did the bid, when they wrote their RFQ, they did not, it's a business decision mess up in my opinion. They did not account for tipping fee increases in their contract. Basically, Union County increased in their tipping fees, and it ultimately ended up in a result of an net increase to their business operations. They came pleading to us and said, hey, can you help us out? The council at the time wanted to value their relationship and knew that, it was hurting them. So they agreed on a one-time adjustment of a CPI. And this was right in the middle of COVID as well. So we knew they were hurting. But yes, we did do a one-time adjustment. I think there's actually a slide in here on that.
And for that adjustment, they actually extended our current contract because what we said is we would be willing to help out a little bit more if you're willing to extend the contract, because at that point, we already knew we were getting a good deal. So just by extending that contract, it helped both parties.
Did it get extended to year?
28. Yeah.
So we have a max of 3% CPI in our contract. We agreed to give them 4.5% CPI. That was really all we could do. That helped offset some of their increased tipping fees. And in exchange, they added a second bulk event. So instead of just having one in the fall, we have one in the spring and one in the fall now. They added that free of charge, and they extended our contract an additional fiscal year. So that's one more year that we don't have to go out and seek a new vendor or bids.
But to your point too, Councilman Eck, there will be a level of projection that we do every year based on what we think the households will be in operation. So there'll be very small variances between revenue and expenditures in any given year, just based on projections of households being built by the time the tax scroll comes in. So does,
What I just want to add too is, I don't know if it's everybody's experience, but when we switched to the solid waste program, I actually had the same vendor previously, and many in my neighborhood had gone through 3, 4, 5 vendors. My annual fee went down by about $30 or $40, and the service since that time has been exemplary. Like, and part of it's also the communications that the village does. If there's a storm event, they'll say they'll do it Tuesday. But I do want to say that I think by and large, I know there's maybe 1 or 2 neighborhoods that might have had a slight increase because they were large enough, they were demanding a better price. But I just wanted to speak to the service that we were getting, and that service level really has been excellent.
Yeah, we have very few complaints from residents ever, and your typical complaints of missed pickup or anything like that is handled and resolved really quickly. So that's another reason why we wanted to give them some benevolence, because they are affordable compared to the other vendors, and we're happy with the service, and so are the residents. So we wanted to continue the relationship versus seeing them, potentially go under or something worse. So.
okay, so
And
Hunter's,
also Angel mentioned, the wear and tear on the roads. But a big part of the reason why we actually did this is because the wear on the roads, wear and tear was 3, 4 times X when you had 4 different, vendors coming into particular neighborhoods. And
so Hunter's passing around the CPI index. I just pulled this yesterday. I actually do pull the one particularly for solid waste. So there's actually a line item way in depth of this report that'll show what the CPI for trash collection is. So right now we're hovering around 3%, 2.7. So I would expect it to probably be somewhere similar. So we probably will have a CPI index increase, but we have calculated that in, just so you're aware. It may be slightly less, but that's where we're at.
I had a quick question, and maybe I missed this. The $34,327 for the salaries that are allocated, is that a culmination of the amount of time each year that staff has to spend on managing the solid waste program?
Yes.
Is it attributed to actual dollar amount?
It's a
It's a
percentage.
percentage. It's a percentage based on, like, for example, I don't know the exact percentage, but let's say that I spend 10% of my time on solid waste, or Jill spends 5% of her time. We itemize out that salary based on the percentage that we had projected when we formulated this.
That just seems incredibly high for a pass-through service that an outside vendor does for us.
Well,
That was Public Works Director, Village Manager, and Finance Director, all plus receptionist, all working on solid waste. So that was a percentage of all of our salaries combined
So
that
ju-
we put towards that.
And just so you know, for what, I mean, we handle a lot of complaints. We also have to have reports where Jill and I are both sitting down and reviewing the consumer price index, the fuel surcharges. We have to put these calculations together to say, are your numbers right? Our numbers are wrong. Their numbers are right. We go back and forth and have these meetings. Whenever we have common occurrences of issues, her and I will sit down with the vendor and have meetings. We've had a couple of them so that you guys don't see this level of detail. But it is something where we meet continuously with them. We, as a public works department, have to produce annual reports for all of the tonnage, all of the stuff that goes along with solid waste collection. So there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that you probably don't recognize. But yeah.
Thanks.
Mhm.
One other little, I don't know, helpful pro tip from the insurance world. It's a lot easier to do a refund than it is to lower a rate and then raise a rate before. So I think if we're thinking about what we do with that surplus and I know it's going to be spending more staff time, is to consider a refund to the customers rather than a refund to the residents rather than doing a lowering the rate when we might have to increase it later on. So just.
A refund would be a logistical nightmare for me, only because they don't pay us directly. So they pay the county and the county takes a commission and then just cuts me the difference. So I don't even really have, I mean, I don't necessarily I would have to use the tax scroll and add all 2,066 households as vendors in my finance software and then cut a check and hope that it's not a renter or, you know what I mean? Like I'd have to, and then cut a check to 2,000 plus homes. It would be a little bit of a nightmare for me logistically to do that. I don't know if that's something that the county could do easier. Maybe it's maybe it's like a refund on their next tax bill or a discount or something, but I hear what you're saying.
So I was just saying, it's a lot, I mean,
Yeah.
logistics aside, it's
Yeah.
less jarring for the resident to
Yeah,
say
and
like,
just-
hey, I got a refund and
Yeah.
my regular bill stays the same.
And just for the record, we do get this question a lot, and you guys probably have gotten this question, why do we not have it a part of the tax rate instead of a fee? Essentially how, we could do that, but essentially what you would have is a higher valuation property supplementing a lower valuation property. So someone that has a $2 million house is going to pay a higher rate if it's built into the tax rate versus someone that has $1 million house. So that's the reason. All right, we're going to move on, unless y'all have any questions. So some other services to consider if you don't want to do a reduction of service or a refund or however we decide to shake that one out. We could increase the bulk curb pickup days we don't have any bulk collection. There's going to be some problems with that. I mean, I'm sure a lot of you don't want to see couches and refrigerators and stuff like that sitting in your neighborhood, but that's an option if you want to do a bulk collection that's there.
Actually a one-day thing though, so it's not.
Right now, we do a one-time event where people can bring their stuff here, but there is the option of having curbside bulk collection as well. We have had inquiries on glass collection. It's never really gotten any further than a conversation, but that's where we're at. Do y'all have any questions at all? I think we're done on solid waste. So that's where we're proposing. This itemizes out all the trash collection, recycling, yard waste.
We had a quick question about the fact that, a person with a higher value home would pay more on their taxes if there was a line item for waste.
It wouldn't be a line item.
Well, if we made a line item,
You can't do that.
you can't
No.
add a separate
Mm-mm.
flat, okay.
Yeah.
Is that like?
Well, why can we do it for car fees, but we can't do it for trash?
I actually sent y'all an email on this a couple months ago, because the Union County tax collector gave me a response, and I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said I think he said it was not legal.
The car fee you can't write off either. People were wanting their trash put into their
They
tax,
want
the
to
property
write it
tax
off.
bill, and would get the write off.
Yeah.
So the car fee is based on a statutory allowance. There's a specific statute that says you can do that. Here's the email. It says, I asked him, can we itemize solid waste fees on the tax bill as a special tax and not a fee to allow residents to use it as a tax write-off? Seems like we looked into this before, blah, blah, blah. And I cited the statute, and it's 168-314.1 if anyone wants to reference it later. His response was, no, we can't do that. Trash pickup services are not tax deductible, whether it is on your tax bill or as a fee, whether you pay it privately. The only way this could be done as a deductible expense for the homeowner from a municipality perspective is to eliminate the solid waste and adjust your tax rate to cover the cost of providing trash from the municipal general fund. Per statute, you cited in your email, if you itemize the bill, it's not a fee. It is a fee, not a tax. There are municipalities that have eliminated their fee and adjusted their rate to cover it, which again accomplishes the same underlying objective. At that point, it becomes a line item in your general fund, but all taxpayers will pay the adjusted rate, not just the residential users. I'll forward this to you guys so that you have it. But according to our tax collector, we can't do it. And then the slide that you see here in front of you is just kind of how we've projected the individual cost. Those itemized numbers for the cost of services were actually what was in the RFP. We bid them out as alternates. So that if you decided you didn't want to do recycling or you didn't want to do yard, that's what that itemized cost is. Okay, I forwarded that email to y'all.
So, I mean, as you can see, I'm short $7 per household. It ends up coming out to be about 17,500. I'll just transfer that from the solid waste reserve fund and cover it so that we don't have to increase. But I'm also going to rerun these numbers as stated with a reduction potentially, or not. I mean, we'll be able to discuss all of that as we go into budget season and bring this back to you.
Any questions on this? Okay. Any questions on solid waste at all? Okay. We'll move into staff vacancies.
Want to go back to, you never did finances presentation.
Yes, sorry. Sorry, Jill. All right,
I'll go all the way back.
we'll go into finance.
I would say they saved the best for last, but they really just saved the most boring presentation for last. So I'm going to be fast because it's kind of boring, you guys, but
Just tell me.
Do I have a
when you want me to
clicking?
advance- or- Yeah, there you go.
all righty. All right. So, welcome to finance. My department updates. I am now officially the first certified North Carolina local government finance officer that the village has had. That was a 2-year process that I underwent. I just started working on my national certification. That's another 2-year process and way more intensive. So if y'all could pray for me, that'd be great. In addition to doing that job, I'm also doing Tyler's job, primarily focused on event planning and managing all of the rentals for all of our facilities right now. So it's a lot. And then I'm always working on improving those processes. So whenever I get my hands on them, it's a perfect opportunity for me to figure out what's working and what isn't, and then quickly fix it all. In case we hire someone else, I can hopefully hand them a better product than what I inherited. Accounts receivable, it was a big focus for my department. A couple of years ago when I took it over, it was sort of non-existent. We didn't have anybody on top of it. We weren't really billing developers and vendors for reimbursable engineering fees, and now we are, and it's so much better, and we have 90% plus collection rate. I think we're at 97 right now. So that's great. I mean, the bills come in, we see what each developer owes, the invoice goes out, and even new people who are closing on homes, there's this weird sort of lag where if you weren't living in your house by January 1st, you didn't make it onto the tax scroll, which means you didn't pay your $250 solid waste fee. So I come along and knock, knock, hi, welcome to Marvin. Here's your bill. You need to pay for your solid waste because you didn't get to pay it in your tax bill. And so that's why also we have a surplus in revenue as well, is because sometimes when we were budgeting, initially, we were only budgeting on the homes that were in existence. We weren't planning on all of the 40, 50 to 60 homes that would close that year and new residents would move in, at each of them at $250 a piece. So anyway, accounts receivable is thriving and doing well. We sort of had the rug pulled out of us last year. Some of you guys might not know this, but for many, many years, as far back as I can remember, the village was using the healthcare trust through NCLM to provide healthcare and benefits to employees. And then the healthcare trust imploded. It just became too expensive. They didn't have enough people in it. They didn't have enough money to cover the costs, and it became something that was losing money. So they closed it down. And I got about, 60 days notice that I had to find new healthcare for all of our employees. So that was how I spent last spring. We found a broker. We went through a process. We actually got better, more affordable healthcare for our employees. So that was a win. And it was a good opportunity for us to review our benefits package just in general, which Christina and I are continuing to do. So that was one thing that we did last year as well. And then I got really jealous that everybody was having so much fun with WUMA. So I decided to have my own little WUMA group. So I meet with Kathy from Weddington and Rosie from Waxhaw, and we have Jesse from Stallings. Kathy was Wesley Chapel, actually, but she's not there anymore. And Leslie is Weddington. So us gals get together every so often, and we just share resources, pain points, problems, vendors, software, what's working for you, what have you figured out, what don't you know how to do. There's a big learning curve to government finance sometimes. That's just a reality. It's so much different than anything else I've ever done. So it's a really cool opportunity for us to help each other out and share things. And then grants, this is a list of all the grants that we have in process. We've heard a lot about CRTPO, the OSBM, that is the small grant that we got to help cover some of our match for the CRTPO. We have the Part F grant, another OSBM grant covered part of our match for the Part F project here, the VH Park. And then we have the STRAP grant, which is just a pass through. So that's not costing us anything at all. It's 300,000. We pay it. They reimburse us in full. And then upcoming grants, we have Safe Streets for All and ARPA. We were actually able to close out during the last fiscal year. So all of that money is spent and all of that reporting is done. Praise the Lord. That was a long one. Okay. Bank accounts. This is where we sit as of 12/31. So as you can see, we have about $2.7 million invested in accounts because that 1.5 is going to change. I'll probably send another million off to the investment accounts because it doesn't earn us anything sitting in the checking account. It's a waste. So I'd rather put it in the investment account and it will earn us right now about 2.5% to 3.5% interest. So that's another big part of my job is trying to make your money make money. And then that's what we have in our bank accounts that we have to keep separate. So the grants that we get, we typically have to keep that money, can't commingle it. It has to be in its own account. So that's what you're looking at there. Any questions? I know I'm flying through because they told me to talk fast. Okay. This is a revenue snapshot for this year so far. So as you can see, we're doing pretty good. We are ahead of schedule for quite a bit of our revenue. We're slightly behind in a couple things, mostly sales and services. That has a lot to do with rentals. A lot of people don't rent when it's cold. So it'll pick back up in the spring and we'll see that start to increase. But everything else is looking pretty solid. And any questions on revenue from anybody before I move along? Anybody? Okay. Here's expenses for the year. Again, trending pretty well. I mean, we're halfway through the fiscal year. So if we did a pretty decent job of budgeting, we should be about 50% remaining. Some of our expenses don't really work that way, like public safety. I'm required to make payments 7/1, 10/1, and 12/1. So 3/4 of that is pretty much spent by the new year. But for the most part, some of our expenses will come later in the year, but that's where we're doing 62% left in our budget so far, halfway through the year. So we're trending below what we had said we were going to spend, which is good. You don't want that number to be high, too low, and we don't have enough left. So we're doing really good from a conservative spending standpoint. Any questions on expenses on this slide? You guys are making it easy on me. I love it. Okay. What does a penny get? So a penny is going to be a penny. It's 266,584 right now. What a penny will get you next year will depend on your valuation next year that comes from the county. It shouldn't drastically change. There'll be some, we average about 2.7% in growth each year in our ad valorem just from natural properties closing, new homes being added to the Marvin list. So, but it tends to be about 2.7% increase in the ad valorem outside of a major reval. And then it's just a reminder that council currently has 1 cent of ad valorem revenue earmarked for the roundabouts. We've talked extensively about that. And that's just another reminder that approximately 1 cent is pretty much it is covering almost exactly your deputy contract for the year. So keep that in mind if you're making decisions about lowering rates. 2 cents is where you have going to those two things. And as far as the audit goes, I know that's kind of small and hard to read, but I tried to highlight the stuff I wanted to draw your eyeballs to make it easy on you. We do have the auditors coming to give you guys a presentation in February. That is a requirement by state law that the auditor himself comes before you and gives you a report on the finances and how good of a job I did last year. Kidding. They'll tell you the state of the finances for the village and how we're doing from an accountability standpoint, and kind of let you know how you compare to other municipalities and how healthy and financially sound the village is. So definitely, you're all going to get printed copies of the audit book. Please don't be offended when you see the list of all of the council members listed on that front page. It's going to be last council, and that's just because who was in office on June 30th, 2025, which is what that audit year is through. But next year's audit books will have all of you lovely folks listed on it. So those books will be spiral bound, and you'll each get a copy. You can keep those. I recommend you bring them to that meeting in February in case you have questions. If you want to flip through it and circle or star anything, You guys are always welcome to come ask me any questions. If I don't know it, I'll ask the auditor or I'll get you an answer, but the auditor is a great person to ask some questions to as well. Anybody have any questions about anything that might be here or?
Just on the investment accounts, I know like rates change all the time, what banks offer, but do you ever rate shop?
I do. So I actually have, it's funny you say that. So I like to call Fifth Third Bank a lot and argue with them that they're giving me a crap interest rate and threaten to pull all my money out if they don't give me more. So it's a fun game we play like twice a year. And they usually agree and raise it. The rates are kind of crappy right now, which is what I had been warned of and what I suspected they were a little bit better last year. But also I do have, so previous council initially allowed me to invest in a product called IntraFi through Pinnacle Bank. And what they do is they take a chunk of money and they just shop around and they purchase multiple CDs with no single CD exceeding $200,000. That way there, it's completely covered by FDIC and there's no risk. And that's what made council feel comfortable and safe. So we did that. But the last statement I got, I wasn't pleased. The interest I was earning on it, it was about 2.5%. And when I compared that to what I'm earning with the North Carolina Capital Management Trust, right now we're getting 3.6 from them. So I reached out to Jim Brewer's vice president at Pinnacle Bank and said, either you need to shop around and get me CDs that are paying higher rates, or I'm going to pull all this money out and give it to the trust because I'm getting a better return there. So he immediately wrote me back and said, can we talk tomorrow? I have some ideas. I'm like, I'm sure you do. So yeah, I do shop around quite a bit and try to make sure that they're staying competitive and pin them against each other to fight for our business. So it's a great question.
Truist is at 4
For what?
for a money market.
Okay. I'll look into that. There are certain things that I'm allowed to do and certain things that I'm not allowed to do by law, but I will definitely check that out for sure. Okay. Any other questions? All righty.
Just, I remember sometime during the period, we didn't used to do that.
No, I was the first.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we give credit to the staff that, we were basically just leaving a lot of money in checking accounts for a while. And a lot of it, really kind of came to fore when we started getting grants and things like that and how we had to manage our grant monies and stuff like that. But I did just want to make sure this isn't something that's always been done, but just wanted to make sure we give credit to the staff for more recently having brought that to us and given us that opportunity.
Well, and that's the great part about paying for continuing education is it wasn't until I started going through the certification process as the government finance officer and, sitting at the School of Government and hearing them say like, no, it's not just like something you can do, like you have a responsibility and an obligation as the finance director to be investing money and to be making money for the town. And it was like, oh, okay. Cool. Didn't know. Now I do. So let's get to work. And so it's, that's a benefit that came out of continuing ed, which there's a lot of benefits of it. But, and then the only debt that we currently have is Village Hall, set to mature in 2036. So we just have a set interest payment and premium payment every year. So on an amortization schedule. And then here's where.
Just
sorry.
quickly, I didn't read it that quickly, but what is the rate that we're paying on it's really pretty low, the interest rate that we're paying on the Village Hall. Do we recall what that is?
I don't. Do you recall the interest rate?
I want to say it was 2%.
Yeah. So that's something that doesn't really make sense to pay off early or anything like that, not at that level.
No, I would say
Especially if
you
we're
have better
earning
things to spend your
3.6.
money on than paying down Village Hall. It's manageable and it's decent. Okay. And then here's your fund balances. So you can see we ended last fiscal year with 292,000 and some change in Powell bill. The stabilization by state statute, that's a number that I can't touch. It's a formula. It comes from the LGC and the auditors, and that they're just like that. You have to at least have that. You can't spend it. And then our solid waste reserves, almost 160. Land acquisition, that's something that's been sitting there for quite some time. Previous councils had set that money aside just in case there was any land that they wanted to purchase, either for athletics or other purposes. I think a long time ago, there was talk of a civic center or something like that. So that money is still there. Council has the authority to reallocate it. So that is previous council didn't want to, they wanted to leave it, but this council has an option to reallocate it to roads or anywhere else you think it would be more beneficial. Then you have streets. We ended last year with just under 493,000. Again, that's primarily just rolling forward each year, the vehicle tag revenue and letting that build up so that we have a surplus to supplement Powell bill. And then tree reserve is something that we put in last fiscal year. That's why it's such a small amount, but we are starting to just put a little bit of money in there because inevitably we have dead trees throughout the village that need to be replaced. And then future capital needs, village science reserves, things like that. 1.6 is your unrestricted, that is your unassigned rather. So that is fund balance that is available. That's just an accumulation of your savings. And then this is just a snapshot of last year. You can see where we were, what we budgeted originally. The final column is after amendments were made throughout the year for various things, and then our actual spending. And whatever surplus there was put back in unassigned fund balance. Anybody have any questions? So as you can see, we did not overspend in any category at all. We rarely do. We are very conservative with our spending, and we usually always have surplus that we put back into unassigned fund balance or carry over from year to year. And it's not due to over budgeting. It's just due to our count. The previous councils have been very conservative in approving spending, believe it or not. And so we typically would come in under budget a lot. And then this is just our assets and liabilities showing a final net position of just under 22,000. You can sort of consider that like your net worth, but a lot of times that number is confusing, but that is, that includes everything that you own, including your infrastructure, your roads, this village hall, bank accounts, everything. So you guys will have more time to review this when you get your audit books. You'll have time to ask the auditor questions about this, and you can ask me any questions that you might have.
Going back to the last slide, what was economic development? I saw that there was.
Economic development is what they call planning and zoning in the audit. I don't know why. That's just what they've always called it.
Thanks.
I know, I wish they would use the same word that we do. Okay, so we've talked about this extensively. That's how much is in the roundabout right now. It is enough to cover, but not overruns. And then that's where you ended last fiscal year with the other funds that we have. We've talked about those. So anybody have any questions about any of the fund balances? So years and years and years and years ago, they created a capital reserve for a farmer's market and they put $25,000 into it. But it's just been sitting there. Nothing's been done with it. But no one has wanted to undo that because everyone does seem interested in a farmer's market at some point. So just know that when you try to get it up and running or get it off the ground, even if you want to start with pop-ups, you technically have $25,000 to spend, whether that's paying for stuff or promoting or whatever.
Yeah, and I think it was also kind of discussed specifically to when Village Hall was being planned and built, because there was originally an intent that some of the area that we have here would be, according to the experts, the best place to do a farmer's market because of the visibility and traffic that goes through.
Okay. And this is just how, this is your adopted budget. So this is not actual dollars spent yet. That's just what we adopted, but that just kind of shows a breakdown. You do tend to want the bulk of your dollars to be in general government. That's pretty standard throughout municipalities and counties, but you can see 18% is going to transportation, 15% solid waste, which is a pass through, 14% public works, and then on down the line. So culture and recreation is the smallest.
Is there anywhere we're out of whack with what you would expect?
No, this is pretty standard. Other towns that offer a lot more for culture and rec could, or have athletic fields and facilities and soccer fields, and they do classes and they've got all kinds of things like that, swimming pools. You'll see they would have probably a much larger budget, but we just don't because we don't have that type of stuff. So for similarly sized municipalities that don't have that type of stuff, this is pretty good. This is pretty standard. some of them might not have public safety if they're not, if they don't have their own police force and or they're not contracting, they're just going through the regular county, they would have nothing for public safety pretty much. Goals for the year, we're all, like Christina said, we are always working on succession planning. I'm trying to work with a graphic artist to see if we can get something that's easy to digest for the public at home, whether it's an infographic or something that maybe summarizes our budget when it's passed, that they can easily see where money's coming and where it's going, and they can just digest it easier. I think that would be good for transparency and just something that we could put on the website or post on social. So I'm working on that. I don't really have the skills to do that, but I know other people do. As I mentioned, I've started my national certification. I'm working towards getting the GFOA, that's the Government Finance Officer Association. They have a budget award, and I was sort of, not I was, but those of us in the room whose municipality had never earned it, we were sort of shamed at the last meeting that we should try to do what it takes to earn it. The only thing holding me back is that you have to have an audit committee, and I'm just sort of like, I've got to wrap my brain around that a little bit and figure out how that works. And then we've not had a comprehensive annual financial report. It's called a CAFR. That is a 10-year report, and it just requires a lot of, it's a 10-year look back and really solid record keeping. And I've only been responsible for the last 5. So I know it's solid and I can trust it, but I don't trust the previous 5. So I'm sort of trying to figure out how to work on that too. So, but I'm working towards it, and I think that's a good goal for me to continue to strive towards. Any questions on these? Okay. Okay. No,
We
I'm
are
not done.
about 38 minutes behind right now. Just
Okay, so last thing, I do have a couch in my office. So if any of you are in need of sitting down and having a rest while you're visiting, feel free. And I have a magic 8-ball. So if you have tough decisions to make, just shake it. It's usually pretty accurate. I did ask it today if my New England Patriots were going to beat the Houston Texans, and it said it is relatively so.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you, Joe.
And again, you guys will have the audit presentation at your February work session, so you'll have plenty of opportunity for more questions on finance. We had wrapping back around to a couple of discussion items, and then we'll get back into all these notes that you see on the board. Discussion of staff vacancies. So if you recall, we had some conversations about Public Works and our Parks and Recreation Manager or Activities Coordinator. So this is the kind of net cost for Public Works as far as the director is concerned. These are the net costs for that Parks and Rec Manager with salary and benefits. I did mention to you yesterday, some of the other things that we could consider is a project manager that would combine the assistance of every department that you're seeing here and provide some level of assistance. So if you got rid of some of the events and you wanted to kind of share the love a little bit with amongst several departments to kind of spread the workload, that would be my suggestion. That salary was taken from the study that's released every year from the League of Municipalities. There's actually been one that's released since the 2024. I found it while we were sitting here. The number's pretty aligned with that. So that is just salary. It doesn't include benefits. So I would just bump that up probably 15 to 20% aside from what you see here. So in order to make that happen, we would obviously have to increase what we have budgeted. And I don't know how you guys feel about that. I don't know if that would be offset with some of the reduction of events that we would have. If you want to look at restructuring some of the Public Works. But I will say, based on some of the conversation we've had today, it sounds like we want to add some responsibility to that Public Works person, which will likely increase that salary amount. So that's just some things that we need to take into consideration. I have printed both of the job description so you guys can see them. I will say we have advertised for the Public Works position for 2 months, just so you are aware. And I received 1 application within those 2 months. I don't know if it's because our salary is on the lower end. I don't really know. But
Yeah, I was going to ask that, Chris. I know we have had that published for quite some time. It was a shame that we lost Davey because I thought he was very effective, but that was really due to some of the opportunities he had from a benefits perspective and service that he already had in South Carolina and so forth. But I was going to ask Christina that question if she didn't just volunteer it, which has been filling the slots these days is one of the larger challenges. And Joe, I know you mentioned, looking at a position like that to be encompass some of the engineering, type of stuff that we need. Do we know what it specifically is for an engineer and
Yeah.
not just a public works director? Because
Yeah, I just looked that up. It was between, and this is one data point entry, so this is kind of a hard number, but it was for a beginning civil engineer, it's listed at $80,000. For a civil engineer, two, it was $150,000. Now keep in mind, you guys know this, there's different types of engineers, so it's hard to say we're going to hire an engineer and then we don't have to pay any more engineering costs, because there's civil, there's landscape architects, there's mechanical, there's all kinds of things that go in stormwater. They have different specializations. So like when we have plan reviews, for example, they have a specific engineer that looks at traffic, a specific engineer that looks at the stormwater, a specific one that looks at the grading. So there's all these kind of different pockets, and you're not going to find, without spending a lot of money, you're not going to find one person that can do all of that, unfortunately.
if we're going to investigate doing that, is there a way that we can look back at our engineering expenses?
Yeah.
And kind of bucket them?
Oh, no.
No,
Yeah,
okay. Because I was thinking that'd be interesting, because like you say, if you don't find people that cross buckets real well, we may be able to get somebody to handle, $120,000 of the engineering that we did over the year, but not another 360,000, And if we're gonna have to contract, a larger amount like that out anyway, that's part of, I guess, what
So-
we gotta decide with somebody, with a higher salary.
Let me make one point of correction. Yes, we can do that. It would probably take 100 hours to do.
Oh, okay.
So, it would take, their bills are probably 10 pages long and they're itemized, like very detailed. So we'd have to read through every single line item detail and determine if it fits in one bucket versus another. So
I
it would
was
be-
thinking more by, do we use different
No, it's the
engineers
same
for
one.
different types of?
Yeah.
Okay.
It would be plan review from AMT, and however many hours it took for them to review whatever plans it was. Like, for example, the ROMS development, it may be more stormwater intensive as it is traffic. I don't know. So you have the job description in front of you. If you want to look through it and see where you want to add, whatever your thoughts are. You do have a very well-qualified public works superintendent right now. Without getting into too much detail, there might be some room. But I think you're going to have a combination of some of this. So we're not asking to make any like major decisions today. We can continue this conversation. But I just wanted to put the project manager in your ear, because I think there's some opportunity to maybe look into that in a little more detail. And if you want to add in some level of engineering, we can do that. I'm going to need some more like guidance as to what that looks like and feels like.
When you say we have a public works superintendent that's pretty qualified, do you mean there's currently an employee who could be elevated to do more? Or to take over?
I
some
think he
type
has
of
the
leadership
propensity to
role?
learn things.
Okay.
I think there might be some administrative some administrative things that we would have to work on, but I think if we filled the gap with some
project
level of
manager type.
combination, we can figure that one out, maybe.
Maybe.
But we can have some more conversations about that.
When we're looking at the responsibilities for Parks and Rec versus what we're talking about, project management, are you really thinking we need a Parks and Rec that would have project management experience, or a project manager that we feel comfortable would be able to do the Parks and Rec role?
That what you just said. And unless you guys are wanting to go into programming, which I don't think that you are, and the survey shows that you're not wanting to go into programming, I don't think you need someone that is focused on Parks and Rec just generally. I think if you find someone that is a good project manager, they would have the skill set to be able to manage and function in events. And as far as that,
And rentals.
as far as that is concerned, that would be what you're looking for.
And the intent there would be that project manager would be assisting the other departments in the different tasks.
Yes, as their time allows. We would have to really spend time focusing on their workload during the given months and figure out what projects are put into play. Like right now, Hunter obviously is onboarding Lucas and is focusing on the comp plan as well as, retreats and budget and all that kind of stuff. So this could be an area where he could maybe use some assistance on comp plan. Whereas, 4 months from now, Austin may be working on a wayfinding initiative. So that's where we can kind of structure some of the workload internally. So again, not asking for any complete direction at this point. If y'all have any talking points on any of that, though, I'd love to hear your comments.
Well, I do think we need to figure out what we're gonna do and not gonna do with regard to events, don't you?
Yeah, I agree. Or you want to have that discussion now? Okay. So I passed out earlier. Does anyone else have any comments on staffing? Before we move over to events and we can come back to it. Okay. Do y'all remember this sheet that I passed out earlier? Will you pass this out real quick? Sorry. So these are the events that we currently budget for, and Hunter's passing around an incident action plan just so you guys can kind of see some of like how that process works. We really should be doing one of these for our bigger events, and I'll get to that in just a second, but just so you can kind of piddle through. So National Night Out's a pretty low cost event for us. $1,500. Tree lighting, pretty low hanging fruit there, $2,500. I think it's probably one of our well-attended, wholesome kind of quality of life events. Our fall event is the trick or treat event, so that's a pretty low expense event. I wouldn't want to say it's labor intensive, but it does require a good amount of coordination with, renting porta johns, making sure light towers are picked up, making sure we have all the vendors, and someone has to keep up with that vendor list, the registration. They have to come up with a map. We really should be doing this incident action plan that you just saw. We didn't do it last year, but we should. Coordination of parking and all that stuff. So that one's a little labor intensive, but it's not awful. 5K, that one's not so labor intensive because we usually get a vendor and it's pretty revenue neutral. The revenue that we receive from the registrations usually kind of pays for that. There is a level of coordination that's involved with making sure we have the vendor, making sure they're doing what they're supposed to and getting the registration packets out, advertising, that kind of stuff. All events are going to have advertising work, by the way. The spring Easter egg hunt, that is something that is labor intensive, and that is something that we just simply don't have the staff hours to do this year. So that is something that Jill and I have spoke about, and we're just not going to be able to do that one this year. It's a low-cost event, but it is a little bit of a logistical nightmare in terms of trying to coordinate certain age groups because of liability purposes. Marvin Day, you see listed there at 20,000. Again, we're not going to spend that much this year, but it is budgeted. It is something that can be very labor intensive. There is 4,000 planned for off-duty and EMS, and that's pretty much for all events. And then we have another community event line item that we have earmarked for future purpose of itemization. We have in the past done these little day events. Like, for example, we did an
Stargazing.
yeah, I forgot the astrology. We did one of those, and then we have 7,000 for banners and communication pieces. So, because we do create banners for all of those events.
So I liked Bob's idea about doing Marvin Day every 5 years, like on our 30th. I mean, that's a lot of money to spend. I don't know. What do you guys think?
The one thing that I'd say though is that in most years, other than the last two, We've never spent anywhere near that money. We, in the past, had it pretty much wholly handled by sponsorships. Now, if we had a project manager in place, I think what staff has been saying is that they're not interested, don't really have the bandwidth to chase those sponsorships. But, you know, I think one thing to consider is that if you do have a position like that, that's I think would be part of the role that you might have them play if they're kind of bridging both those gaps.
We're talking about now, and I think Jill said something, if we were gonna make a decision on Marvin Day, we need to make a decision now.
Yeah, I wouldn't advise you make a decision. I mean, if you're going to make that decision, it would be for next year. You go ahead and figure out what
Yeah.
you're going to do this year.
Marvin Day this year is slated to be a much more scaled down version. It's a shorter window. It's like 4 or 5 hours, and it's primarily family friendly kid stuff. It's like bring your kids to a day of fun at the park. Face painter, animals.
So what's the real number? Not 20,000.
No, that 20,000 was to include live bands and all kinds of stuff. And so, I mean, now I would have to come back to you with that number, but I can tell you so far, we have a contract in place for shuttle buses. That's about 1,500. We typically will have porta-johns. It's not this much, but I'm going to say 1,000. But it's not going to be that much, but it's maybe 750. And then other than that, it's, you know, it's bounce houses. And in the past, we have brought in like a face painter, but we have covered the cost instead of having residents have to pay the vendor. We just pay a flat fee and it's free for everybody. That's what we've tried to do. We typically have like a balloon animal guy who does a magic show. We just try to make it fun for the kids and have as much as possible be free. And then we'll have a couple food trucks there that of course are not free. So, I mean, really, other than probably about $5,000 in vendors that we would pay to be there and offer free things, porta potties and off-duty officers, bounce house, and
So you might be talking closer to
amusements.
$7,500 or
yeah,
something.
I would say.
And I'm not saying do it or not. I'm just saying that 20,000 isn't, we're saving $20,000 because that's not what's planned at this point.
Would that be an opportunity to maybe do like a vendor pop-up and a farmer's market there that day? Or
I
no?
don't know that I would have the first clue about doing a farmer's market, to be honest, and I don't know that I would have time to pull it off for this year.
Okay.
But the vendor pop-up is a part of the plan for this Marvin Day.
Okay.
We were all kind of waiting to start reaching out to vendors to have this conversation, because if you all were going to scrap Marvin Day for this year, I didn't want to be too far down that road. But we've got myself and 2 other volunteers who are ready and eager to start lining up vendors for a vendor pop-up to be a component of Marvin Day this year. And actually, part of that conversation too is with the, one of the biggest issues with Marvin Day has always been parking, right? Like we've used the big lawn for a lot of stuff, but now that we've cleared out the bamboo and we've made some improvements at the park, the Public Works guys spoke to me at one of the last events, I think the car show, and basically said, you know, if you really wanted to, you could keep all of Marvin Day on this side of the park and really utilize that lawn over there for parking like you do for some of the bigger events. And that could possibly even mean that we could probably fit about 300 to 400 cars if we do that. And then we wouldn't need the shuttle buses either, which could also mean higher attendance if people don't want to deal with shuttle buses. So there is a chance and an opportunity to use this year to do a scaled down version. I don't see why we couldn't get the same kind of attendance that we get at National Night Out if it's a more scaled down version and there's plenty of parking.
Can we cancel the shuttle buses or are we committed?
No, I believe we can cancel. I had to pay a deposit to book the date, but I'd have to look at the contract, but I believe we could cancel.
When do you think Village Hall Park would be done? Everything set up, ready to go? What kind of projection?
It'll be done probably in 2 months, if even that.
All right, so my thought is, forego Marvin Day and do a ribbon cutting ceremony here. If we needed to use the shuttle buses, we talked about where parking would be. We got the school right there. And really make it another event. I'm all about, I believe, limited edition stuff. And when you make it limited, it brings more value. So in the case of Marvin Day, I think Marvin Day should be saved for some sort of anniversary for the Village of Marvin. But since we're doing this thing right here, and it's going to be, and maybe invite folks. Now, I don't know what would be done with the ribbon cutting ceremony. I don't know if we would have food trucks. I don't know what we could do, but something very convenient, small, like you were talking about.
So for sake of timing here, because we have a lot to go over between now and the next hour and a half. I'll just mention, you all had provided guidance to us to come back to you at a future meeting to kind of go over some of the things for this park. I think the ribbon cutting would be more suited when we had an actual sign where there was some, photo opportunities for whoever wanted to take pictures. That's just my opinion. If y'all wanted to wait until that portion of the naming was actually in place, the hard structure.
Yeah.
So that's probably not going to happen between now and April.
Oh, I'm not saying it should be done in April. I'm just saying whatever monies or whatever we've got budgeted, whatever, instead of doing more.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't know that ribbon cutting would happen by the end of this fiscal year, even if we were waiting. I don't know if we're going to have a lawn
Well,
yet or the
still-
monument.
Just to kind of get us back on track, so the event for Marvin Day, you're saying reallocate that funding to something over here. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Is everyone on board with that, or do y'all want to continue to have conversations about Marvin Day?
No, I personally like the Marvin Day because it's already budgeted. I think though, next year, counting on it, doing every 5 years probably makes sense to have some kind of big anniversary, but being that it's already budgeted and we're not sure of the timeline for the park here, though I think it's a great idea, but just because of the timing of the park here, I think maybe we need to, I think you mentioned this, cut back on the requirements for the project manager to maybe cast a wider net to get more applications in. And then that person might also be able to assist in getting some sponsorship. And we work with Publix a lot. Maybe they would be interested in sandwiches for picnic baskets at the park or whatever, and getting their name all over like Publix Marvin Day, and that might eat up some of the cost.
So I haven't put together any type of, nothing on the project manager, just kind of a conceptual idea. I'd have to come up with a job description similar to what you guys have seen. So I can come back at a later date with the job description for that, and we can include event management in that job description for sure. But in terms of Marvin Day for this year, I guess can we just kind of go around the table and kind of see who wants to do it and who doesn't want to do it, so we can get guidance on that one?
Well, I just want to say one concern I'd have to trying to have a larger event here at the Village Hall Park early on. I think you want that whole thing to settle and grow and be mowed and, really kind of set in before we have some sort of large event on it, at least, for 6 months, at a minute, you know what I mean? I think you may put some things at risk,
Well, I think
in terms of doing something too quickly.
I think his point wasn't to like swap Marvin Day to a grand opening here. It was to use the money that basically cancel, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but cancel
No,
Marvin
correct,
Day.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
no, I know what he was saying, but if we have to spend, well, if it's this year, if we had to do it this year, I was thinking that would be too early to do something
I-
beyond the
fiscal
ribbon
year.
cutting
I just think
ceremony.
I think Marvin Day, my opinion, has lost its luster. I think, take a sabbatical on that and maybe focus whenever this is done.
Okay. We'll bring back some discussion pieces on that, and as a part of the recommendation that will outline the signage and all that stuff, the grand opening will include some type of event. I think I mentioned that earlier. But I guess, can we see who wants Marvin Day this year?
Yeah, and just one thing I want to point out about what Marvin Day is, it depends on when you're there. Because if you're there during the middle of the day, when there's a lot of the stuff going on, I mean, it was very, very well attended. But what you tend to find with families that have young kids, after 4 hours, 5 hours there, you know, they're not staying for the fireworks and you know, even the food trucks necessarily sometimes, you know? So, you know, depending on when you're there at Marvin Day is going to affect what you thought about what the attendance of, or, you know, things like that. So I just want to make sure that that's understood.
Can we vote?
Can they can take a,
I'll say aye, because I think it's worth continuing.
you want to have Marvin Day this year?
Yeah.
Just so I'm clear, okay. And then I guess, can we have a show of hands of who doesn't want to have Marvin Day this year? Or who's neutral? Okay, so. And then you guys are neutral.
They abstain.
Can I just make a quick comment about this? We don't have anybody truly really running any of this. I mean, Jill's doing it, and I personally would rather have Jill focus on things that are really vital on the finance side than divert her attention over to setting up DJs coming in and stuff. And I'm not trying to be sarcastic or snarky, but setting these things up is a lot of work. The juice is not worth the squeeze. We haven't monetized anything. We put money into it. Now we're talking about putting 300 cars on the grass. It was supposed to be a passive park in the first place. Now it's, you know, we haven't found a way to monetize it. Now we're thinking about commercializing it in some way with no one in place to actually do it. So I would urge everyone to just really think about that at the end of the day, the end product is going to have to come from you and a few other people that you collaborate with, Jill. And I just don't think we're ready to do that yet with everything else that we are trying to tackle right now. We are wrestling an
That's fair.
elephant right now.
With the community survey, only 20% of our residents want to do an annual Marvin Day based on the survey. So that would lead me to say, to your point, is the effort worth what we get in return?
Yeah.
And not a lot of people are taking advantage of it. I know some families are, and John's point's well taken. During certain parts of the day, it's well attended, but we've been at this for what, 4 or 5 years now, Jill? Is that a correct statement? And it just seems like we're forcing something on our residents they don't particularly want. So I agree with Bob. I think maybe an every 5-year event would be good. And I know for Jill, all this takes time. It's not something simple. I just didn't know how far along you are in the process this year of putting
mean-
Marvin Day together.
We're not that far that we can't back out.
Okay.
I can't promise you that I'm not going to lose any deposit or something, but it's going to be minor.
And I don't want to alienate you, John, because years ago we took our daughter over to Cedar Hill Farm. She got to be around the horses. They dropped out of it, unfortunately, and don't do it anymore, or at least in the other year.
That was actually, so when we first started Marvin Day was kind of celebrating the whole town. We had art tours, we had visitation of Firethorn. There was the car show that kind of kicked it off. It was also at the high school there, you know, we also had Cedar Hill involved. There was a strategic decision made at that point by folks that they didn't want it to be there, and there were some issues with having it at the school as well. But that they wanted it focused to Marvin Eford Park. And what we found since then is that typically we get people during the day, you know, but that they kind of filter out. And if you think about the way that survey is, and it may be 20%, you know, but it's 20% of what number, you know, because there's 8 other things on that list, you know, so they may not be checking off all of the things that, but even when you get to 20%, you know, if you extrapolate that out and say they're representative of the general public overall, 20% of, you know, 5,000 people is way more than we ever even get. So you can see that there's the interest there that can drive the volume. It's just whether or not it does, you know? And once again, my point is more that yes, I see the expense and the resources from a staff standpoint, but it used to be really run by PRG and other volunteers. The challenge has been now we see it as a cost because we don't chase the sponsorships in the same way. So, I think those things all play into it. At some points, I think it was too big, maybe with the stages and the music and those other things, because it's tough to accommodate. So I don't take any personal offense to anybody not wanting to do it or anything like that. I just try to consider what are worthwhile family events that don't necessarily break the bank, that we're trying to build, a consistency of, But
It'd be worth considering.
I'm just one vote
Yeah,
here.
no.
I mean, I don't think
Valid.
anybody wants to work on something that people don't want, and including myself and our staff, so.
So I think there's some really good discussion here, and I think that you've got some good momentum, and I'm glad that you mentioned that. I don't think anyone wants to, I don't think we're all on the same page, unfortunately, and I think we're going to have to figure out how to come to a happy medium on this. And I'm just going to pitch an idea, and you guys can take it or leave it, but I'm just going to propose to keep the first three: National Night Out, tree lighting, the fall trick or treat, split the baby down the middle, get rid of the next three, because it sounds like that's where you guys are going with Marvin Day, is, if I'm hearing this correctly.
Yes.
Eliminate-
What about the 5K? Because
I-
I heard.
Well, I think too, though, because we've been talking about a farmer's market over and over again, and I'll do the work myself if I have to. But I think we need to look into whether it's once a month, bi-weekly, I don't know. But I think we need to look into it because people keep asking for it.
Okay.
And if now we have this park that we can utilize because of where it is, I think we should look at it.
I think that needs to be next fiscal year, though.
Well, okay, that's fine. Like maybe in the
Yeah.
fall or something.
Angel's right, that was the number one item.
Yeah.
I would like to see on an annual
Yeah.
basis.
So we can add some money for a farmer's market in next year. In terms of the 5K, we can keep it, Councilman Barisic, but the problem that we're facing right now is we don't have a vendor. So it's going to require a little bit of labor intensive stuff on our end. So at least for purposes of this year, keep the first three that you have on your list, the last three, add a farmer's market in next year's budget. And then 2029 is our next 5-year celebration. So in 2029, we can slate to have a Marvin Day event during that time period.
Yeah.
Christina, I'd be remiss not bringing this up. I noticed the friendship tree is not on this list.
We don't budget a dollar amount for that. So yeah, we can talk about that at a later date, but we don't have it's actually, I have that listed on your joint PRG meeting for you guys to discuss that. But we're not spending any money on it other than staff time.
Thank you. I think that was great focus.
Is everyone okay with that?
Yes.
No objections? Okay. Now, coming back to this slide.
That was
Okay, I think we kind of know where we're going with this. I think we need to have some additional conversations about Public Works at a later date, but what I'll do is come back with a project manager job description, and you guys can look over that and make sure it's well blanketed approach. But it sounds like we're interested in filling both of these roles to some degree, some way, shape, or form.
So you think that the salary is too low and that's why we're not getting? So what is
Yeah.
the salary? I know with benefits, it's 126.
It was right around 90-ish.
And you think that's?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my opinion, but yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you got to look at, you're competing with, I can tell you some of the salary
Well,
ranges.
I pulled up on pay scale what the average was, and it said Public Works is usually between 87.9 and 160 per year. So we're on the low side.
Well, and it's even lower if you compare it to municipal government. I've got the number right here. Just got to find it. It was in the hundreds. And that's just salary. It was well in the hundreds. Should have earmarked the page. Sorry. Public Works Director is anywhere from 75,000 to 128, with 50% of those being over 100,000. So
But should we be at 100,000?
say again,
Should we be in the middle? Maybe?
you know, I don't know where we should be. I mean, I can tell you what other places are and what our salary compensation schedule is currently. And we actually advertised within the range of the salary schedule. We didn't say starting schedule or starting salary was X. We put the range. So I've got the, here it is.
We can agree, though, that the scope of a public works director in Marvin is far more narrow than it is in, say, you know, the town of Monroe or Huntersville.
Right.
Or, I mean, it's not even close. I mean, so I'm thinking if you could find someone that is an experienced person that's kind of at the end of their career, but bring a lot of knowledge, and they don't need, you know, they're not looking to make, you know, $190,000 a year, and they live in the area and it's an easy commute for them. Maybe we could find someone that has that expertise where it's much lower pressure, much lower expectation, not from a performance standpoint, but from a scale and scope standpoint.
Yeah.
And maybe we, you know, and maybe we extend our, you know, tentacles on when we advertise this outside of local area and we do it regionally. I mean, there may be a family that wants to move from the state of, you know, Northern Virginia or.
So we
That one
advertise
comes
on the
out.
League of Municipalities, which is pretty much where all local government professionals go. Like, it's kind of like the go-to spot for local government professionals. That's where we advertise, and that's something that people all over this eastern, whether it be, I mean, where, did you get your job description? Yeah, so he saw us on the league. It's just where we know to go and look for positions, and that's kind of like the spot.
Lucas, did you know to look at the NCLM one from up there? And was that from your experience at UNC Charlotte, or did that just come out of thin air? How did you land on NCLM to find this job, or did you?
I did not find the job on NCLM. I actually had a referral from a classmate at
Oh.
UNC Charlotte.
Okay.
Who probably found it through NCLM, I would imagine.
Could
He
be.
didn't?
It's one of the people working at Kimley Horn for us on the.
Oh, so he just knew about it. Okay.
We also posted on Indeed, which is,
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked Christine about that at lunch. So there's a lot of ways we could.
So,
I also sent it out to an entire listserv of finance professionals and said, if y'all know of a public works person that's looking, please share this link, which is another avenue to go down as well.
our salary range is currently 75 to 115 for that position, but realistically, we budgeted 90-ish. So,
You advertise 75, 9 to 80 on the actual.
oh, okay.
The North Carolina average is 123.
So that's where we're at. Do y'all have any feedback?
I think it doesn't hurt to bump it up to try to at least get more action on it. We don't need to hire somebody at, the highest range of a salary, but if we at least put the higher range,
Okay.
to something that I think is more competitive, we can at least get some interaction going.
I mean, if we had 75 to 85 or something, maybe go 90 to 100 and see if we get any more.
Okay. Just so y'all know, I wouldn't have the money to pay that. We would have to come back and do a budget amendment. I try to keep realistic expectations out there for folks. But we'll have some more conversations about this, at the next meeting or our work session.
Do we advertise a range? Like if we ever went high side, 134.5 or whatever, do we ever say 114.5 to 134.5 based on your experience and
Yeah.
create a range? Okay.
I think he said, we said 75 to 90 is where
That's how we posted it?
75 to 80.
Since we haven't been paying Davy for the bulk of this fiscal year, we actually may be okay for this budget season.
Well, yeah,
but
but
next season
we'd have to make sure you guys, knew that we would have an increase next
Yeah,
year.
next year.
So you'd
Do we
have-
know what like-sized communities pay for this position?
Yeah, it's just what I
Yes.
said.
I.e. like Wesley Chapel.
Yeah.
Weddington, so on and so forth.
It's the range is 75 to 128, with 50% of those being over 100,000.
That's who we compete against for talent.
That's the like size, but I mean, your real true competition is also going to be your Weddingtons, Waxhaws,
Right.
your Monroes. Even though they're bigger, they're not in this list. but it's going to make the numbers go up even more. And there is kind of a little bit of a misconception that, there's not a lot of work in smaller places, but unfortunately, the smaller the organization, the more hats you wear. So you would think that there's that thought process where it's going to be a lazy, not a lazy, but a chill, easy, laid back job, but it's actually the complete opposite, unfortunately. So,
Facts.
Davey had a lot on his plate, a lot on his plate.
okay, any more questions on this? All right, we're going to move over. We've already talked about road abandonment policy.
I do have a question about the farmer's market. I know Angel has said if she has to do it herself, she is, but if we are struggling to hire a project manager or we don't have someone, I just want to know if there's an expectation that that is something that would fall on staff.
Well, we're going to do it in the budget, so we'll have answers by then next, the budget comes. Marvin Eford Park emergency exit. We kicked that down the road, did we not? Okay. Okay, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we didn't really have any parking lot discussions today. I think we covered everything except some stuff I'd wrote down earlier. Events, we just went over that. Yeah, we're good. I've got one more to, when we finish up, that I'll talk about, but are there any other things that you guys feel like we didn't address that you have questions on? We've got some more stuff we need to cover, but before we move on. Okay, do y'all feel like you need a break before we get into some planning? Okay, we at some point are giving you the opportunity to, let's go through these things. So we're going to go over again the things that we talked about at the beginning of the retreat. Sorry, I'm moving the wrong way. Your mission and your vision, which again are on this opposite side of the room here. And you see it in front of you. We want to know if you like these, if you want to change them, if there are certain words that you want to replace, if you're still in line with this, if you want something completely different altogether. So I would like some feedback today if you have any. If not, we can come back at a later date, but it would be nice to have some general conversation about it.
For lack of comments from anyone else. What's the point of either of these? I mean, do we actually act on them?
No, we at a staff level review them, and it's just kind of our guiding principles that we kind of try to adhere to. And we encourage, you all to do the same. But I mean, it's just like any other corporate organization. They have them, and
Like I've worked on mission statements before, and the value, I think, in the mission statement itself is coming up with it, but not necessarily putting it on a wall and all that stuff. It's just like the conversation. I'm not sure what the difference is between a mission statement and a vision statement, other than a couple slightly different words, but
yeah.
I don't know. I felt like I sounded a little snarky on that, but I do think it is, snarks are us, yeah. I do think it's important to kind of, and I'm out of time. It's important to figure out what you want to do with it. That's all I'm saying.
Do y'all want to come back and have conversations on this, or?
I'm fine with these as they are.
Isn't it something that also kind of when we talk to them about a master plan and stuff like that, they're supposed to kind of take those into?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you. It's like, I think it's like mom and apple pie. I think I don't think it's anything particularly controversial from my standpoint.
So I mean, if you guys like it, I mean, we'll move on. Like we're not forcing you to make any, changes. We just want to make sure you see them, make sure you're in line with them, and we can move on unless y'all have. And this is typically what happens. We might have one word change, but.
Well, going back to the survey and going back to my personal opinion, I think one of the things that I feel strongly about is preserving Marvin, not necessarily strategic economic growth. Just saying. I mean, I know there has to be some growth, it's just inevitable, but I think we should put something about preserving it too. It was important in the survey.
Yeah, I mean, we just adopted an Arbor Day and we had a proclamation for the monarch butterfly. There needs to be something in here that's deals with the world of nature and not have, strategic economic growth being the headliner. I mean, economic growth is important, but I don't think it needs to be first in the series. I don't know how the rest of you feel about that or.
Or if you don't care.
Yeah, or if you don't care, yeah.
Yeah, I certainly support if you wanted to, add something about, preservation of natural resources or something along those lines that, I think we may have had something similar to that in the past.
I know during,
And one thing I think when we talked about the economic growth, the strategic, I think, was put in there for a reason because we want to be careful about the type of economic growth that we're having and not just rampant. Yeah.
So-
So maybe if we take out strategic and put thoughtful economic growth and then add something about preservation.
well, that's a good point. John and I have both been over both of these things for 2 years, right? And I mean, we sat there last January and we
It's this
were
word or
picking
that
out words and putting, I don't even want to touch this, but to your point, strategic economic growth based off of the survey, you're looking at the word strategic, which means we have an intention. There's like a word of intention, right? And we know that the Heritage District is gonna happen. It's not going away. But it almost kind of says, yeah, and let's kind of work and continue with intention, making it bigger, larger, whatever. So maybe a word change like, I don't know if that sounds trite, thoughtful, but it sounds, it sounds
I'm
more
fine
like,
with thoughtful as well.
yeah,
don't-
thoughtful kind of sounds like, all right, we're aware.
Where are we adding the word thoughtful?
Take out
Strategic.
strategic and put thoughtful. And then I think we need a line about preserving.
Now, the other one looks at the vision statement that you're sitting there saying,
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Balance between preservation as well as economic growth.
yeah,
right?
yeah,
The word balance could be.
yeah, because I'm saying it's something with amenities with the promote economic growth. Again, you're going like, we want intention, like this is what we want. As opposed to a balance or something like you were saying, we became Tree City USA. We're celebrating the monarch butterfly. Where does that fit in with pursuing economic growth? So
I have a
Okay, so
proposal here.
here's one. I got it. So what if we say, we strive to create a vibrant community with emphasis on creating a balance between preservation and thoughtful economic growth, blah, blah, blah. That work?
Emphases on a balance between preserving,
Preservation.
preservation, and thoughtful economic growth.
Yes.
Preserving preservation?
No, just take preserving out. A balance between
A balance
preservation
of preservation.
and thoughtful economic growth.
Okay, I'm gonna read it back. We strive to create a vibrant community with emphasis on creating a balance between preservation and thoughtful economic growth and a high quality of life through transparent leadership, efficient governance, and responsive services. Is that good?
Something off of that sentence.
We can correct it. We'll correct
Yeah,
it.
wordsmithing.
Yeah, we'll do that. It's fine right now. But overall, that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, vision. I heard taking out economic growth here. Promote, do you want to use kind of some similar terminology? The Village of Marvin will be a welcome, inclusive, and engaged community with amenities that,
No,
You could just take out economic.
no.
What's the difference between the mission and the vision? I typically don't see that on. with any corporate entity or any governmental entity. It's either a mission or a vision, and that's it.
Yeah, this was, so I don't fully know your answer. We actually did this with COG, one of our very first retreats, and they came up with this mission and vision for us, and we've just kind of ran with it ever since. I think the vision is kind of fuels the mission, but the mission is kind of your core, and then the vision comes beyond that.
This is the actual definition. Vision statements are future-oriented, aspirational. They're the big picture of what you want to become. Mission is present-oriented, action-oriented, core purpose, and how you currently operate. So vision is the future, mission is the here and now.
Yep, that's what I see
All follow the same line.
Your mission is the bridge that gets you to your vision.
No.
You like it,
no,
keeping the economic growth?
With the exception of the economic growth piece.
With amenities that promote economic growth,
Well, yeah, the whole economic growth block.
can it be a welcoming, take out inclusive, an engaged community? So a welcoming and engaging community that celebrates heritage?
We kind of say that already,
So
right?
you're taking on inclusive?
Yeah. Why would, I mean, I think that goes without saying, we're a melting pot here.
Welcoming and engaged communities.
Welcoming and engaging community.
Engaging community with them.
I mean, I think we need to add more, but I think the economic growth is a,
Do you want to say promote preservation, offer recreation, and celebrate heritage?
I like that.
How do you feel?
What do y'all think?
So the Village of Marvin will be a welcome and engaging community with amenities that promote preservation, offer recreation, and celebrate heritage.
No, I would take out amenities with amenities that, I mean, it's a welcoming and engaging community.
Promoting preservation, offer recreation.
Yeah, and celebrates heritage.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
So what we'll do is we'll wordsmith this, possibly, like the first one. There might be a couple things off, and then we'll bring this back for y'all to adopt later. And then we'll update your website. All right.
That was fast.
Yeah. So these are some of the questions that we had asked you to kind of focus on and look at throughout our conversation. And I don't know if you want to look at these, if you want to talk about them, but essentially as you guys have been speaking, I've been trying to write down some notes on the board. And here's your goal. Here is the goals that were adopted earlier this year. I want to see where you guys are in line with this. And Austin, I'm just going to have to ask you to take some notes on this because I'm going to be moving around.
It's all important too, so.
Okay. So the first goal is to create spaces for community building, recreation, and commerce. That was the goal, like I said, of the previous council. And inside of those goals, we have these strategies that we were looking to accomplish said goal. And from those strategies, we try to earmark certain years, like in year 1, we're going to do X, in year 2, we're going to do Y. So goal 1, create spaces for community building, recreation, and commerce. You had some conversations about exploring public-private partnerships for sponsorship ideas and implement those ideas. And we'll put those into kind of some actionable steps there. Implement pop-up farmers market. And then in year potentially 3, plan for some type of hard surface or some type of hard structure. But until then, we'll do like some pop-up stuff. Access deed restrictions for public and explore rental income possibilities and services we can offer through that park. And then implement security at Marvin Eford Park lighting. And that's really all I had written down on that goal. So I don't know if there's anything else that you guys thought of or that you want to look at to consider, but we want to look at some of these strategies too to make sure they're still in line with your thought processes. Promoting and developing the Heritage District and a vibrant gathering space for residents, fostering a mix of local business, public space, and cultural activities. Are you guys still in line with that, or do you want to scrap it? Do you want to wordsmith it?
I'm good with that.
And if this is too much, we can have some conversation about your initial gut reaction thoughts. And then you can have them more in depth when we bring it back at your work session for future consideration.
I mean, I don't know that that's the first thing I would want to see when I'm looking at it. I mean, I think we have to do that, but I would put it down at the bottom.
Okay.
So you're saying switch goal 1 to goal 4?
Well, these
No,
are just
what I'm saying-
strategies.
What I'm saying is that wouldn't be the very first bullet point I would look at.
Okay.
And these are in no particular order. We can restructure the order. They're not like worded that way for any reason.
And I don't agree with number 2 at all.
Well, do y'all want to keep the first one for now?
I'm talking about the second bullet point. I'm sorry, in the goal 1.
Yeah. I'm talking, well, do y'all want to go line by line or do you want to look at all of them and then
Whatever.
probably be easier to handle one bullet point at a time?
Okay.
So promoting the Heritage District and all that goes with it, is everybody okay with that for now? Leaving it?
Yeah.
Okay. Identifying and developing parks and recreational areas that cater to multi-generational needs, including playgrounds, walking trails, and open green space.
I mean, we've already done that, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the opportunity to continue to identify, future recreational spaces. But if you feel like this is not needed.
I don't think people want it
Okay.
with the survey, yeah.
So do y'all want to scratch that one altogether?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have to have 4 of these, or because you have 3 where there's kind of a blend?
Yeah, there's no, yeah.
Let's cross over a little bit. You talk about safety, we can incorporate everything into.
Yeah, you don't have to have 4. So if you guys, when we get down to the end of this, if you don't like all 4 of them, we can merge some stuff. And y'all don't have to do that. We'll do that.
I mean, I think the small town feel thing is great. Number 4, I don't want to get rid of that title. Maybe we use that in another area and we incorporate other bullets under that. That may look, being in a small town is nice and was cherished. Just throwing that out.
Do y'all want to start with goal 4? Which one?
Preserve the small town atmosphere and identity.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I agree.
Fine with that.
Yeah.
All right. So in that one,
Is everybody in agreement, aside from goal 4, just all of the bullet points?
Yeah. Yeah.
okay. So
Yeah, feel like you're shuffling rules. You're gonna be moving number 4 to number 1.
that's fine. So inside of number 1, and we can actually take some of what I had just mentioned and move it over. I had put revise the road abandonment policy to allow one road petition and not the entire HOA, and to look at revising, and this one that I'm getting ready to say may overlap with another one. Revising tree ordinance to include fee and lieu options and assess buffers. I know y'all didn't discuss that today, but it is a conversation that I've had kind of with each of you individually. So it's something that we will do at a staff level and explore that.
That's not the goal, that's the goal. That's something separate.
That would be one of the actionable steps that we take to achieve. Yeah. So basically where you see these, actually, let me show you what this looks like. You can take, sorry, I know you're going to be bombarded with all this paper. This is kind of what the end game is going to look like. You'll see the goal and the strategies, and then you'll have actionable steps based on what year it is so that we know at a staff level how to plan within those given years. So like, for example, in what you see as goal 1 here, which I know we just switched it, but just for illustration purposes, one of the strategies promoting and developing the Heritage District and all that stuff that goes with it. So in action 1, we would develop a master plan for the village Heritage District, which is what we're doing now with the comp plan. So that's kind of how we put y'all's priorities in motion for what staff is going to do in the given year. Does that make sense? So basically, we're taking your feedback here and we're going to try to put some qualifiers on how we measure that success. So everybody's good with goal 4 and all the strategies that go along with that. The only actionable steps that I had put here were the road abandonment, and the tree ordinance. What's listed here in your strategic plan of what the actionable steps for this one were include what's in the green. It's on the very last page. Year one was to conduct research for a summer concert series and sponsorship plan. I'm thinking that's not of interest to anyone here, so I'm going to keep trucking on if I can read correctly. If y'all just correct me if I'm wrong. Year three was to implement said plan, so that one's going to be removed. Year implementing the cohesive branding and strategy for wayfinding. Year one was to allocate resources for branding elements such as pole banners. This was one of the areas that we had to cut in our budget, so that didn't get accomplished. I'm not sure I'm hearing you guys really want pole banners, so maybe we push it to year three, unless I'm reading wrong. Year three, we had listed of completing Village Wayfinding Initiative and improving the navigation for community identity. I think that's more of a priority than a year three, so we probably would look at moving that up to year one. Am I hearing that correctly? Okay.
Which we did talk about doing the engineering for.
And then year 10 would be the installation of said wayfinding. We'll move that to a year 5 goal. If I'm hearing that correctly, or year 3, I'm sorry. Year 3? Yeah. Okay. Beautification efforts in green space. Year 1, we had to obtain the Tree City USA. That's been accomplished. So we'll amend that goal to, having annual events or something like that. And then the resident participation, we're obviously doing the survey now, so that goal's been accomplished. We can amend something for year 3 and 5 to include additional surveys. But aside from that, is there anything else that you guys see that you want to add?
What did they strike? Just want to make sure I got this written down right.
We'll have to go back and listen to the minutes. It's all the one in the top, year 1 and 3 for concert series. Okay, then let's go over to goal 1 on your papers, but it's going to be a different goal for where we're going to itemize the screen space for community and recreation. So promoting and developing the Heritage District as a gathering place. Year 1 was to do that Heritage Master Plan, which we're doing now. Year 3 is to develop a retail recruitment strategy to attract businesses in the area if it's needed. Do y'all want to keep that?
Places in the village. We got a park, we're gonna have a park next door here, we will have the Heritage District, Heritage area. So it's not the person will get sued for heritage, I'm running away from that, but I think that we also encompass other areas of the village that we can be at that are.
Like Red Miller, what they're doing. That's another.
Yeah, I mean, as a commercial development, that's a place, we have Java's, coffee, so just meeting and gathering in general.
Okay.
In the areas of venues that Marvin offers.
So you want to get rid of kind of the Heritage District focus and make it more broader? Okay.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Okay, we can make that happen. Do you have any specific actionable steps that you want to see with that, or do you want us to try to come up with some stuff? And
I think there's a lot of, it's very Heritage District focused, and I think we want to be partners, right? We want them to succeed. We want, and I think a lot of it is based on like a multimodal, right, transportation, which like might not happen. That might not be a reality, right? So I think there's probably going to be the cooperation that happens is probably going to be them figuring that out and what that's going to look like. But in terms of like resources for developing it, I 100% think we should be focusing on our like other commercial areas as well.
okay, well, we can put some information in there about whatever comes out of the report from NC Commerce. So we'll add some language about that because y'all changed that focus to be more broader in nature. So we'll try to pull out some action steps from that. We'll work on that language. Identifying, developing parks and recreation that cater to multi-generational needs, including playgrounds, walking trails, and open green space.
I think we've done that. I mean, there's not much left to develop, right?
Well,
Unless you want to develop the Heritage Park and the Meadowlark public space that is designated.
But that's already
It's,
there.
it's not developed. So we can, this one says identifying and developing parks to include these things.
Enhancing Marvin Eford in some way, shape or form. I mean, that can be really general.
Do you want it to be focused more on not necessarily identifying, but enhancing what's here?
Yeah.
Existing? Okay. We'll make that change. All right, I'll work on those too. That's not a problem. Achieving open space per capita goals to maintain balance between development and preservation of natural areas. So this comes out of our comprehensive parks and greenways plan. They look at state averages to say you should have X amount of acreage per capita, and we are under that in terms of open space, in terms of park space. I don't know the exact numbers. I can get some education and bring it back to you on that, but that's where that came from. It's not, there's nothing that says you have to do it. It's just a goal from a national like assessment piece. So
Even
it's,
with those two parks, we're still under it?
Yeah,
when-
it's pretty significantly under it. We can go back and look at it, but I think, also part of the reason that you saw, the reserve fund for being able to get additional property and stuff like that. I know some of the focus here is we don't want to get any more, but if we're trying to preserve open land, that's one of the ways that you do it. So you have to have a balance there. If we take on more park space, we're preserving more open land. And yes, the residents might not want to pay for it, but they want to see it when they drive by instead of houses or commercial. So, that's why we have to be careful of the tea leaves that we're reading because, sometimes they don't agree with each other.
Leave that then.
okay. And I'll get some more pieces to come back to you all so your understanding of that. Encouraging private investment and partnerships to help fund and maintain community amenities. I think that's been said a couple of times today, so I think you want to keep that one. Year one was to build relationships and initiate discussions for possible park expansion. This was primarily for athletic fields. I think that one needs to be cut altogether based on the survey results.
I do think you can replace it though with like exploring the idea of like a nonprofit to build on the public-private partnerships to get them.
Okay, we'll change that
Well,
a little bit.
I think that's kind of what we were trying to do with that. So for example, there's a 26 acre parcel. Correct. And we've had discussions with Waxhaw, what their intent is with that property. It actually borders, on the edge of Marvin. And the thought was, and whether it's done in conjunction with Waxhaw or if there's an unincorporated piece of property that we have the option. Not that Marvin would necessarily even develop it, but we could finance something like that at very low rates and then work a public-private partnership that we could have some ball fields or something like that aren't necessarily in Marvin now, but, are adjacent or near or something like that, And the thought with that is we're very reliant now on WAA, WCWA, and we don't really have any opportunities for that in Marvin. So it speaks to some of the public-private partnership discussions we've had. I don't know that we want to close our things off on that. I don't want to know if we want to get rid of our fund for the how we could finance that, something like that. But we've had it out there in case the opportunities present themselves. And that would be for this board to determine.
So we can wordsmith it a little bit better and bring it back to you for additional conversation.
Keep in mind, the survey did say they didn't want us to partner with another municipality for an athletic anything, just, that was, and it was, I can't remember what the number was, but it was, I'll find it, but it was pretty high.
We can structure it to where it kind of says to enhance what we've already got. If that's, I think that's what the intent.
What wouldn't have to be, I mean.
Marvin took over that parcel, it wouldn't be a collaboration with another municipality.
Well, we don't know, we don't know what, and would Waxhaw get rid of it to us at a price that we might be interested in? Who knows? Or another property.
This is 72.93%. Do you have any interest in partnering with other municipalities for a sports complex or aquatic center? 72.93% said no.
But I think there's some commonality here with wanting to explore public-private partnerships with,
Oh, absolutely, yes.
with what's here.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll wordsmith that.
Maybe not
The next one that
portion.
says encourage private investment, okay, I'm sorry, the next one, action 3 steps, to explore sponsorships and the expansion of Village Hall Park Phase 2. I think that one's probably a no-go if I'm reading y'all correctly. Is that, and any objections? Okay. Launch into the Main Street program. That's a year 3 actionable. That's creating kind of that downtown corridor space. Not sure if you guys,
Which I think they were going to widen that scope to be like to more of all of our commercial areas than.
yeah, we can do that. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I like that. Okay. We didn't really talk about this much, but without going into too much detail, does anyone have any interest of the MSD overlay, the special taxing overlay for the downtown?
Yeah, I think,
Okay. We'll change that to be more like of an educational effort on y'all, to let y'all know. And then that next one comes with that, so we might have to change that one up. That's pretty much it on that goal number 1, which is now goal 2 or 3 or 4. Any other things? Okay, moving into goal 2 that's in your packet. We're almost there. We're halfway there. Supporting smart development initiatives, adapting zoning zoning ordinances, and evaluating development proposals based on the adopted plans, community values, and growth trends. Probably still exists today, or?
Thoughtful or smart meaning as in smart cities?
thoughtful, I think.
More
is
like
the intent there.
controlled, careful. That was the initial.
So don't we maybe pick up smart and thoughtful then?
Can do
Okay.
that.
Everybody.
Okay.
Ensure sufficient funding for the implementation of approved master plan. We're doing that, so we'll make sure that stays. Implement a stormwater management program and associated fee structure. We can change that around because I think y'all want more education on that, so we'll change that whole thing based on educating you guys and implementing that if it's deemed what you guys want to do. Encouraging the annexation of key areas to ensure consistent infrastructure and services. So as a part of our comp plan, you may have missed this, but we are doing an annexation component in that study. So we'll have some more information to come back and report to you on that. And we can update this at a later point. And that kind of goes along with the next 5 and 10 year steps based on what that plan says. So we'll wordsmith that one.
One question I have, Hunter, year 5 action, consider annexation by referendum after strengthening relationships with Marvin adjacent. Is annexation by referendum still a thing at all?
It is, it's a long, complicated, multi-year process that has succeeded once in North Carolina.
Yeah, but is it still an option? I
Oh, yeah.
guess. Okay,
But it's essentially still a 51% petition.
correct. Yeah, and that makes sense.
So,
Maybe I just kind of like to get a sense of this council's, is annexation, where does it rank on our list of priorities and efforts? I mean, how much do we want to pursue annexing other areas affirmatively as opposed to them coming to us?
Well, when you say affirmatively, by referendum, they would be voting on it. Only the folks that would be affected by it. And, you know, part of the discussion in the past has been there are many things, whether it be the roads or whether it be the additional police protection we provide, that is benefiting numerous Union County residents outside of Marvin in our adjacent areas.
Right.
So the discussion has been around working with them to voluntarily annex.
But that's my point, is like, how much, like, I had volunteered for the annexation study committee. Are we, you know, is this council thinking about, like, you know, doing something along those lines in terms of like reaching out to those other communities and convincing them that they ought to join Marvin, or are we just going to kind of be passive about it?
What I'd say is that committee that you plan to be on, we actually did plan to be on, to do that type of thing that you're doing. We ended up in a political environment that just didn't make any sense to be doing that at the time.
The comp plan was what we ended up going with to include annexation guidance. So once we have the comp plan completed, it will have recommendations on annexation, then we could move towards working on like actionable steps after that.
Yeah, I don't want to totally derail. I mean, I know we're doing something else.
The reason I think it's an important long-term goal is because we spoke about the fact that we're not going to be growing in any way, you know, after the next 4 years in those last 4, you know, larger lots in any meaningful way. The only growth that we would have potentially after that is by voluntary annexation or, you know, referendum type annexation. So to continue to look at those, how they make sense, developing good relationships with those neighbors, and providing services, you know, that we think will be attractive to those areas, I think is an important component for us to continue to keep in mind.
So we'll come back when the annexation committee or the annexation report has its findings, and we can go from there on that one. But until then, we'll kind of keep that in there for now, and maybe we can wordsmith a little bit. And the last one is really collaboration with Union County for an array of things. I think all of those still stand today. I mean, I don't think there's anyone here that would disagree with any of those that are listed. Some of the other things that I had wrote down while you guys were discussing and that would fit within this category are the assessment of public-private partnerships for tree maintenance, sidewalk maintenance, and street repair. And that would be more of that's more of an interlocal agreement with other governmental entities. So we can add that in there at some point to kind of look at those as actionable steps and implementation of therein. Also some educational efforts on the qualifiers and assessment of the MS4 permit. That's a stormwater permit. So we'll throw that in at some point in year 1 so we can make sure y'all are up to speed on that one. Demo of Placer AI, we'll have that very shortly, but we may throw that in there or not. I don't know, but I did write that down so I wouldn't forget. I did write down privatization of facility maintenance, grass, roundabout maintenance, and building maintenance, because I'm not really sure what types of prioritization we want to look at, but maybe you and I can have some conversations and we can kind of go from there. Restructuring the public works director to include more of an engineering background. We'll look at that some more in more detail. And again, I wrote down tree ordinance revisions. Not really sure it fits here or in another one, but we can have some conversations on that. Any other things that we didn't include in this one?
Weddington has is it the CSD, their conservation, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-mm.
So they have a ordinance about land that you can build on and what can go there based on drainage and slope and things like that and how much you can disturb it. And I didn't get to a long conversation with that, but they were talking about like certain lands just couldn't be built on because of how they were naturally.
Oh, I know what that is. So it's probably part of the hazard mitigation. So there's a section in the hazard mitigation plan with Union County that we adopted, and I think Weddington was a part of that basically allowed some type of restrictions for what you're just mentioning. You can't build on certain slopes. We have something very similar because we have the same goal. Hunter, do you know that one off the top of your head?
You couldn't develop on slopes, I think, greater than 15% or something like that.
Yeah, it was Does that sound familiar?
It was something like, you could have, and you could put up like a retaining wall and you could do stuff, but if it was a drainage thing, like you couldn't do anything. Like we were talking about briefly and he was like, oh yeah, I could find out more about it, but I think it was
Okay,
called the
yeah,
CSG.
just,
I wrote it
yeah,
down
we'll look
somewhere.
into that.
Does the slope at Marvin Gardens facing Newtown, are they subject to that slope type of, I'm talking about, Hunter?
Well, they would,
Publix is, and it slopes down to Newtown and that land needs to be developed. Is that over 15 degrees or?
No,
they would probably
That's
just
pretty steep.
regrade.
well, well, are you talking about on those out parcels?
Yeah, when you go
Or,
down Newtown, Publix is on your right. They never developed the area where the bell was.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, is that
Um,
subject to the,
well, that property's not in Marvin.
really?
No, yeah.
It's Union County.
Learn something every day. Thank
No,
you. Okay.
I mean, I will mention that the county planner emailed or reached out to me a few months back. I believe there were certain interest on potentially developing that property, and the county said, would the village be open to potentially annexing? But I haven't heard anything since. So it would be one of those that it would depend on what would be proposed. And if they were to come through annexation, then they would then be subject to our rules and regulations there.
It's different.
Okay, are y'all good?
It was different.
Okay. Sorry, this is still the last one as a part of this one that says support growth of municipal services facilities, provide resources to village staff, ensuring transparency and efficiency of operations. We had a slew of year one, which is to implement bulk leaf, which we did, conduct research for alternative financing solutions, which we're still doing and continue to do, as you heard earlier. Provide continuing education, which we are doing and still continue to do. Main Street program, that's one of the things that's on our back burner, but we'll bring that back up later. Facility analysis for future expansion of municipal facilities. You obviously took that off of the CIP today, so we won't focus on that anymore. Expand public engagement efforts by financial transparency through enhanced public reporting and website updates, which has been done. And then year three, begin planning for new solid waste contract, acquisition of additional public works equipment. We've talked about that, which that may be amended based on feedback in the CIP. Financial software, which we may get to, we may not. Establish new records, archive facilities. We've discussed that today based on the adoption of the CIP. That may change. Additional office space for village staff as we increase, if we do. And then hire a grant writer, which needs to be taken out because that was obviously not supported in the survey. Acquire land for dedicated public works facility, and improve quality and efficiency. Strengthen emergency preparedness initiatives, which still remains, and then begin construction of a public works facility. The need for a public works facility will probably substantially reduce if we don't get equipment. So just letting you guys know, if we do start getting equipment and we do start expanding public works to include some level of in-house services, whether it be pothole, cold patch, we would need to store that equipment somewhere aside from the park. So just keep that in the back of your mind. We can remove this. We didn't really talk about that today. We can remove it for now because it's probably multiple years down the road, but Austin and I will have a conversation and revise this, and then you guys can change it up further. Maybe we'll move it to year 10. Anything that we've forgotten there based on what I've already stated? And then moving into the last one, which is promote multimodal transportation and pedestrian safety. So y'all had some discussion about exploring Waxaw's developer traffic fee in lieu money for the local match for the contribution to Waxaw Marvin. Roundabout, Mayor Barbara and I will have a conversation with their mayor and manager at some point, and we'll have some updates to bring back to you all on that one, but we'll put that in the strategic goals and actionable steps just so it's there. You also talked about assessing options of sidewalk maintenance strategies with HOA partnerships and other changes. That was really an offshoot conversation that I had with Councilman Eck and Ilaraza. So we will converse and maybe have some conversations later to you all for an ultimate board consideration if we come to that conclusion. Oh, I wrote that down twice. Meet with Waxaw. So those are the three things that I had took notes of. In what we had provided last year, the actionable steps were the comp plan, which we're doing. Actually, am I looking at the wrong one? Sorry, hang on. Assuming maintenance responsibilities for neighborhood roads and sidewalks. I assume that's the consensus, is that we're still interested in the road business, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So we will have, that will be to be continued. Reach 75% ownership of roads and local infrastructure. So that basically is where where I was telling you the council wanted to do this altering 150, taking over, and then 150 doing preservation. So that may be changed. That'll be a to be continued. And then the achievement of 100% of our roads. Again, that to be determined. Work with DOT. Is there anything on that one that you guys want to pencil in or add?
We taking out Newtown Road to South Carolina? They did rescind that.
Yes. We'll have to change this one up. We'll make it more of like an assessment based and to be determined on decisions. Working with DOT and CRTPO to implement necessary improvements in high traffic intersections. I think that's probably your number one focus. So we can put some actionable steps on that. And then developing and executing Safe Roads Action Plan to enhance pedestrian and vehicular safety. I think that's probably a to be determined, so we'll come back with some changes on that one. And then the last one is, I'm sorry, not the last one, but next to the last one, considering and maintaining interconnected network of greenways to promote alternative transportation methods and recreational use.
I think that's low on the totem pole.
Do you want to remove it altogether, or do you want to keep it? And
Well, part of it's maintaining. So that's kind of an obligation that.
well, yeah, and you could get rid of the word constructing if that's the,
The bullet items, like first one, research and consider establishing tax on greenways and trails. I think we can take that one.
okay.
Road licensing, I don't know. if that's
Yeah,
all that-
we did not get to that, so we can take that out.
We'll try to find activity, I'm not sure if that's. Well, it's a 10-year action. Well, that's-
Do
Again,
y'all-
it's about funding. It's about funding. You just.
Do y'all want to remove the words constructing and keep it maintaining?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Is that everybody on board with that?
Well, we need
Yes.
to
Although
maintain
we
it.
still are, we're still in the middle of constructing right now.
Well, we can say constructing what's in we could say something along those lines.
What
or-
are we constructing right now?
The loop.
Oh, okay. That's not really a trail, though. That's a sidewalk.
They're still considered part of the same, and we have the same maintenance requirements. And if you consider it's connected to the rest of the loop, which
But I think greenways and walking trails get a much different response from the public than a sidewalk. I'm just telling you. So it may fall under that, but I mean, if this is something that the public's gonna see,
Do you want to change it to say maintaining the blah, 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 greenways and trails, and then somehow slide in the words continuing sidewalk?
yes,
Something along those lines?
yes.
Okay. We'll make that happen, and then we'll reduce actually all of those. We'll remove all of those. And then the last one is identifying funding sources to support road, sidewalk, and greenway projects. Are y'all wanting to take any words out of that particular one?
Road and sidewalk would be great if there's grants for that.
So do you want to remove the word greenway?
I would keep it in, because why would we ignore the money that we would get?
Because we have to match it, and we're trying to, if we're taking over roads, a lot, I mean,
I
I just. Yeah,
I think once again, go back to the survey, like we keep saying here, 51% of them.
Said they use them. That doesn't mean they want to pay for them, John. There's a difference.
But anybody that uses them knows somebody's paying for it.
Well, they're already built. They're already built. So I think there's a difference.
I think it's interesting the way we're kind of picking and choosing, you know? I was surprised that some of the things on the survey came back one way, and I was surprised things on the survey came back the other way, you know? So you know, if we're gonna have some consistency, we can't just say,
But
nobody wants
But
trails or
again,
greenways.
I don't think, I'm not saying nobody wants them. What I'm saying is that it's not a priority.
Understood.
That's it.
But that
So-
doesn't mean we should stop looking for opportunities with grants and things like that, is my point.
Understood, but again, if we have to put money up to it when we're looking at potentially taking over 10 more miles of neighborhood roads, I don't think we have the money. That's all I'm saying.
My only point would be, why not leave it in? Have the opportunity to solicit a grant? Because I don't know what percentages one grant may be and percentage on another grant. And if a grant comes through for greenways that is an exceptional grant, I think we could relook at what we want to do because it's a cost benefit piece with that. I just don't see the harm in leaving.
Just the CRTPO and the loop itself, we're talking about getting $1 million of benefit for about $250,000.
But again, it's a sidewalk.
But that's fine. And in many
That's
cases,
fine. I'm good with that.
and it fits where you need a sidewalk, but there's other areas of Marvin that may not be as well suited for a sidewalk, but may be better suited for greenways. And I think that needs to be acknowledged because we already have a number of them that are utilized and enjoyed by the public.
Okay, well, we can continue this conversation. We will try to wordsmith things to encompass kind of everyone's viewpoints. We may not succeed completely, but
Greenway in, that's fine. Leave it in.
And it's on this one, where it said identify funding sources, one thing that occurred to me, I'd like to see some kind of a proposal or make it a priority, to figure out how we're going to pay for the roads and maintenance of the roads we already have. Because I don't think we don't have that. I mean, I know that's
Yeah.
part of the plan that you're working on, but I think it would be important to capture that here.
Yeah.
oh, in that particular thing?
Well.
Okay. That makes good sense, actually. Yeah, we'll do that. Hey, Austin, did you catch that? Adding like a funding mechanism proposal for roads in the third one, the multimodal transportation.
Somewhere in goal 3. Okay.
Yeah, just put it, I'll remember it.
I got it.
So typically, thank you guys for that conversation. That was great. We will go back to the drawing board and it'll probably take us a month or two to put this back together and spit it back out to you, but you'll see this again. You'll have some more ability to provide feedback and then we'll adopt it.
Just one quick thing. I'm not sure if I missed this one, but at the very bottom, that's on the top of the next page, was where
Did I
it
miss
said
it?
establish a village police department with appropriate staffing levels. And,
Oh, I don't have that page.
and
yeah, I
I'm
don't-
not really sure that's.
Yeah, I don't think y'all are there yet.
a long-term Goal, so that
Yeah,
is something.
We can
that-
remove that.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling that out.
That was in goal 2. We'll strike that.
Again, these are your priorities. Obviously, having the conversations that you've had over the last 2 days, these are likely going to change. So we just sent you guys an email with a new link that you guys can do these new priorities. Usually we do this on the spot so that you guys can have it fresh and we can see it and we can display the results. I don't know if y'all want to do that. I feel like y'all are probably tired at this point and would rather go home and do it while you've sat down and had some time to think and absorb things. Is that a fair read? Okay. So if y'all can redo this again, based on what you know now, and let's see how that changes, and that'll help us tremendously on our end. Do y'all have any questions on any of this? Okay. Just so you're aware, on the master planning for Marvin Eford Park, we did do, like I said, a comprehensive Parks and Recreation plan about 3 years ago. It was a very high level of Marvin Eford Park, so there is some kind of baseline master planning of Marvin Eford, but it's not in depth at all. It's very conceptual and high level. If you wanted to do anything more like what we're doing at Village Hall, we would have to do a little bit more of this level of in-depth, which is what that is.
I got a quick question, Christina. It says under the tree maintenance, 195,000. On another file we had, it said 8,000. And I don't know why there would be a disparity there, but my point is, as we go back and circle and put in order and sequence what it is we're looking at, do you want us to put a a like dollar amount that we feel would be
Yeah.
tolerable to put into that
Yeah.
budget as an add-on as we do this for Austin, and then he
Yeah,
can.
that'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys have this link in your email already. It's good to go. So that's your homework for the weekend, and I'll start chasing you down next week for it if I don't have it.
Any questions on this? So before you leave, this is our first time with you guys. Number one, I want to say thanks to staff. This takes a lot of work to put together. Staff kills me because I start sending these notices out for these retreat slides like in September.
Exaggerating slightly, but yes.
It's October, November probably that they're due, but we have to have time on our end to come back and like amend it and review it and make sure there's things that are in there that are needed. If there's stuff that's missing, we go back to the drawing board. But thank you to staff for all of your contributions to making this happen. Without all of our work, this level of detail doesn't go into these types of presentations. So there's a lot of work here, and there's still a lot of work to be done after this. So thank you all, and thank you for listening. This has been a lot, especially coming in new and not having a lot of understanding of any of this. So it does take a lot of courage to come in here and try to absorb all that you can within the 2 days that we're here with all the information. I do want to go around the table and like ask your thoughts on feedback as far as the structure, the format, if you guys want to look for something different next year, so that we have time to plan on our end and figure out how, what changes you want to see, if any. And I don't know if any of the sitting folks want to have any comments. However y'all want to do it.
Yeah, I thought it was,
Thank you. First of all, thanks for putting this together. Just real quick, I think I would have benefited from having the slides in advance because I think some of the questions I asked were answered on the next slide. So that's all. But thank you for doing it.
Okay.
Just a quick question. Do we already have the survey published on our website yet?
No, I got the final report in my email about 20 minutes ago.
Okay,
probably.
I was just checking in case
It'll probably-
residents
it'll probably
ask
be
and
next
stuff.
week before I get everything posted in public, and yeah.
But other than that, thank you everybody for participating, but especially staff. And I know it's a lot of work for each of the individual departments to spend that time to really inform us of what their needs are. And it's difficult when you go through that and we're going to have to pick and choose and say, well, this department is going to get some of these things, but this department's not, and we just rely on you all to be the professionals that you really are, understand that we can't fund everything all the time, but that we see you, we hear you, and just because you may not get something that you need now, continue to do the jobs that you're doing, and we really appreciate you.
Yes, ditto. Great job, you guys. Did a great job. And if I could please get a microphone at some point, I would be so happy. Thank you.
I'll yield to you, Bob.
Yeah, I was going to agree that the staff does a fantastic job. Looking at doing this and makes everything easily understandable. What I personally enjoyed was to see, after being on a couple of councils now, a couple of swings, to see a brand new council that's sort of now looking at this with fresh eyes, and it was enlightening to me because everybody has different viewpoints, and it was interesting to see. Okay, I know how, even like John and I, we've already been on the prior council. We know what went on, what was spoken about, but it was interesting to see it from your eyes. So appreciate you being. Yeah, in some ways, yeah. Would you agree, John?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. And I always think it's funny, but over the years, and I've worked with many councils in my different voluntary positions and stuff like that, but we agree on probably 95% of the stuff. It's the 5% that, gets contentious at times, and you just try to find ways to work through.
I can't.
Well, I was hoping we'd start this way so I wouldn't be redundant again. But I just want to thank Christina and staff, and I echo everybody's comments about how fortunate we are to have the staff that we do. And I also want to thank Joe Barber for doing a good job leading this group, and I appreciate that. And in terms of content and format, I was just pleasantly surprised. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, going last, right? You just kind of reiterate everybody else. Christina, Austin, Jill, Hunter, just phenomenal job putting all this together. Really kind of superhuman effort. I was blown away by the depth of information and topics to go over here. I think we did a great job. I think you guys all did a phenomenal job, and I think it'll probably be easier in the next years because I think we've whittled down a lot, right? And it'll just kind of get more of a narrow focus as we go on. But I think for the breadth of information and topics, you guys did an awesome job in laying them out so that we can kind of set up a clear focus. So awesome job, everybody. This was pretty sick to be a part of. It was pretty cool.
Thanks all for your comments. I really gained a lot from the last couple days. I first want to thank staff. It's like doing an annual operations planning meeting at work where it's months of prep. So thank you for all the work that you've done on that and that you do every day. Lucas, I want to welcome you to the team. I'm sure you're a value-added addition to help out. So thanks and welcome to Marvin. And I've been in this seat for about a month now, and I've been to a couple social gatherings, and people say, "How's it going? What's it going to be like?" And I got to tell you, I get goosebumps when knowing that I'm working with a group of people that can disagree on the 5% and still be totally civil, totally chill. I hope people feel like they can really speak freely. And because I want to hear every idea, and I think we all want to hear that. There's a lot on our plate, but we kind of ran to simplify certain things when we ran our campaign, and I hope John and Bob and also Bob will join us in trying to make your life more simple as a staff and really focus on the stuff that really makes Marvin great. And I just want to thank everyone. I want to thank the viewers too that have, the 20 that may tune in to this. And you always know that you can reach out to us. Thanks. And I guess we can adjourn. I'll let you do final comments, Christina. We good? Okay. Thanks, everyone. Until the next meeting, we'll see you. Thank you.
You have to make a motion.
All those in favor say aye to adjourn.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion passes. Thank you.
Somebody that said no, I'd have been.
Actually, I got
I would
More numbers.
I would have just been. Oh, that would have been. Oh, you're welcome.
Appreciate you
Did
for
a good
that.
job.
Really do. All the guys.
Hey, Angel.
actually scheduled 4 originally. We was 4:30 on the schedule, but I was pushing it for 4 days.
Now you've got that hour and a half ride from Old Warren. You gotta get back more, but Ridge High School. Don't get a speeding ticket.
That's gotta be a nice drive on.
Oh, it is.
I got to be able to go down the Blue Ridge and.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, I always looked at it as a good excuse, just take it, meander, and it's a nice ride, But like I said, under the gun and everything else, when you got life happening, it's
Oh,
like.
yeah. Have you taken Route 181 up from Morganton to Avery?